Hello everybody and welcome to Sepang for the start of this year's Asian Le Mans Series. And a fantastic championship we have in prospect. This is David Addison down on the grid, and a very busy grid it is too, with cars from LMP2, LMP3 and GT as well. And we are set for the first of 6 4-hour races that make up the season, and of course their double-header weekend. So we've got 4 hours of racing today and another 4 hours tomorrow. Qualifying took place this morning, and from the P2 category it was Giorgio Roda who was something of a star to take overall pole position, and that was quite a lap this morning. Well done.
Thank you. Started the World Championship, I'm happy to be here again. Last year we finished P2 in the championship. Starting in with the 2 pole position, because we had to do 2 laps for race 1 and race 2 tomorrow. It's already a good start, I would say. We're working really well already from the private test to FP1 and FP2 to make the car really good for both quali and then the long run. It's pretty warm here, so it's going to be tough for the physical and also tire drag, because it's a high drag track. Let's see what we can do, but hopefully let's start from P1 and finish in P1.
And you, as the bronze driver, have to make quite a long contribution behind the wheel.
Yeah, as a bronze driver, we have to do the pole position. I did the pole position, but we have to do the qualifying and hopefully the pole position. Yeah. And also, as every driver needs to drive at least 1 hour, I think I will do double stint as I'm used to in LMS. So it's going to be 1 hour and 25, 1 hour and 30, something like this, depending on how much fuel we can save. And now it's all in 4 hours race, so let's keep the helmet down and let's see if we can win.
Giorgio, best of luck. We'll let you get on board the car. As I say, we've got P2, we've got P3 and GT classes, so it's time to have a stroll up the grid and go and find our other pole position winners. In the meantime, let's head to the commentary booth and say hello to Ollie Gavin and Graham Goodwin.
Good afternoon, everybody. Great to have David Addison with us for this whole season, patrolling pit lane and the grid, of course. Welcome to the Asian Le Mans Series 24, 25. A huge grid. He's got a long walk to get back to those GT cars. And luckily, he's only going to do the pole position cars, because it's a longer walk beyond that. 6 4-hour races over the next 3 months to come. And 2 of them are going to happen right here, and 1 of them right now. 4 hours on this Saturday afternoon here in Malaysia, and another 4 to come tomorrow. Blistering heat, Oliver Gavin, and this is going to be quite the challenge.
Oh yeah, you can see there, Kessel Racing was just getting their driver out of the car and getting that that blanket, that sort of foil blanket that goes over the cabin of the car, trying to keep that heat. There we go with the EBM Aston Martin Vantage that's got one of those wraps already on it, just trying to keep as much heat out of the car, out of the cabin, and that's going to be a huge storyline, I think, over the next 4 hours, because it is blisteringly hot here. We've got a lot of humidity, and that's one of the things the drivers battle the most.
Yeah, lots of new faces, lots of familiar faces. There's one of them, Louis Delatraz, by the Pure Racing number 91 LMP2 car.
Harry King as well, yeah.
Making his debut in LMP racing here. And this Pure Racing identity moving over from GT to LMP2. And Alex Malikin was at the wheel of that car, and one of a pair of stellar guys aboard the LMP2s in qualifying. We'll talk about that a bit later. A little wee while, we're going to be seeing a hot lap aboard one of these cars, so you can see from the driver's point of view just exactly how challenging this Sepang International Circuit is. Quite the place, quite the venue, quite the weather to welcome these cars. And this is going to be 4 hours that probably feels like 24 to many of these guys.
Yes, it's going to be a lot of preparation here with all the teams. And I think we're just going to go to the hot lap very shortly. I think we're going to be on board the number 74 car, Kessel Racing, with Dustin Blattner.
On board, number 74, Kessel Ferrari 296. Dustin Blattner at the wheel. Just going to take you on the lap around the Sepang International Circuit. 5.5 kilometres as we're coming down now into turn 1, about 240 kilometres an hour. Spotting the brake point nicely there, down to first gear. Right, winding way through turn 1, tight right-hander, then flicking it back to the left. Just getting back to the apex point, and then hard on the throttle, up through the gears, using all of the exit curb there. Goes down into a little bit of a dip here, and then up as the car goes through this elevation change. You then got to use the elevation change as you hit the brakes, getting into the ABS, and then you want to be spotting that apex, 85 kilometres an hour, then back under the throttle, careful of track limits there, and then winding way back to the left, turn 5, 155 k's an hour, mid-corner, third gear, and then just a little breathe before then heading back to the right, turn 6. Careful on track limits on the exit there. Just let it into fifth gear and then back down, and getting back down to second gear here for turn 7 and 8. Onto the power, careful of track limits on the exit, and back up through the box. Getting up to about 215 k's an hour here. Again, before hard on the brakes, down the box, first gear, nicely to the apex, then back on the power into that TC, winding way back to the right before spotting the braking point for turn 11. Turn 11, that's 110 k's an hour, mid-corner, second gear, back on the throttle, careful of track limits there, and then this fast flowing section, left and then right. Got to be able to spot your brake point now for turn 14, that's super important. Winding your way back to the apex, just about got there, then hard on the power, very important exit there. It's a long straight, rowing up through the gears, back into fifth gear, 240 k's an hour. Just there, fifth gear, and then spotting the brake point for one of the hardest corners on the racetrack, turn 15, off camber, just this middle line, then getting on the throttle hard, exit curb, and that completes another lap here at the Sepang International Circuit. Nicely done.
Great stuff there from Dustin Blattner. Great stuff as well from Ollie Gavin. Shows he's forgotten nothing since he finished his racing days, what seems like just 5 minutes ago. Achida-san from the Car Guy effort, a late replacement there.
There with his biggest fan.
Yeah, indeed. It's a wedding, family wedding, isn't it, for the usual team principal there. It's going to be fast and furious for these 4 hours. It's going to be challenging, certainly for these drivers. Even in a single stint, we saw one or two of the drivers, if not in distress, certainly looking like they had a hard 15 minutes worth of work. There's someone who's been doing some hard work in drawing this grid together with the Asia Le Mans Series, SRO, collaborating with LMEM and the ACO now. Well, let's take a look back just shortly at what's happened earlier this morning, Saturday morning here. And 2 50-minute qualifying sessions to set the grids for both races this weekend. GT cars first to the fore. It's Dustin Blattner it was again out there. Max Visa in the number 28 AF Corsa Ferrari. And the AF Corsa Ferrari, it was second place for the grid today, but it was Steve Jans in the Get Speed Mercedes that blasted way through to make pole position for the Saturday race. The team utterly delighted with that. It's their third crack at the Asia Le Mans Series, and they'll be delighted to start for the front row of the 25-car grid. Breton Racing made their world debut in the Asia Le Mans Series last year. Took a race win in Europe too. They'd be third on the grid. Nick Adcock adds a front row start to his ELMS Championship win this season, but it was a double pole. We'll talk about Sunday's qualifying tomorrow for the ultimate car with a very late addition to the team, Stefan Lemeretz, veteran driver, but he's lost nothing. Alex Malikin aboard the Pure Racing car. The number 91 car comes with a title to his name in the WEC. The number 50 car from AF Corsa, a cracking run there from Jeremy Clark. And number 22, we heard from Giorgio Roda, adding further silverware to his already impressive qualifying form in Europe with pole position again here in Asia. Proton competition start as they mean to go on with pole in Sepang. That was the order at the end of that session. Almost a quarter of a second between the 22 Proton car and the 50 from AF Corsa. Then Pure Racing and the second Proton car. Ultimate on pole in LMP3. Get Speed's AMG and the 28 Ferrari, the front row in the GT class. So Colin Ong, that is the general manager of the Asia Le Mans Series, takes a lot of credit for this glorious grid that we've got spread out along the main straight here. It does your heart good, doesn't it, Ollie? After years when it's been difficult to draw a grid together anywhere, to see sports car racing in its pomp, and to see that that's not just the case in Europe, on the global stage, and in North America, but here, not just in Asia, but in Southeast Asia.
Absolutely, yeah, it's fantastic. fantastic to see that there are so many cars in all classes here on the grid, and you know, that's watching the grid here work. It's everybody working around and getting their cars ready, their drivers ready, getting themselves ready. It's hot out there. You see the mechanics up against the guardrail, just taking a little bit of a breath. It is ferociously hot here, and the humidity is super high. Number 57 car guy, Uchida, going to be taking the start here. The bronze driver that's dropped in just for this event.
They've done well.
Yes, they have.
Well up the grid.
Fifth place for them. It's fantastic, and I know I just went down to see them and speak to the engineering group, and they were extremely happy with that.
Yeah, and with two very quick drivers to follow on from the bronze driver. Jens Reiner Muller there from Breton Racing, the bronze driver, a man who's got something like a quarter of a century of sports car racing experience under his belt, goes all the way back to Lister Storm days. Remember those, ladies and gentlemen? Well, most of you probably don't.
I do.
Yeah, well, obviously. I mean, yeah,
I'm that old.
Yes, yeah. Winwood Racing, fourth on the grid. It's going to be Jules Gounon, Georgia Piana to crack on with this, but Salikov led FP2 overall as the bronze driver, and he's right up there in the second row for this race. He's repeated that performance for tomorrow's race as well. That's another team you've got to say, Ollie Gavin, we need to keep a close eye on. But I think we're going to have a list of a dozen or so potential winners here.
It's Dustin Blattner that's going to be taking the start here in third place, number 74 Kessel racing car, and he's got excellent teammates alongside him there to close out the race into Europole entry here. This is the BWT sponsored car. Tim Krezek is going to be taking it.
Just beyond, and a very different look indeed for one of the two into Europol cars. The Racing Bakers here with one yellow and green car, one two-tone pink BWT back car. Max Vita there. It was that put the car number 28, the AF Corsa car, on second place, but it's going to be Franco to start this car. Davide Rigon will take over the car later, a full factory driver, of course.
Yeah, there's a few different strategies here. Certainly drivers are looking at, you know, the teams are looking at where to use their resource the best and trying to get that little bit of a head start and get maybe a silver driver out there against all the other bronzes. It's going to be interesting just to see how this plays out.
Good to see Bendham from our partners at Michelin here.
Yeah.
And he's not lost any weight over the off-season.
Been on a diet.
Well, pole setter in GT is the Get Speed AMG, and I can see the unmistakable form of David Anderson standing by.
And Steve Jans was that hero in GT this morning. A great lap for pole position. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the car was very nice to drive. I mean, I had a very clean lap, a good lap. Yeah, so it was a perfect start. Yeah, but it is a long way to go.
And you were saying to me just a moment ago about the heat. The car's got the blanket over it, trying to keep some of that sunshine away, and you're in for a pretty long, pretty hot, tiring first stint.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is one of the key points. You have to stay cool in the car. I have a cooling vest. For sure, this will help a lot. But, I mean, everybody is struggling with the heat. Yeah, so we have to stay cool in mind, and for sure, it will get a long race.
Steve, best of luck. There was one other report just after that qualifying session, incidentally, of Steve being given a reprimand for wearing one non-compliant sock, of all things. Let's see whether he can sock it to them in the race. Graham, Ollie, back to you.
Oof.
Wow.
That's what you get when you order Bruce Schiavone on the internet. That's exactly what you get.
David Addison,
that kind of
legend.
But
high quality.
Non-compliant sock. Explain that.
Yeah, so the FIA, they stipulate all of the gear that every driver has to wear inside the car, and that is very tightly managed, very tightly controlled, and all of the officials have got a lot tighter on that over the last 5-10 years to make sure every driver has every piece of clothing. There's multiple layers of underwear, fireproof underwear, flameproof underwear, and also 3-4 layer suits, gloves, balaclavas, and the helmets that you're wearing, also the hands devices that you're wearing. All of this equipment here is to protect the driver in an incident or an accident, and so they do monitor that very, very closely, because some drivers don't want to be wearing all of that, particularly in these conditions. And if you've got old equipment, I think that's what's happened today. It was an old piece of equipment, not up to the standard, the current standard, which again you've got to keep up to date.
Yep, there we are, a full pink LMP3 car. Should be said, by the way, last time in ACO rules history in the Asian Le Mans Series, these 6 races to come, that you will hear the current soundtrack for the LMP3 cars. We will evolve after the end of the Asia Le Mans series in the European season, in the LMS and the Michelin Le Mans Cup, to new turbo power from Toyota for a new breed of LMP3s. Graf Racing's number 7 car, 2 of our champions from last year, James Winslow, Alexander Bekantsov, Daniel Frost from just up the road in Singapore, and he's back again as he was last season for these 2 races in Sepang. There is one of the most successful drivers on this grid, 6 international titles for Francois Perraudot in GT and in LMP2 cars, in the WC and in European Le Mans Series B. Loved to win this title. He was struggling a little bit in the heat, though, wasn't he?
Very hot when he got out of the car after qualifying. Surprising to see, actually, that he looked that hot after just 15 minutes in. You know, they're going to have to spend significantly more time behind the wheel this afternoon.
Breton Racing, 3rd on the grid in LMP3, Jens Reiner Moller. It is, with that, it's Theodor Jensen, I think, is going to be aboard the number 26 car for Breton Racing. And down Scotch Napola, as we look at Alex Malikin, the reigning WEC champion in LMGT3. As a bronze driver, he will be a silver driver next season, carries his bronze ranking through for the moment.
We had a bit of a chat with him, didn't we, just before the start?
He confident.
Quietly confident, but still knows that there's much to learn.
Nick Adcock, another reigning champion from Europe in LMP3, this time with this team. And he's aboard the 15 RRM Sport car. He'll share that with Ian Aguilera, moving up to LMP3 for this coming season. That's his Alex Matchell. Lovely guy.
Super chap.
Getting quicker is Alex, and he's going to be aboard one of the 2 Proton competition cars. Ultimate, what a performance from Stefan Lemmeret.
Oh, fantastic.
Just a few days ago, had no idea he was going to be coming to do this.
Came here on a short call, didn't he?
He most certainly did. Short enough, they got fined for actually naming their squad late.
Yeah. So, but he was telling us he hasn't driven a prototype car for about 15 years.
Absolutely amazing. His first time in an LMP3 car. Well, you wouldn't have known it because he humbled the field.
Admittedly, there's been some testing, so he's got a little bit of time under his belt here, just building up to this weekend. But yeah, an impressive job.
Nielsen Racing, the number 24 car, Naveen Rao, Matt Bell, Nicky Katzberg, and 2 of those 3 gentlemen are previous champions in the Asia Le Mans Series in 2 different classes.
Great to see Naveen back here, Databricks, and it's fantastic for Nielsen as well. It's sort of like a new start for them. Fantastic to see.
APR here with 2 LMP2 cars, and they consistently produce fabulous efforts and competitive efforts. It is Michael Jensen, the bronze driver aboard that car. He's another of our ELMS reigning champions in LMP3. There's another team that has won the championship before, DKR Engineering, with their venerable Chassis 7, number 3, Georgios Kolovos. It is Greek driver aboard this car, came into the LMS late this season, but put in some impressive displays in LMP3 machinery. Now we move forward to Francois Perraudot, who will share with outgoing Alpine factory driver in hypercar Mathieu Vazivière and current Ferrari factory driver Alessio Rivera. That is some driver squad and some record for the 83 squad in all competition. Moving up the grid onto the 2nd row, Alexander Matcholi is with Jonas Ried, a race winner in the European Le Mans Series this season. Matthias Besch the same, and that's a squad that's going to be interesting to see evolve through this season. Alexander picking up experience and picking up pace in LMP2 and enjoying his racing. This car though, could be something to watch. Pure Racing, Alex Malikin, 2nd row, and disappointed to be there. Louis Delatraz, a known force and the reigning overall champion in the European Le Mans Series, and Harry King. And let's talk about Harry a little later. This man, though, Jeremy Clark, 2nd on the grid here, Ollie, for AF Corsa, with Patrick Byrne, returning champion from 2017, and Ollie Pla. But this has been a surprise package.
Yeah, Jeremy Clark has been phenomenal. He's just been sort of a bolt of lightning, both his speed on the track and by, I think, so many people being surprised in exactly what he's been able to do. It's phenomenal.
Tom Dillman, Vlad Lomko, both runners-up in the European Le Mans Series this season with Inter Europol. They switched over to Proton competition. But hats off to Giorgio Roda. 5 out of 6 pole positions in the European Le Mans Series, and now 2, because he'll be pole tomorrow as well with the 2 fastest laps in qualifying for this weekend.
So this is why this time
seeing the cars still on the grid here, they're being cleared. Just seeing the grid now. Giorgio Roda on pole position. Patrick Byrne will be taking the start in the number 50 AF course. Second on the grid. And third there, Pure Racing, Alex Malikin. And Proton Competition, Alexander Matchell starting fourth.
Yeah, Georgios Kolovos alongside Francois Brodo. Francois fifth and Georgios Kolovos sixth on this grid. 10 cars in this LMP2 class. Then Michael Jensen, Naveen Rao on the next row before we get to the final row of P2 cars. And that will be Krytel Lentudis and Fred Pordat, the RD Limited car. We'll say more about that as we see it on track, as we inevitably will. Then into LMP3, Stefan Lemeret aboard the Ultimate car, RRM Sports, with Nick Adcock. Breton Racing's Jens Reiner Muller and Graf Racing's Alexander Pekantsov make up the next row of the grid. And then into Europol, an all-Polish row with Tim Kresick and Steve Brooks. Then Mark Patterson, great to see Mark Patterson, the oldest swinger in LMP3 this year, 72 years young for high-class racing. That's a two-driver squad. Then, buckle in, 25 GT cars. Get speeds number 9 with Steve Jans and Manny Franco aboard the 28 AF Corsa Ferrari. So AMG and Ferrari on the front row. Followed by AMG and Ferrari. It's going to be Kessel Racing's Dustin Blattner and Winward Racing's Renat Selikov. Two Ferraris, third row, Unai Ejida and Custodio Toledo. Next up, 22nd and 23rd, row 12. And then row 13 will be the first of the Porsches. Origin Motorsports Bo Yuan and Climax Racing's Bihuang Zhu. Two Chinese teams. Great to see them back with us. Winward Racing's second car, Sergei Stolyarov, and 2C's Motorsport, the Anglo-Bahrainian squad with Tony McIntosh. That is row 14. Row 15, Climax Racing's second car, Liu Wei, and Car Collection's first, Bashar Mardini from Canada. And Tarasau will be back, and we're looking for better luck this year than he had last year here. The number 10 Montai car, Greg Bennett in the Absolute Racing Ferrari. Montai EMA's 92 with WC racer Brian Hardwick, Morgan Tilbrook in the first of the Optimum McLaren's. EBM's Aston Martin with Anderson Tanto, Charlie Samani in the AF Corsa car. 60s Proton Porsche, Claudio Schiavone, Tsunami RT, Jana Zegler. Iron Dames, first time in the Age of Le Mans Series, Celia Martin, her first time in the frontline squad with Hash in the Car Collection Porsche. The second Optimum McLaren for Andrew Gilbert, Blackthorn's Aston Martin with Jason Ambrose. And that completes the 42 car grid. Engines are starting. We're about to get underway for formation laps here, Ollie, as they try to get heat into.
Yes, I think
no tyre warmers here as everywhere else now in ACO Wheels Racing.
No, and I don't think they're really going to be needing them today. I think that's going to be one of the things, trying to keep the tyre temperature down, not up. And it's going to be up to these drivers listening again to their engineers about what is that they need to be doing to get the car and the tyre prepared, the brakes prepared, everything. All of those pieces that really influence the performance of your race car. And this is always a point as a driver, you're tense. You're a little nervous, but you've great anticipation. And you're just trying to sort of keep yourself a little bit under control, just to make sure you're just doing everything as you should be, keeping just getting the car off the line to start with, and then just going up through the gears, and then just looking to get everything working, and just making sure that you're in the right spot, you've followed in behind the right car, and all of those basics that you're just ticking off, going through your checklist. It might be your engineers talking to you about what you need to be doing over this next lap, the next 2 laps, to get the car, the tyres, the brakes prepared for what's going to be an extremely grueling 4 hours of around Sepang this afternoon.
So the first of 6 4-hour races in this season, 2 here this weekend, 4 in February, 2 in Dubai in the following weekend at Yas Marina. We're about to get all sorts of questions answered, or at least start to answer them. The established order here, we'll find out how the new breed are going to match up against them, and some new talent and some teams and drivers with new cars and new combinations. Going to find out how they're going to match up here and elsewhere, because there's all sorts of plans here for campaigns that are carry on in Asia, that will go to Europe, drivers from right across the world.
Yep, we've got teams here that have never been in the Asian Le Mans Series before, never been in ACO rules racing before, so this is going to be very much learning as they're going, trying to understand, okay, this multi-class racing. Some of the SRO teams have just been competing in GT World Challenge, and that's all GT3 class cars, and now we've got LMP3, LMP2 to deal with. You know, it's going to be something that drivers, teams, team managers, everybody's going to have to be working and thinking about.
It's the Toyota Corolla GT4. GT4 FOUR rather than a GT4 race car. Leading car here, looking very smart. But if you are tuning in to the Asian Le Mans Series for the first time, or indeed to sports car racing for the first time, as audiences grow worldwide for this form of racing, and thinking, what on earth is this? Well, it is the Asian Le Mans Series, 4 hours of racing, 3 drivers in most cars, 2 in one of them, because of sickness for Seth Lucas, and I hope you're feeling better, young man. It's 3 races in one. Nicky the Cat Catsburg.
There is great hair, fantastic.
It is really amazing, absolutely. And 3 races in one. LMP2 for the pure racing prototypes. They are all Orica chassis with a 4.2 litre engine, about 580 brake horsepower, huge aerodynamic performance from those cars. LMP3, something just shy of 500 horsepower from a 5.6 litre Nissan engine, all Ligier chassis in this race, and then the mixed bag, the 25 GT3 cars, a range of front engine, mid engine, rear engine cars, a variety of power plants and soundtracks, and performance balance so they can race a variety of completely dissimilar road cars in racing form. It all makes for massively fun racing and competitive racing, and a form of racing that just about literally anything can happen. We go around for the second of 2 formation laps before we get this race underway. Temperatures rising in terms of the tension levels, and I've no doubt in the cockpits as well, Ollie.
Yeah, this is going to be a key thing. Here we are on board with another 10-man sidecar. Great to have on-board footage here this weekend, and we'll be able to follow along on a number of different vehicles. But yes, it is going to be super important. This start is always tricky coming down into turn 1. The field is bunched up. Everybody's like trying to understand who they are up against. You know, it's the first day back at school, really, and you're just trying to understand, okay, what are the capabilities and what are people likely to do? And if you've not been racing in and around a certain team, certain car, you know, sometimes things can happen that are pretty unusual. So you've got to expect the unexpected. And I think it was here last year, first race, that we had quite a big incident at turn 1, turn 2. A number of cars turned around. And we're hoping, fingers crossed, we don't have anything like that. The teams are there waiting and trying to understand, okay, what is going to be happening over these first few laps. It's going to, you know, as always with multi-class racing, it's super unknown, and that's what makes it so exciting.
Yeah, physical workload high in these cars, and particularly in these conditions. Mental workload is insane.
Yeah.
You know, so much going on. It's not just about keeping it on the island. It's not just about finding pace. It's about whether or not you're, you know, in the quick class with pro drivers behind you, or one of the other classes and dealing with traffic. Don't take your eyes off the TV set. Wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Sepang, and welcome to the Asian Le Mans Series.
Gaps, please, all cars to close the gaps. Exiting T11, start assuming grid position. GT cars, please close the gaps.
The voice of Gwen Borsier, our race director for the Asian Le Mans Series, assisted in race control by Eduardo Freitas. 2 experienced hands on the tiller.
So they're just coming out of turn 11 now into 12, then 13. So now they are forming up nicely behind that Toyota to get themselves all ready and in order. And as a driver, you're just sitting there wanting to just get going at this point. You've done all the preparation. Is that real
GT close the gaps. GT close the gaps.
As always, there's much instructions coming. This is a tense point for everybody, and the officials are also wanting to make sure that it looks good and that everybody is starting on an equal footing.
Yeah, drivers have been told to grid positions from turn 11. You can hear now race director just keeping them on point and getting this grid in order. It's pretty much there, Ollie. We're pretty much ready to go.
It is, but there's a bit of concertinaing there. You see the cars pulling out, and they're pulling out because they didn't want to hit the car in front. And there we go. That's exactly what we just had.
The other thing to watch here is they must cross the grid
2 by 2,
hatchings as they start, or penalties will follow.
No
We're
overtake
about to get
before the line.
this race, this season underway. 4 hours to go at the point at which these lights go green, and we will be away for the start of the season and for the first of 2 4-hour races here at Sepang. We wait for the lights to go out, we wait, and now Giorgio Roda can get the power down side by side with Patrick Byrne as they come down the start-finish straight. Alex Malikin looking to get involved in this. Is he going to have a lunge up the inside? I don't think he is, but look to the outside, and the number 11 car trying to go around the outside. Giorgio Roda, he's got the inside line. Patrick Byrne's done it. It's through and into the lead of the number 50 car. No contact there amongst the prototypes. It's got very busy though behind. And I think it was contact. It looked to me to be one of the car collection cars involved in that.
Oh, it's the BWT, the Inter-Europol car just been turned around there, and there's a Proton car and Iron Dames involved. I think everybody's still rolling and running. It's both the Proton Run Porsches delayed by that. Patrick Byrne is away and clear ahead of Giorgio Roda. And an excellent start as well from Alex Matchell. One Alex takes the other. Alexander Matchell is ahead of Alex Malikin. It's trouble for Claudio Schiavone. Yeah. He's still running slowly, just to see if he gets going.
It was both the Inter-Europol cars in trouble, by the way, because they're both way down the order. So I think they've come together. Let's take a look here.
It's coming down
the
into
pink
2.
car.
And
is hit by his teammates, which then Constantine is on and has a quick brush.
Iron Dames, I think, ran in the back of Claudio there. I think that was contact as well, which is not the first time that's happened this year.
It's 2 team cars because the Iron Dames run by Proton here. Everybody's staggered through beyond that, but there'll be an awful lot of very dirty Michelin rubber coming around this first lap.
Yeah, and there's also going to be a number of engineers rather stressed due to the amount of pickup there that kind of come into radiators. These guys are struggling with the tyre temp, just getting the tyre switched on. The engineers would have been taking a little bit of a gamble here with the tyre pressures, trying to get things all sorted and in the window. And these guys are just struggling to get things going.
George Kolovos, the inside, is just losing grip there.
Everybody's running wide. It's like everybody just can't get things switched on. Full fuel loads. It is a battle for these guys to get the thing in the window and all set. Just need to pump the brake a little bit here. 30 car RD Limited there.
That is Fred Porthouse has gone around at turn 15. The battle here, though, 4 cars involved. Georgios Kolovos holding off Francois Perrodo and Naveen Rao in the first of the 2 APR cars. I think that's the hands of Krytel and Tudis.
The radio is going to be pretty alive at the moment with all of these cars as engineers and coming down into turn 1 here. The Tsunami car and the car collection car side by side.
It's so tricky. And he does get a bit of a kiss from the EBM car. Tries to take the apexes. Nowhere close to doing that, but everybody gets through and away with that one.
It is the first day back at school. Everybody's just got their elbows out and they're like, right, me first, me first, me first.
We'll tell you, everybody has continued around, albeit some cars with delay. So we've still got 42 cars in this race.
Good to see. And this Tsunami car collection and EBM cars are all, I think that's the Winward car just in behind, and they're all squabbling over this bit of tarmac. But back at the front,
it's a 3-car battle, 4-car battle, getting away a little bit here. Patrick Byrne, great start, great run through the first couple of corners, ahead of Giorgio Roda. We're hearing no investigation necessary for the race starts. Alexander Matchell firmly in 3rd place and sticking with this pair, and Alex Malikin hanging on in there as well. 77 Optimum McLaren, one of the cars without an air cooling system in the car.
Yeah, that's going to be tough on these guys through this 4 hours, trying to deal with that heat.
And that's just ahead of Ryan Hardwick, ahead of his WC programme in a not dissimilar car to this. Montai run, and one of our teams, first-time teams in the Asia Le Mans Series, full-season WC entrance, of course, Montai. Giorgio Roda has closed that gap.
He is, and he's doing extremely well. I mean, Byrne is a silver driver, and I thought that he would be picking it up and pulling away, but Roda is right in his wheel tracks and just doing the smart thing, not getting too overexcited about things, just ticking off the time, ticking off the laps. We're watching the Optimum car being sort of overwhelmed here And he's got a gaggle of cars behind him.
Oh, that's way wide from Steve Jans.
Yeah, that's not going to help him either. And again, engineers are going to be looking at that, looking away from the screen, because that's going to be picking up dirt and dust and all kinds of stuff into the radiator. And you need all the cooling you can get here today.
Looking at Craig Bennett to the outside there in the black and silver, very attractive livery. And he's hit by the inside by Uchida-san, and it's lost the rear wing of that number 23 car.
Oh, that's going to need quite some attention.
Yeah, so that car is going to have to... He's been hit again by the 43 car, who's had now 2 incidents in the same part of the track. And that, with the steam, car. I think it's hit the cooling system.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get that rolling.
Now, we may also need an intervention here, because that's a lot of pretty sizable carbon fibre debris. Tried to take the apex, but the 57 was already there, and it sort of brushed off piece after piece of that Absolute Racing Ferrari. Yeah. I'm not sure he's going to get away from there.
No, and I think
telltale. If you look at the telltale trail of fluid, I think that's the radiator gone on that car.
It is, and I think he's turned it off. I don't think it's going to move. It moved initially a little bit, and then that was it. Safety car.
It is a safety car, and that's not a surprise. Car stranded at the exit of turn 1. And
I saw the Kessel car as well, just collect the back of it. Dustin Blattner was trying to go around the outside of that of the Absolute car, but just couldn't quite clear it, and I think he got it with the rear wing. So I'm sure the Kessel guys are going to be looking at that just to see what the damage is, if there is any at all. But yeah, the Absolute car, I'd say it's done.
Yeah, that is too much damage, and it's less to do with the bodywork, the modular approach that Ferrari have taken with this. Their newest GT3 car means that whilst that's significant damage, it's easily fixed if the car get back to pits. The bigger issue is that pretty major fluid leak. So cars will be down to 80 kilometres an hour. The Toyota Supra, there's more debris there. Toyota Supra safety car is out ahead of Patrick Byrne, so good work, have picked up the race leader.
So I think with all of this, what happened at turn 1, turn 2 on the first lap, that really mixed the GT field right up, really put it in a big old stir, and then that it resulted in this incident. I think the Optimum car ended up quite a lot further up the grid than it had started, missing that first couple of corner incident, and so that I think resulted in this incident here with the Absolute car. And then the P3 cars were then coming back through the field, and then it's collected him, and it's just a whole, circumstances that come about through a corner.
A single incident, and the compression and the expansion of the field that happens as a result, and it's got to sort itself out. The Fab from Absolute Racing, and that's not the expression he was hoping to show at this stage of this race.
Yeah, he's going to be looking at the telemetry and knowing what's dropped out.
Indeed.
And where the levels are, pressures, temperatures.
Let's watch the start. It was a good clean start. Giorgio Roda looked like he got away pretty well there. Sort of stumbled into turn 1. Patrick Byrne, meanwhile, heads up start from the outside. Watch Alexander Matchell, though, in the second row car, the black and white car, not the one in the middle there, the one that you're going to see go to the outside, goes around Alex Malikin as Patrick Byrne is looking for a good line to get onto terms with Giorgio Roda. That was the point at which Giorgio Roda just pulled a little wide. There's enough space then for Patrick Byrne to come through, and then it was the issue between the two Inter-Europol cars that triggered a multi-car incident. Yep. You're going to see as well, just behind them, the two Proton Run cars for the number 60 car and the Iron Dames car also had contact, but it seems to be they're okay in a way, just delayed. But all sorts of cars with all sorts of debris, either from car or from gravel or from the grass and muck on the runoff there, having to deal with that.
This is the incident coming into turn 1, and it just the car guy just tapping the Absolute, and the Kessel 74 just tapped the back, and then it's here that we're just seeing the Inter-Europol car come through, and it will make contact here. Oh, boom. Oh, that's tough. That's unsighted. He had another GT car in front, and he was already running wide. He'd locked to front.
And he was also looking in his mirrors at the team car behind. They'd already had one. This is down the pits. David Addison just telling us. We can see it now, the front body work for the number 43 car. We saw that car make the impact with the Ferrari. I fear the Ferrari's day is going to be done, Ollie. That's a lot of damage. It's a long way to bring it back as well, which is the worst in this kind of temperature. And I think we're going to see that car in park firmly and no further.
Pull the nose off. Yikes, go easy. Yeah, And certainly the guys at Inter Europol, Sasha and all of his crew are going to be working hard to make sure that they can get both of their cars back in working order. They're going to have quite a bit of bodywork damage. And there at that turn 1, turn 2 incident, it was like Inter Europol had created a barrier that everybody then had to go around onto the grass, and it was a bit of rallycross for those guys.
Yeah, so it's going to be pits are closed for the first 3 laps under the safety car. So we'll keep an eye on just exactly what occurs with 3 car.
There's no, unless you've got a car that's significantly damaged, you need to come into the pits. There's nothing that's pressing with tyres or with fuel. So it's a case of just clicking off these first 3 laps, and then you pull in and then get a good look at your car. The crew can then get a good look at exactly what's happened. They're all being instructed just to stay left here. I think there's some debris there on the inside of turn 3 that they just want to get out there and pick up, and they don't want any more damage to be done to these cars, and they're looking to make sure that they don't run over any more carbon fibre and cause any more punctures.
Well, now we've got the field under control. Graham Borsey and his team can instruct the marshals in what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, and how it needs to be done, so we can get this race back under green flag running as quickly as possible. There were multiple areas where there were little bits and pieces of debris, and they'll take the opportunity to do all of that in one fell swoop.
Yeah, carbon fibre is just razor sharp in certain situations, and that can just go slice straight into a tyre. These Michelins are fantastic, but they're not. Punches still come, and you just got to be careful of that carbon fibre.
Let's have a quick run down the order behind the safety car after that incident that seemed to have eliminated the number 23 Absolute Racing Ferrari. It is the F Corsa number 50 car, the teal green car you can see behind the Supra. Let's see one more time this incident. Well ahead at that point. Comes to the inside. He's got Steve Jans up the inside of him. Tries to go to the apex, but the 57's already there.
Yeah. And then the 74 collects the rear wing, just rips that off.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So he has to go a long time to wait before this happened. So it's the Iron Dames car that unsighted him. Yeah. Not their fault. They're taking the turn. Yeah. He just didn't see the car in an
LMP3 car, you are really sat quite low, and it's then trying to really kind of hard to be able to see when you've got a car so close in front. It's very, very hard to be able to pick it out.
We can see the damage actually to the front of the green and yellow Inter Europol car, and I'm sure we'll get a shot of that. The entire light unit on the left-hand side has gone on that car, so the nose replacement is going to be required for that car.
So, like in a space of what, 2-3 laps, it's that 43 car's had 2 hits.
It's had 2 substantial hits on that nose, so that is going to require that replacement. So Patrick Byrne leads this race behind the safety car in the number 50 AF Corsa Orica from the 2 Proton competition cars, Giorgio Roda, Alexander Matchell in the 22 and the 11 respectively. Alex Malikin drops back from 3rd at the start to 4th in Pure Racing number 91. And then DCAR Engineering, the 83 AF Corsa car, Nielsen Racing and the 2 Algarve Pro cars are the leading 9 cars. The RD Limited, the Roman Dumas Limited car with Fred Pordad after that spin at the final turn has dropped all the way back down to 34th place. LMP3 meanwhile is led by Alexander Bekantsov in the Graf Racing car, who's moved ahead of Stefan Lemmeret. Nick Adcock sits 3rd, Jens Reiner Müller in the Breton Racing 26 is 4th. That's the 4 of the 7 that are undelayed. Then we get into GT World. Manny Franco leads the race in the 28 car from AF Corsa. Winward Racing's Renat Selikov is 2nd in the 81 AMG. It's been incident-filled, hasn't it, GT in these early moments. The 51
Safety
AF
car has been
car.
instructed to go full speed. Safety car has been instructed to go full speed. 5 cars length gaps maximum.
We'll come back to that in a moment. 3rd place, Custodia Toledo in the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Then Tony McIntosh. Good start from Tony McIntosh in the 2 Cs Motorsport number 96 AMG. So it is Ferrari AMG. And then it is AMG Porsche, with the first of the Porsches being the 92, Ryan Hardwick in the Manthey EMA car. That is the first market that Graham Boursier is looking to get this race back under green flag running. but the safety car back up to speed, make sure the gaps between the cars are what they should be to restart this race safely.
Yeah.
It was obviously this early in the race, there was no prospect of any kind of wave by because nobody's really got out of position.
No, but it's the teams like the number 50 AF course with Patrick Byrne on board. He's a silver ranked driver and he's up against the bronze drivers, and he's going to want to be really taking advantage of that. Team are going to be wanting to take advantage of that and trying to build a little bit of a lead, but this safety car period is neutralising that, and the team that's in the similar position is the LMP3 team that's at the front in Graf Racing and Alexander Pikantov, and you know, they're wanting to make sure that he could get away, and also Manuel Franco in the AF course car. You know, they're
getting a silver driver.
Yeah, they're going to want to be able to using that.
Well, they're where they need to be.
Yeah.
But they're not escaping. So this is bad news for all those three teams, because they don't just need them to be at the front, which they all are, but to gap the field, which they've not, because we're behind the safety car.
Absolutely. So that's their issue that they're having to work into their strategy now and work through. And it's bowled by
safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
Well.
And there you go, looking to get this back underway quickly, and it's going to be very quickly indeed, because we're already coming down to the penultimate hairpin.
This is the lap 3 of safety car. Pit entry is still closed. No overtake before the line.
I'll explain that. That means that even if you wanted to come into the pit lane now, you can't. It's 3 completed laps, so effectively the pit lane opens on lap 4 of a safety car.
That's going to be tough into Europol, but it is what it is, and they've got to crack on and press on with it. It's going to be important now for all of these guys to get these tyres switched on, get it back in that racing zone, and as they come through 15, it's going to be releasing all of that power and getting back to racing.
Green flag, and away goes Patrick Byrne, tries to get the hammer down, and actually does get a good getaway there, but now it's going to be about him trying to sprint away from this field. Alexander Matchell moves to the outside, looks to see if he can make hay at the expense of teammate Giorgio Roda. They may be team cars, but completely different squads, and there's no team orders there between the two Proton competition Oricas. Patrick Byrne through the first batch of turns safely into GT world. On the inside for Kessel Racing, gets the place. Beautifully done there. It was a low percentage move, but he made it stick.
He did.
He's looking to go on the outside now with the Optimum car.
Yeah, the AMG Bertone car was sort of nudged out the way, and that sort of helped him sneak through.
I think he's got him. I think this is Dustin Plattner. I think has got by the Optimum car.
Yeah.
Gets the next turn. So 2 cars in 2 turns. Great restart there from the 74 Kessel Racing car.
Yeah, Dustin is really on it, and they've got high hopes for him and for this championship. But we're watching just Naveen Rao in the 24 car, Databricks Nielsen car. He's got himself going again nicely. And again, these drivers are all going to be working just to try and get everything back up to temp, get comfortable with the car again. You know, sometimes it's hard to get the tyre cleaned up after a safety car period. Fortunately, it was towards the start, so there shouldn't be too much pickup on certain parts of the track, and so keeping the tyre clean or getting the tyre clean again shouldn't be too much of a problem. Action as we go down in the Bertone car in the number 9 AMG is getting attacked left and right. That's the Origine. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Bo Wang, my apologies.
87 car.
Yep, it's beautifully done again. A little bit of a kind of a dive bomb, but done safely. It's all about being safe at this stage. And one of the guys who didn't manage to be safe here, and not entirely down to him. Let's hear his side of it. Greg Bennett is with David Anderson on pit lane right now.
Well, that was a very short stint for Greg Bennett, sad to say. Talk us through it from your point of view. What happened?
Well, we had a good start. We got up to about 8th. I thought we were in a good position to take a bit more on the inside of 2. And apparently that didn't work out. And then I got hit by the LMP3 behind me, and that was the end of the story. So a lot shorter stint than I planned for today. I was ready for 2 hours, but it's about 12 minutes or 5 minutes. I don't know. Short time.
We saw lots of damage to the bodywork. We saw lots of liquid on the road. How much damage has it done?
You know, the Ferrari's pretty resilient, so they'll snap off the front, put on a new one and a wing, and I think we're ready to go. Maybe a radiator, so not too bad. I just feel bad, you know. The team did so much work to get here today, and that's how it goes. That's racing.
There's always tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll do better.
Thanks, Greg.
It's very philosophical there, Greg.
Indeed. So external assistance, which means I believe that car will be out of this race.
Yeah.
But they've got, as he said, and this is one of the beauties of this format for these teams, is there's a race tomorrow. So not all is lost for this racing weekend. Meantime, back in the front with Patrick Byrne. He's pushing hard now to try to shake off Giorgio Roda. But Roda going with him here, Ollie.
Yeah, he's very sort of terrier-like, is Roda. He's not sort of giving up easily. But I think that Byrne, if he gets in the groove here, he should be able to make it away. Just step away. But yeah, it's hard. It's going to be grueling out there for this next 3 hours and 40 minutes. As we're watching this, the Optimum car is still being bombarded by cars. There's the car collection. 911 GT3 just making the move there.
Just wondering as well, taking a look at the 57 car in the hands of Ajita-san behind, whether or not that car might be carrying a little bit of damage. There was quite a biff, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The inside there. It doesn't need very much to make an aerodynamic difference to these cars. Highly sophisticated, these cars. They do look like they're road-going companions, but trust me, these things are serious racing machines. To explain what Greg Bennett was saying about snapping on the front with that car, there is no GT3 car on the planet quite like the 296 GT3. Major kind of clamshell constructions front and rear of these cars, so that I think if they hadn't had that radiator split or the pipe split, they could have got that car back out quite quickly, but it's that's caused the damage.
Absolutely. It's sort of like a modular sort of construction, and it's like a work of art, that 296. It's a fantastic machine. As we're watching the RD car coming now, putting a move on the Manside car coming into turn 1. It's making its way back up the field, through the field after its spin earlier on lap 1.
Yeah, it's Fred poured out after that spin. He'll be building speed, building rhythm, building confidence, and that very often for the non-professional drivers, Ollie, particularly if they've had a problem, is the big challenge.
It is.
The rhythm gets out your head.
Yeah, and what we're seeing at the moment, particularly in the GT field, is it seems like a number of cars that are sort of out of place after that first lap incident at turn 1, turn 2, and they're all still trying to find their way through, and it's sort of, you're trying to sort of understand the pecking order, where certain cars are fast, where certain cars are slow. We're just seeing a change of position. There's a Tsunami car just going in behind.
Yeah, Santaris going past Johanna Zelga, I apologise. And Santaris having a better start to his Asian Le Mans Series than he did last year. Out pretty much in the starts, and not just the race but the season with damage to the car he fielded last time after a double hit.
Is this Mark Patterson, I think it is, in the high-class car?
It is, Mark.
Yeah, he's got some GT cars sort of bottled up behind. There's the RD car there just in the background. Mark
will be taking it steady. He is, you know, he's no mug in a sports car. He's been around, well, 72 years young, as I say. He's been out of LMP cars for a little wee while. But this is a long race with two drivers. Seth Lucas having fallen ill and not able to join himself, and the Stewart back. So he's sensible if he's pacing this.
Yeah. Drive
within his physical means at the moment and see what he's got left.
He's going to get plenty of seat time. There's plenty of time behind the wheel. Watching Francois Perodo and Giorgio Kolovos.
Yeah, well, that's Perodo ahead of Kolovos now, so that's a change from where we went into the safety car. Still squabbling GT cars, and it is Dustin Plattner looking for another step forward, this time with the 2C's car. So this is the battle now for fourth place. He's made great progress in this car.
Dustin's just lining him up here. He's looking to the outside, and now he's going to come back to the inside. He's going to make that move down into turn 1, but can't quite get it done. But the Ferrari 296 has got great rotation and great speed across the apex and gets the job done nicely. He did. He just rolled his foot off the brake and just rolled that extra little bit of speed through to the apex, and that's one of the things about the 296. It's able to do that. It's got excellent rotation. Watching the Inter Europol car just trying to find its way back through the GT field. Must be that damage isn't that bad.
Well, it's not affecting his pace.
No, it's not.
And
so I think
he's stayed out.
Yeah, just trying to get some track position back, get himself back through the GT field, and see if he can climb back up into some contention in LMP3.
Yeah, it's the 34 car from Tim Kresick, the pink car, that is making the progress for 43.
20 just run wide there at turn 14, and his teammates got a run on him. coming up the back straight into turn 15.
De Kruijtelen it is in the 20 car. He's a full season ELMS driver in LMP2 in this car and a race winner in LMP2 Pro Am this season. But it's Michael Jensen, who is the reigning ELMS LMP3 champion, stepping up this season to LMP2, looking to get onto terms with the team car.
Yeah, Stewie Cox might be on the radio to these two. Just, right, okay, just breathe it. Just be smart about this. We don't need any contact. And David Leach was actually even talking to me just before the start to say, you know, we just need our cars just to stay out of contact with anyone else and just get them through to the next sort of the second half of the race, and then we can start really racing.
Fastest lap of the race had been in the hands of Patrick Byrne. It's now with Giorgio Roda. He's not been dropped by the silver driver ahead.
Roda's doing a great job.
Isn't he just? And his pace has been coming all season. Great one-lap pace, increasingly convincing pace in the races. And another thing this Asian Le Mans Series format really does for a team and for a driver, there's an awful lot of competitive race time. You can learn the lessons that perhaps you tried to put into action on Saturday, on Sunday if it didn't work.
Yeah, and Matchel and Malikin aren't being dropped really either, you know. So Byrne, I thought, was going to be able to get away. Maybe he's got a couple of little issues that he's still dealing with inside the car, but it's fundamentally Matchel and Malikin are really in touch, and it's only going to take a little bit of something and they'll be right there. You know, this is a four-way race for the lead.
Yeah, we're watching this. There is a great battle underway for third in GT. This is a different battle.
Big lunge, and that's unusual to see that. You sort of see the lunge down the inside there by the Mercedes AMG, and then the Vantage then sort of rolls around the outside of it. It's a very unusual sort of way to see how that corner developed, but the Mercedes AMG, that's the Windward car, got past the EBM.
Yeah,
is that the climax behind that's just looking to make the move on it?
So Sergei Solyarov in the Windward car, the number 16 car, Anderson Tanoto in that bright yellow and green Aston Martin, and then now the climax car in the hands of Louet, trying to find his way back as well.
Yeah, of course, the car's right in behind his 82 car, and then the Iron Dame's just in behind recovering. Looks like the EBM car is struggling across the apex there at turn 6. And it's a shallow line on the way into 7 and then 8, and that EBM Vantage doesn't look that happy or that comfortable on board here in the climax car as we're coming down towards turn 9. About 200 k's an hour there just before hitting the brakes.
Close run stuff all the way through, battles all the way through GT, and this is a battle for the lead. Giorgio Roda looking to force any error he can from leader Patrick Byrne. Car 43, by the way, which is the damaged yellow and green car, is going to be getting a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. Not sure which of the two collisions is getting that drive-through penalty for. And there's been time we've got yellow flags at turns 7 and 8.
That's unfortunate, isn't it? Well, you don't know which incident it is you're going to get your penalty for.
Well, so there may well be other things in the inbox. Here we go. This is the battle for third place in GT, and this is Dustin Blattner on terms now with Custodio Toledo. They, of course, a car, the yellow striped red car, and around the outside goes the dark green. He's got dark red car. He's done it. Yeah. Another beautiful move from Dustin Blattner.
He does look at ease in that car. He really, really does. The way that he was able to just dive in there around the outside and then just roll the foot off the brake.
He's loving his afternoon, isn't he?
He really is, and he really is a talent. You know, this guy, bronze driver, not been racing for very long, but really is doing a great job in the Kessel 74.
We're going to go to a virtual safety car and may well be more debris, and I think that's because that car has lost its front bodywork. It's gone. So Steve Brooks is on pit lane.
It's out at 7 and 8 for the yellow.
Yeah, I think that it may well be that we've got a substantial piece of bodywork out there. So the virtual safety car is out now. What is a virtual safety car? It means different things in different series, but effectively it's as if there was a safety car out there. So safety car speeds, pit lane stays open at this point for 2 laps. The safety car will follow to bring the field back under control. And that's again bad news for Patrick Byrne and bad news for Alexander Bagantsov. So Proton, we are being told by David Addison, are ready for a car to come in. Well, both those cars will have some damage.
And there's the Inter-Europol car.
Well, that Inter-Europol car just did its drive-through. It didn't come in and get its front bodywork, but it's missing a big chunk of front bodywork.
It's a 21.
21 car is off. That's why we're under virtual safety car. So that car will need intervention from a fabulous Camel Trophy Land Rover.
Thanks for that. Brilliant. I love that.
Tramping through the Malaysian jungles, he's just popped along for a weekend off at Sepang.
He's just had those lights installed on the top. Look.
It's great.
Yeah. Let's go steady. Don't yank it. There we go. Nicely done. All right.
The 21 car of Hash, aka Hashish Patel. But that car will be back onto hard standing and will be able to return to the race, we hope. They're going to take the opportunity to clear up some bits and pieces. So with the pit lane open, we are deeper into the race. There's a bit of risk here in terms of strategy, but there may be opportunity later in the race with all sorts of combinations that things can throw to us. And hearing from David that there are a number of teams ready to have their car down pit lane.
21's just trying to get itself going here, and it'll be decent of it just to do a little bit of a stop just offline, just to try and get rid of some of that gravel that it's got in its nose, just so that it doesn't spray it all over the racing line. And then, you know, just trying to stop people from picking that debris up and then causing other punctures.
This, by the way, I think is the first time we've ever had a virtual safety car in the Asian Le Mans series.
Yeah.
It's something only introduced this year.
You see the gravel there just bouncing out, and he's trying to drive offline. Just give it a bit of a stop. Just tap the brake. Oh, maybe not. Okay, well, he's on his way. He's driving relatively slowly, quite gingerly, and he is trying to stay offline. But it would just be good just if he just tapped the brake and then it nose dips and then he just throws some of the gravel out and it gets it out and off the way offline.
So the theory behind virtual safety car is multiple theories behind it. The first is bring the field under control so they can intervene, and we're now getting multiple cars on pit lane. The 28 AF Corsa car from the lead in GT is on pit lane, as is the high-class racing car 51 of Mark Patterson. The 74 of Dustin Blattner is there too, so is the 51 AF Corsa car. So all three leading Ferraris that puts Winward Racing into the lead of this race in GT. The 96 2Cs Motorsport AMG is also on pit lane, as is the Car Guy 57. There might well be some repairs needed there. 77 from Optimum, the 89 EBM, and on and on and on we go.
So this is actually prime for all of the GT class runners. All the bronze drivers that are on board, they have to do an hour and a half. So if they fuel now, do one more hour, then they can jump out.
There you go. That is the strategy involved here. In come the LMP2 cars.
Oh, here's the P3. This is the Inter-Europol car. And it's lost that left side of the nose
completely.
Yeah, but we're seeing the 21 car going off in the background.
That's what it was.
In
by
the gravel.
himself. By himself.
But was he involved with the Proton car?
Don't think so.
No.
Don't think so.
I wasn't looking that far back.
So fuel for the Iron Dames.
Here comes the Proton car in behind.
Is it just left tyres for that car?
Yeah, no. I'm sure that they will take. I'm pretty sure they'll take all four.
This was our race leader.
And, on the 45, they have to put the skates under. They have to get it straight, so they have to turn it and then put it back down on the ground, get the skates out and put it down back on the ground, and then they can fuel it. So they have to get the car parallel in the pit lane before they're allowed to fuel it.
Race control, by the way, have determined that the incident between 57 and 23, it's the opposite, isn't it, to release the Iron Dames?
Absolutely, yeah. They've got to get the skates out and then get it on the 45 so they can get it out.
So the impact between the Absolute Racing car that eliminated that car from the race and the 57, no further action on that one.
Wow.
Deemed a racing incident.
Okay. Seeing all the P2 cars leading in sort of synchronised.
That is the 91 car ahead of Giorgio Roda.
Yeah.
And ahead of Alexander Matchell, the big loser there.
Yeah, Pure Racing, TF Sport done a nice job there getting that car out.
They have, of course, done a great job as well, because they're way ahead of this lot. But it is going to obviously bunch back up when the safety car is
all about
deployed.
Track position right now. That's what they're looking for.
So if you're watching with online timing and scoring, the point at which the safety car is released, or at least it's on the screens, is the point at which the pit lane closes. Pit exit will remain open, albeit controlled by the lights so that it doesn't interfere with the safety car train. It is complicated.
It is. So I'm trying to keep up, Graham.
Yes.
I am.
James Winslow.
Yeah, they're talking. Well, I think they're talking about most probably being released and back out into the pit lane, and what's happening out on track now, and maybe discussion on strategy. It's always a hive of activity, and there's many different thoughts on what should be happening right now.
Well, there is one advantage to one class and only one class of this situation, and that is to LMP3, because LMP3 does have a control time for 2 pit stops. They will need 3 pit stops to get home on fuel, unless we spend the rest of the day on the safety car, which let's hope we don't.
No.
But 2 of those have to be for 100 seconds.
And the bronze driver has to do at least a minimum of 1 hour and 45.
Yeah. So what the advantage of taking that long stop now is to do it under a virtual safety car. So effectively they may well need another pit stop, but that pit stop under green flag conditions will be faster, probably by about 30 seconds.
That's an unusual sweeping technique.
He'd be terrible at Quidditch, shouldn't he?
He would. If I employed that sweeping technique at home, Mrs. Gavin would be very upset.
Yeah. I can just feel Mrs. Gavin nodding sagely.
Yes. And then sort of wondering, when was the last time that Mr. Gavin picked up the broom?
If indeed ever.
Oh.
So LMP2 field back out and running. Winward Racing, by the way, stayed out at that point. Safety car is now called, so Winward Racing will stay out.
And that is unusual.
Very. So they're throwing the dice, aren't they?
Well, I'm wondering if they actually...
Radio?
No. Do they really understand the virtual safety car?
Well, there you go. Now, this is another aspect of this. We talked at the start of this race as the Montai crew go to work on their 2. No, but we said, didn't we? There was 15 of the 25 cars here in GT that have not competed in the Asian Le Mans Series before.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 or 2 of those have had form in other ACO rules racing, but all of them recognise that one of the advantages of coming here and doing this is learning the code. There goes the safety car.
You see the tsunami crew there. There was the fueler was on, and the guy with the wand was being pulled back because he was the wrong side of the line. And fortunately, one of the crew members yanked him back before he actually then had to go back over the line to plug it in to get the car up in the air. Shouldn't get a penalty. Right,
so we saw the Toyota Supra safety car leave pit lane, but the red light has now come on, and now we go green, so the Montai cars will join what will become the train, as does the Tsunami RT car.
Yep.
This abstract art liveried car. San Marino is the flag on the entry for that car.
That is super unusual that they were released in that way, because all of the cars, that's the lead.
Yes.
And that they're then going to be able to go round and pick up the back of the pack. So those cars at the end there, the way it was looking, they were going to lose a lap.
Yes.
But they've been released so that they don't, and they don't have to do the wave by.
This is the Montai garage. Ricardo Pera there.
Yeah, he's one of the gun drivers to go in.
Indeed. Has been doing fine stuff with GR Racing.
Yeah.
In the European Le Mans Series this year, in title contention right to the end. Right, so look at the back
21 going
himself.
Off. Yeah, car collection just lost it, got on the power a little bit early, and looped it around, and then ended up in the gravel. And that was part of this virtual safety car period that we've now got.
So our safety car picks up GT3 cars, and we are going to get them waved by. Yeah. So they will join the back of this train. So he picks up now Patrick Byrne.
This will be something that the teams are being told of, and this will be talked through in the driver's briefing and how the wave by is going to be done. But I think, you know, again, drivers in cars, maybe not used to the series, not understanding what needs to be done. They needed to be given the physical showing of the hand by the safety car driver and physically being waved by. And they would have been frantically on the radio to their team saying, can I pass the safety car? Can't I? I don't know. What should I do? I don't want to get a penalty.
Absolutely. The big changes then under this safety car. Patrick Byrne still leads this race, so it was a good pit stop from the AF Corsa 50 crew. Alex Malikin has leapfrogged Giorgio Roda, who sits now in 3rd place. In fact, he's gone by Giorgio Roda and Alexander Matchell. a good stop from the other AF Corsa car as well, because that car moves up from 5th to 4th, and Alexander Matchell moves down from 3rd to 5th.
It's going to be interesting on this restart, just seeing how Malikin deals with Byrne in front and how he approaches this restart. I'm excited just to sort of see how he copes, because Malikin's had a huge amount of experience in GT, and he's certainly been a shining light in terms of the bronze level in GT. And it's just to see how he really goes and sort of stacks up against other known quantities and known talent in P2.
Yeah, all of the LMP3 cars, by the way, did one of their 2 required longer stops. The car that's in a bit of trouble here is the Iron Dames car.
Yeah.
Because that is not, I don't think we're going to get a wave by. I don't think we do that wave by in the current regulations, other than to pick up the race leader.
Yeah.
And they are now going to be a de facto lap down to the competition.
I think that they should have been given it, because they're not. I need to look at the regs here before I say any more. But yeah, that looks very unfortunate for them. Yeah,
it does indeed. You can see Hash in the car collection, the sky blue and orange car just coming under the gantry now. He's also well out of position, as is Claudio Schiavone in the orange car that's had a couple of incidents so far in this race. So
yeah, they're understandable why they're that far down. The Iron Dames was caught up in that sort of turn 2 first lap incident, wasn't it? Which just seemed to be a hot spot for incidents. Is that flick back to the left, putting load in that right side tyre, and it just gets lit up and car spinning.
What we've seen is a number of the Ferrari teams opted to stop under the virtual safety car, but lots of the others didn't, and I like your logic in terms of the bronze driver time. Winwood Racing's Renat Selikov leads the race, Climax Racing second, Origin Motorsport third, then it's the AF Corsa 28 of Manny Franco, Steve Jans from Get Speed, and Basho Mardini from Kart Collection. So that's the top 6. They're ahead, by the way, all of those, because they didn't stop, of all of the LMP3s all of a sudden. So our lead car in GT is in 10th place overall.
Yeah, this is going to make for an interesting restart, isn't
it just? There's not a huge difference in lap pace between an LMP3 car and GT3 car.
It's once you've got 4 seconds.
But then you add into that the fact you've got some cars with bronze drivers and some cars with silver drivers, and that 4 seconds is less still.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we've lost 1 car from the 42 that started this 4 hours of Sepang, and that was that unfortunate incident with Greg Bennett and Ichida-san, the 2 Ferraris clashing at turn 1, and unfortunately what looked to be a burst radiator or water pipe has ended the day for the number 23 Absolute Racing car, but they will get another go tomorrow.
They will, and that's again, it comes back to this fantastic sort of format that we've got here in the Asia Le Mans series, where you do get 2 bites at it over a weekend, and it makes it so appealing to so many teams to come here and do some racing in what you would class as being kind of like the off-season in the Northern Hemisphere. And yeah, certainly coming to race here in Southeast Asia is fantastic. We've certainly got the hot weather for it, maybe a little bit too hot, some of the drivers and some of the teams might say, but it's certainly, and Sepang always creates fantastic racing, and we've still got another 3 hours, just under 3 hours and 20 minutes to go in this race, and it's been action-packed so far.
There is a perceived order, isn't there, in motorsport, in which series matters, which series is top of the tree. What we've certainly seen at what's been a challenging time for the sport globally is that the Asia Le Mans series is climbing that ladder. What we're seeing is significantly more cars, significantly more serious and more significant efforts trying their hand here for a whole range of reasons. One is it's becoming a series that people want to win in its own right.
Absolutely.
2 is, you're quite right, Ollie, the format means you get so much track time in such a short period of time, and there's all sorts of things to learn. And the 3rd, and we'll be talking about this increasingly through this season, is that the winners in LMP2 and the winners in GT will earn one of the biggest prizes in motorsport, that is an automatic invitation to the Le Mans 24 Hours in 2025. Amato Ferrari, the AF behind AF Corsa, and as David Addison was telling us in the car on the way back to the hotel last night, ex-British touring car driver.
I had no idea. Fountain of knowledge, David is.
He is.
Absolutely.
Yes. Dawn at home, Mrs. Edison will be nodding sagely and going, yes, he is.
She's going to be asleep, I think, isn't she?
No, she'll be up watching David.
Oh, really?
Everybody is.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It's
the fan club, David Addison fan club.
It's one of the big attractions this year. 42 cars and David Addison on pit lane.
Is it into double figures?
What time is it? Yes, now. Yeah.
Okay.
So still behind this safety car, pit entry remains closed because the clock restarts for those 3 laps behind the safety car at this point, or at that last point rather.
And is the Iron Dames car and the Proton car and the car collection, are they pulling out to look at a wave by here? It does seem, just by the way that they pulled out deliberately and the way that the Iron Dames car is sat there, are they going to be given a wave by? I think that they are. Let's see.
Prepared for that pass around. We are indeed getting a pass around. Well, that's good news for the competitiveness of this race. No one wants to see anybody's race ruined by misfortune. This is one of the reasons why this quite complex safety car and virtual safety car regulations are developed. It's come out, you learn lessons, don't you, with every race?
Yes.
And Ollie, you will remember the Le Mans 24 Hours where GT Pro, your class at the end of your career, was somewhat spoiled by a safety car period that effectively gifted a lap to the Porsches.
Yes, yeah, and that was tough. That was tough for everybody to take in that one race, and it was something that I think that all of the, ACO, Le Mans Racing, IMSA, everybody looked at that one event and went, okay, that has such a great class, so many great teams and drivers, and that race was so affected by that one incident. They've looked at it and gone, right, okay, how do we make sure
and they've tweaked it.
Yeah, they've tweaked it.
They've tweaked it and made that less likely to happen. What is a pass around? What that means is you've got the whole remaining 41 car field here behind the safety car. If your class leader is behind you in that safety car train, you may pass the safety car and continue around to rejoin the train.
And so what we were seeing there, as the cars were coming down into turn 1, you would see the direct train staying to the driver's left-hand side of the racetrack, and the drivers who are going to be taking the pass around were pulling to the driver's right to indicate, okay, I'm ready for the pass around, and then they're waiting for the instruction from race control and from their team, and then once the teams are told that they can take the pass around, then they would instruct their driver, and the driver would then be able to pass the safety car on the right-hand side and then continue round at somewhat racing speed to get back to the back of the train, and so that they get back onto the same lap as all of their competitors, and we can go back racing. And I was wondering why the safety car was continuing to stay out on track, because all of incidents and everything's cleared up, we're ready to go racing, but they wanted to try and get everybody back so that it's equal and fair for everybody on this restart.
Just noticed, by the way, some fans in the stands. Good to see that. If you are here in Malaysia, or indeed if you're drivable away in Singapore, the doors are open and it's free to come in. So please, if you are minded to come along this afternoon or indeed tomorrow, do feel free to join us. It's going to be 2 entertaining races for a variety of reasons so far. But do come and join us and enjoy the sights and sounds of international sports car racing. You will be more than welcome. Main gates, I believe, people are being directed to, and the stands and the gates are open.
I think we're doing one more lap here behind the safety car just to allow those other cars to catch up behind. This is in the RD. You see Romain Dumas there, James Allen there, and they're discussing strategy and what's happening.
What a career Romain Dumas has had. I mean, he is the archetypal master of all trades in motorsport, whether it's off-road, up Pikes Peak, absolutely, rally, sports cars, all sorts of touring cars, all sorts of things.
Didn't he do a lap around the Nordschleife
in the van?
Yeah, all kinds of things.
Yeah, he's and of course a world endurance champion.
Yeah, winner of Le Mans 24 Hours.
In 2 different makes of car.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal.
So we're going to go around one more time.
And he's passing now all of that experience then into his team.
Yeah.
And he is here at the Asia Le Mans Series for the first time with his LMP2 car.
He is indeed, and looking for other opportunities, I'm sure, to field what I believe are 2 brand new Orica chassis in LMP2. These fabulous LMP2 cars. Now, 2017 these cars started, and the 6th car in a row there, the light blue, white and orange car, just heading into the turn now. That was our championship winning car just 2 years ago. in the Asian Le Mans Series.
And Charlie Eastwood.
Charlie Eastwood and Anshin Govan.
That's it.
Won in that car. That car, astoundingly, Ollie Gavin, is a car that was built in 2017. Now, that doesn't sound very old if, like me, you buy your car second hand.
But it's done a lot of racing laps.
That's done multiple Le Mans 24 Hours. It's done at least 3 full European Le Mans series, and I think this is its 3rd full Asian Le Mans series as well. That's a lot of racing miles and still competitive. Not only that, Kenny Yenclass, who you've driven for in your past career at DKR Engineering, is confident enough in its abilities. He loves this car. That they are stepping up in Europe this year to the Pro class in LMP2 for the first time.
Good for them. I love Candy. Such a super guy. Always got a great smile on his face. Always got a story. Always got a great take on what's happening. You know, and it's not hard. It's not. I'm sorry. He's racing hard, but it's not easy.
No, indeed. Well, the other great story of DKR, we'll tell it while we're still in the safety car, is in Europe this year we will see the debut of the new breed of LMP3 cars, and confirmation as we arrived here in Malaysia of the full season entry list in the ELMS, and it will be a Ginetta for DKR Engineering. They've had huge success. He was the first taker for the Norma chassis, moved over to Duquesne, multiple title wins in Europe in the Michelin Le Mans Cup and the European Le Mans Series with Norma and Duquesne. They will move and will be the first full season takers since the first year of LMP3 with a Ginetta. Lights are off.
The lights are out on the safety car. We're going to be going. The drivers will have been primed by their teams going, we think it's going to be this lap. They're working the tyres hard. Yeah, here we go. Safety car in this lap. And so it's all about this key preparation, making sure you get a good drive off of turn 14 here, get some heat in those tyres, really try and work that left side tyre. And then as you come into turn 15, again, you're going to be wanting to work that right side tyre, but the safety car is going to be coming in. Just want to be just giving themselves a little bit of a gap here.
Well, is this the opportunity for Patrick Byrne? It's now Alex Malikin trying to chase him down after Giorgio Roda did a great job before that virtual safety car.
Malikin's just left a little bit of room
there.
He
has, and I think this is possibly Patrick Byrne's opportunity. Green flag is being shown, so he's going to have the hammer down right now, and he has gapped the field.
Yeah, Malikin's just got caught napping there. I don't think he really got to grips with how to restart this P2 car. We've got the Proton car and the AF course coming down into turn 1, and the Proton, this Matchell's just switched around there with Francois Perrodo.
He's retaken that position. Now Francois under pressure from the number 3 car behind Georgios Kolovas, one of 2 Greek drivers in this field.
Someone ran a little bit wide there. I think it was Naveen Rao making a reasonable restart there, and he's got himself in the mix. But Byrne's not getting away, and Malikin has managed to close up some of that gap through 2, 3 and then into 4. And it's all about just getting that confidence back, getting back into the groove, you know, finding your flow. Try not to overstress anything, but introducing the sort of the tyre back into the performance window and just getting everything up and running again. Here's the 2 APR cars that seem to be squabbling over one another. We've got, I think the car guy, Kessel car, has got some damage there on the right front. A dive plane or a bit of the nose loose there.
That will have been from the impact with the 23 car.
Yeah, 34 car still trying to find its way back up. That's the Inter Europol car. It's got one of the cheese wedges a little bit loose there on the left rear.
We've got an incident involving car 21. That's one of the car collection cars. That's that is the Hash.
Yeah, that was the one that was in the gravel, wasn't it?
And the number 42 car under investigation. Didn't see that one.
No, we didn't.
That is the 42 car, is the Prime Speed Lamborghini.
Yeah, they were having some incidents earlier on in the weekend. I think we're on board here with the Winwood car. I think it's the Winwood. Well, coming through turn 13 into 14, hard on the brakes. This is a tricky corner here, trying to get it back to the apex here. It's just missed that a little bit. But you've seen the P3 car in front. It was just dropping the rear a little bit as it got on the throttle. It was trying to get past the Mercedes AMG in front.
Tricky to tell it from that angle. It was Liu Wei in the Climax number 16 car we're on board with, Climax 14 car rather. But Patrick Byrne under pressure again, this time from Alex Malikin, and now Giorgio Roda looking for a way past Malikin. So it's these 3. He can't get away, can he?
He just doesn't seem to be that comfortable, Byrne, in the car. Roda just running a little bit wide there, and he dropped maybe the floor onto the curb there, that won't do the car much good. But Malikin is keeping him honest. And if he's smart, Malikin, he'll just sit here in his wheel tracks. If he can get by, you know, a high percentage move, you know, nothing crazy. If he can get by, but if not, you're in a great spot. You've absolutely hang on to the back of that silver rank driver here. Oh, the 2C's car just getting its nose chopped off there by the AF Course 51 Ferrari, and it is elbows out here in GT. The Origin with the Corsa car. I think this is the battle for third and fourth.
Yes.
And
Boyan looking for a way by, well, it's Manny Franco, I think, has retaken that position. So this is the battle for third. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. As recovering up the field comes Tim Kresick. That position, though, for the 34 car may flatter to deceive, because that's the one P3 car that opted not to stop.
Right.
So they have not got to stop to their name. That will keep them in trouble there for Charlie Samani by the look of things.
It doesn't look right. The right rear, I think, is out of line. I think something's happened here. Has he had contact? Something got... Is the car walking a little bit? There's got body waves. Puncher.
Big puncher.
On the left rear. Yeah.
And that's a long way to come home as well.
That is a long way to come home, and he's going to be spreading some debris around the track. And there's Malikin under pressure from Giorgio Roda as they're coming out and down into the front straight.
We'll report as well there is going to be a drive-through penalty for the number 42 Prime Speed Sports Lamborghini, causing the incident. It's from Andy Malmazak. We'll be down pit lane shortly. Morgan Tilbrook, by the way, is under investigation for some kind of pit lane infringement in the 77 Optimum McLaren.
Yeah, Byrne is still, Malikin is there in his wheel tracks. And it does seem that Malikin is very good around this part of the track, and then Byrne manages to pull away as you get to sort of sector 2 and then 3. But in that first sector, Malikin is very, very good. Just watching is this the Blackthorn and the car guy Ferrari 296 looking to put the move on the Vantage, going one way then the other. And Shida is looking to come down the inside. Oh, and the Blackthorn car, they're both racing one another on the brakes, looking at one another, and it looks like the AF Course. This is bumper cars today, and the way that the Blackthorn car was just looking to come back and take its line again, and it just got sideswiped.
Yeah, Jason Ambrose had a tough couple of corners there, didn't he? But he's come through it relatively unscathed. It probably didn't feel like that. Yeah. There was the dive from Machida-san up the inside of the Aston Martin. Then he tried to just close the door. The 51 car was already there, and there was a bit of a biff in the door. Charlie Samani still bringing that car back, and it's beginning to come apart that time.
Yeah, just need to slow down, just go easy. At this point, you're desperate to get back to the pit lane and try and get that tyre changed and the damage fixed. But if you go too fast, you're just going to destroy the rear bodywork, and then other pieces that are integral to the running of the car, and you just got to drive back at about 20 miles an hour, which is incredibly slow on the racetrack, but you've got to do that to protect your car.
Yeah, and also trouble there for, was that the Iron Dames turnaround? No, it wasn't. It was the Ligier. It's the 34 car off into the gravel.
Oh, door open.
And that's going to be another intervention without a shadow of doubt. We'll wait to see just what is chosen by race control. These are the LMP3 cars we said, with those cars taking the opportunity to pit. They're coming back through.
It's got bodywork damage. It's got all kinds of damage to the left rear. It's
I'm not sure it has. It's just that is just the colour scheme.
I think
no, it's the left rear. Apologies, looking at the wrong side.
Yeah,
and off as well for the 87 car. Wow. And that car looks to be pulling out the race.
That's
what a fancied runner as well. What's gone on there?
It's a very definite pull off and pull up, and sort of out of the race kind of park up. It's cars coming down pit lane. I think that's one of the Climax cars.
So that's the 14 car.
So we've got car collection, Kessel 74, still with Dustin Blattner on board. I'm pretty sure he's going to be looking to make a move here, coming down into turn 1. This has been quite regulation for him, and then he just rolls his foot off the brake, gets that extra speed across the apex, and just always given him a nice amount of room, but I think he's going to get the deal done. Nicely done there, Dustin, through turn 3, and another position made up.
He's very impressive in that car. Very impressive indeed.
Yeah, he's doing a nice job.
So we've got two cars in trouble out there at the moment, the Origin number 87 car and also the 34 into Europol car of Tim Kresick. Yellows at turns 7 and 8. Those two cars come together.
Yeah, I think that they have.
42 car, by the way, the Lamborghini, now in the hands of Jono Lester. That car is taken its drive-through, I believe. There is Charlie Samani. What's happened here? Oh, it's behind, and it was a clash between those two cars. It was the Origin car through the gravel trap, and I think brushed the barriers to the outside, and I think has then done damage. Tim Kresick spun around and is stuck in the gravel.
Yeah,
Virtual safety car is coming again.
Yeah, that left rear was deranged, wasn't it? It looked like it just had some contact there. And this is the 82 car. I think that they were preempting here this virtual safety. Oh, no, sorry, excuse me. They've had the puncher.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They had no choice there, but I
We'll
think
be
they may be
deploying
taking a
virtual
rear
safety
clip
car
off
in
this.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car is deployed. Virtual safety car.
So Graham Boursier calling for the virtual safety car, and that was definitely after the virtual safety car was called.
Yeah,
so a little bit of a late reaction there from, is it still Mark Patterson? It is Mark, so that may be a problem. That car is going to go into the garage for attention.
Yeah, 82.
Probably for a check over more than anything else, unless they're aware there's definite damage.
I think that they saw something as they looked in.
As we were looking at that shot, by the way, could see in the background, the far background, that the 87 car was being pulled behind the barrier. I think their day is done.
Yeah, you're seeing here this modular
Watch this.
setup
Yeah,
of this Ferrari 206.
We get a chance to watch this. It's a highly impressive piece of design.
Yeah.
It is prototypical, I would suggest. It's almost like if we get an opportunity later in this race or the season to see just how the LMP3s and LMP2s
hot
and sharp.
Yeah, you should pair gloves would be good. There's the Camel Trophy. Land Rover again coming in useful. Not that we really want to see much more of it because it's usually just towing cars out. They've had incidents, but it's a lovely machine. I think that I'm not sure how well that is going to be able to be towed because it has got that bodywork damage or that left rear damage.
We haven't seen really just how badly damaged. There's the number 9 car. That's our pole position car from GT. That car comes in from 5th place in GT. And this virtual safety car, by the way, does give everybody else that opted not to pit on the previous virtual safety car.
Kind of resets it all, doesn't it?
Also means, by the way, that every LMP3 car can burn their long stops. If they choose to do so.
Absolutely.
All of them.
Yeah. So the 34 is being pulled away. Still the driver on board. But we are still under this virtual safety car. The pit lane will be open.
And will be open for 2 laps.
Yeah.
So everybody gets the opportunity to come in should they choose to do so.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of damage there on that 34.
That is not just bodywork.
No.
That is a heavily damaged rear left. We do have Ligier support here, Frank Team and a couple of members of his team. I'm sure there is a container out in the paddock with lots of spares for the Ligiers.
Yeah, that's going to take some. That's definitely not running again, not today.
No. That's been hit quite hard, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it must have been with the Origin Porsche 911 GT3 that had the contact with it, and I think that due to that, both cars are out.
Well, that is the GT World Challenge Asia Championship winning car with the 2 Chinese drivers. They've had an impressive season. We won't again get to see.
It's a real shame. We're not going to see Lawrence Heidrich, are we?
No, and he's a proper star.
Yeah,
he's going to be a part of sports car racing for quite some time. GTD Pro winning
Turn 14,
driver.
please bear right. Turn 14, bear right. We'll have marshals exposed to collect debris. Turn 14.
In the Enzo WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and GTD Pro aboard what is likely the most popular GT car in the world right now, Rexy, the dinosaur car.
Yeah.
Here comes the number 91 car. So they're taking that opportunity now to switch drivers.
Malikian out, and he's getting a tear off. First one we've seen of the series. GG.
He's just overexcited straight away.
Amazing.
Really pure racing. You're going to do this to me. He's got all excited again.
The pure racing guys going at it on the tyre changes here. Very well drilled. Lovely livery. And
it does look great, that car. As does, by the way, the teal colours on the 50 car.
Be Harry King going in that.
Yes.
In the Pure Racing 91.
Really interested to see how the young Brit adapts here.
Yeah, having a chat with him earlier on in the week, and yeah, he seems excited about the challenge ahead, but recognises that it's going to be quite different for him.
Oh yeah, I mean, the guy's immense in a Porsche one-make car. Has been doing some good things as well in GT3 cars, but you sort of get the impression that this is where he thinks there might be a career opportunity moving forward in prototypes. You know, it is at the moment an astonishing era for sports car racing. Asia Le Mans Series, the European Le Mans Series, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and of course the FI World Endurance Championship, and astounding entries in all of those championships. All sorts of opportunities for non-professional drivers to find a slot. But from your position as, you know, a leading professional for so many years, Ollie, what an opportunity for so many young drivers to find a career path in a different way than perhaps the norm.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can start off, you know, as Harry has done, and he's worked his way up through the ranks in Porsche Cup, and, you know, he's now Super Cup, doing extremely well in that, and then he's coming through into GT3, but also then into P2, and he's come along here with Malikin to Pure Racing to really cut his teeth in prototype racing here in the Asia Le Mans Series.
Well, lots of stories so far in this race. It has been rather disjointed, but let's go for the one that's the leader of this race to this point. Down with David Allison in the AF Corsa pit.
Patrick Byrne, that was an interesting stint, but much interrupted.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for me, it was a lot of fun. I had a great race start, got ahead right there and stayed ahead the whole session. The car is phenomenal, so the AF guys really did a last-minute change, and it got us there. See that we needed. Jeremy's driving great. He put me up on the front row, so it was easy for me. I mean, it was just get up front and then stay ahead in all the yellows and the driver change and the pit stop. So as long as we nail that, we should be good. Yeah, it's great. It's good because, like, the whole family at home's watching. It's very late at night, so thanks to everyone at home. But yeah, great stint.
How frustrating is it, though, when you can't really get in a rhythm because there are so many interruptions? I know safety is important, but you must think, oh, not again.
Yeah, honestly, it's not so much the rhythm. It's that at the safety car, and of course the safety car is doing its best out there. I can see the tire on the track, but it's going so much slower than we can go. And so everything's really cooling off. So like that last restart was so soon after the first restart that going into the start, I mean, like even behind the safety car, I went to warm my tires and had big slides just because of the pickup with the pass around. And so it is what it is. That's how it works, and they're trying their best, like I said. But it's more cooling everything down, and then you finally get it warmed back up, and then you get another yellow.
What about warming you up? Because if you're going at a slower speed, perversely, you must get hotter. There's less air coming into the car.
Yeah, Malaysia's no joke. It's very humid here. Luckily, it's 90 degrees. I think last time I was here it was over 100, so a little bit better, but definitely using the shade down the front straightaway for sure, and a little bit extra water. That's the only benefit of a safety car is you get some water. But no, it's hot. No joke.
Mega job done. Well done. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, good to have Patrick Byrne back in the Asia Le Mans Series, as I said earlier in the show. Cecilia Martin, who's out of the Iron Dames car. They had a slightly delayed start to this race, but 2 seasons in the Asia Le Mans Series, both with Guy Cosmo back in the day, winning the championship in 2017, 2018 in LMP3, then coming back for a season in the old-style LMP2 cars the following year. Cecilia Martin here, young lady joining the Iron Dames front row squads now here in the Asia Le Mans Series.
Yeah, we're just looking at the weather there, and it's 35 degrees ambient, 53 on track, the track temperature, 48% humidity. I would say it's a bit more than that.
It feels more than that.
Certainly feels more than that.
In fairness, it's not felt as humid as I have previously. That's one of those gel packs.
Yeah, keep trying to get the core temperature down. She actually doesn't look. It looks like the cooling inside the car is decent in the Porsche. And she just looks a little bit frustrated with the way that her stint went and getting caught up in a few incidents and accidents and having to come back almost from the back, trying to work their way back through the pack. And so that might have been quite a frustrating stint for her aboard the Iron Dames Porsche.
And there's got to be a change made to that Iron Dames car, because at the moment Celia Martin is in the garage but also allegedly in the car, and that needs to be changed. That will be likely Sarah Bovey aboard the car. It's been an instant packed first hour. Let's take a look back at the first 60 minutes. Well, from the start of the race, Giorgio Roda from pole position, looking to defend his place. And Patrick Byrne to the outside in the lighter blue, the teal-coloured car. Alex Maliki looking down the middle of the two, no way through there, but watch Alexander Matchell around the outside, going around the Pure Racing car, looking for a way through, but Patrick Byrne threaded the needle, took the teal-coloured car to the apex of turn 2 and took the lead of the race and was defending thereafter. Behind, though, amongst the GT and LMP3 cars was an impact between the two Inter-Europol cars, an impact between the two cars entered by Proton competition, including the Iron Dames, and several other scuffles up and down the order that caused all sorts of shenanigans in this packed midfield and GT field of 25 cars. Several cars taking to the outfield and picking up gravel and muck. Claudio Schiavone finally getting back underway. Trouble for Fred Pordad at the final turn in the RD Limited Orica. And all sorts of brushes here. There's between Car Collection and EBM, the red and white Porsche and the yellow and green Aston Martin. Significantly more serious brush here. It was seen as a racing incident, but that's paid to Greg Bennett's father and son effort with Chris van der Drift, the 23 car with a split radiator, we believe, who's then hit by the 43 Inter-Europol car. They've had a terrible start to this race, Inter-Europol, with multiple incidents. More scuffles in the GT field. This car, the 87 Origin Motorsport car, reigning champions here in GT World Challenge Asia. Good move there on Steve Jans from the Porsche, but it would be later out of the race. Meantime, man on the move has been Dustin Blattner. Multiple impressive overtakes in traffic, battling away the two bronze drivers from Algarve Pro Racing. Michael Jensen, quite a Lentudis. This has gone on through the first hour with these two. I'm sure they've had an absolute whale of a time. I'm sure Stuart Cox on pit wall has been having heart failure. So quick shots of the 34 car with its damage. Trouble for Hash in the 21 Car Collection Porsche, off into the gravel and needing recovery. Unusual broom techniques there from one of the local marshals. Tossing away Alexander Matchell with Francois Perrodo in a 2-3-4 car battle involving DKR and Nielsen Racing. Then a big buncher blowout for Charlie Samani in the number 82 Ferrari that's seen that car into and now out of the pits, by the way. He has rejoined the race. In the background, a brush that has put both the Origin 87 Porsche and the 34, the BWT liveried Inter-Europol car, out of the race. So Harry King leads the race behind a second safety car in this 4 hours of Sepang. That is our overall classification. Might be an hour, but just 25 laps completed in what's been a interrupted race here. The 91 Pure Racing car, run by TF Sport here. Harry King in his debut, ahead of Jeremy Clark, now aboard the AF Corsa car, numbers 50. Then the second AF Corsa car now in the hands of Alessio Rivera. So we can get the pro drivers aboard. LMP3, meanwhile, Graf Racing lead the way with Alexander Bekantsov from our pole setter Stefan Lemeret and Jens Reiner Muller in the Breton Racing car. Kessel Racing 74 after a cracking opening stint from Dustin Blattner. He's still at the wheel of the 74 car. He leads the race for Kessel Racing from the arch rivals AF Corsas 51. Morgan Tilbrook is in the 77. Optimum McLaren has cycled through to the lead, to the top three of the race.
Certainly the Optimum guys are working extremely hard and working the strategy extremely well to keep their cars towards the front of the pack, because they've been they haven't had the most pace this week, and it certainly looked like they've been struggling a little bit with their speed, but they've certainly done a fine job in keeping that 77 car towards the front.
Start to pass around.
Pass around is then just going to get going. So these cars are out of position and in front of their leader in class. They are allowed to then pull out and go by the safety car to then look to get that back on that lead lap.
I guess another way to talk about this, it's not the way we talked about it earlier, is it's a regulation that respects the fact this is not one race. It's 3 races.
Yeah.
It's 3 completely different classes in their own competitions, and what it's doing is not allowing the fact that the quicker cars are ahead of them
completed
to interrupt the race for cars in other classes.
Performing the pass around to make the best to catch up with the queue.
Yeah, so they just the race director just getting a little bit of a reminder there to the teams of those drivers that are in the cars that have taken the pass around that they need to crack on with it, and they need to make, get back to this pack. And hopefully the safety car can get itself back online, because it's never good for these race cars to be driving around offline, because they're just picking up rubber and debris and all kinds of other stuff onto the tyre, which then takes a long time to get cleaned up, and it can lead to another incident or another safety car period. So let's get that safety car back online and get these race cars back online so that we can get those tyres cleaned up and this race going again.
Yes, so Pure Racing lead this race. They were championship winners, of course, last season in GT here. Went on to double up in the FI World Endurance Championship and became the inaugural LMGT3 champions in the WEC, and are back now as a team, albeit with only one of the drivers that completed that sequence, Alex Malikin, trying to take yet another title, this time in LMP2. Well, they're starting pretty well at the moment, leading this race, Harry King at the wheel. This is going to be, when this race gets back to Green Flag Racing, really intriguing. Harry King, a known gun in a GT car, in his first race in an LMP2 car, followed by Jeremy Clark, who it's fair to say has been eye-opening in terms of his pace.
He sure has.
In his first run in an LMP2 car. And then, checks notes, Alessio Rivera,
yes,
a multiple champion in LMP cars and a Ferrari factory driver, and Jon van Uter now aboard the D-Car engineering car in 4th, and a known gun in LMP2. So even without going any further down the order, those 4 are going to be quite the yardstick in terms of their relative form.
You've got Lomco, Reed, Bell, all keeping the...
Well, while we're behind the safety car, back down to a hard-working David Addison, and he has Alex Malikin with him on pit road.
Really good first stint from Alex Malikin, and some good pit strategy as well to jump you up the order.
Yep, I'm very happy with this stint. It's a first race for me, and I very enjoy it. I very like this car, P2 car. Feeling from car, this is a proper car. And pace was okay. I got a lot of new experience how to work with the dirty air, and guys around me also quick. And very close. It's so good fighting. I wanted to work with the GT traffic also to get as quick as possible vision about how to work with the GT by right approach. I needed to learn more quickly, so it's a lot of pressure, a lot of new things. But I'm pretty happy with my job.
Safety car, pit entry is still closed.
Harry and Louis will do also a good job to bring the car to P1.
How different is it, and how difficult is it jumping from a GT Porsche that you spent all year in to something like this?
I would say physically it's not much more difficult, slightly. But for sure, you need to adapt around a lot of new things. You cannot work on the same level with a curb, special textured curb, because car is so more sensitive with the curbs, and this is another job for your eyes. How you commit with through eyes, how you use lines, and in the GT you use a lot of trail braking, but in the LMP2, in some corners you need to release braking slightly earlier and using more aero. And this is also a new thing for new muscles, and to be honest, it's not easy to adapt for me. I don't feel that I adapt fully, but I draw around where am I right now, so I'm happy.
I'm not surprised. It was a great stint. Alex, well done. Alex Malikin then from the TF Sports Squad. A great opening stint.
Great stuff there from Alex with David Addison. Thank you guys for that one. It's a good point, a series of points that he raises. Look, you've raced single-seater cars, touring cars, all been a very different era of touring cars, LMP cars, and then for much of your career, GT cars of all sorts of shapes, sizes and capabilities. How? I mean, you're a full pro driver in your day. He's not.
No, and you can see his approach is extraordinary. He's got such an analytical approach, very intelligent, very smart, really wanting to sort of critique certain points of his own driving and his own approach, and he really wants to test himself and understand how to operate out there on the track against different classes, against GT, against LMP3, and then how things work at a restart or racing other cars, the dirty air that he's getting from the guys that he's racing. It's really impressive to see somebody who is clearly very talented as a bronze driver, but his approach was very, very intelligent and very thoughtful and really honest.
Yeah.
Which he's quite an analyst and quite sort of clinical about his approach.
Worth saying, by the way, you mentioned the bronze driver thing. To explain that, there is a medal system in place, medal-based system, if you like, in place in the FIA worldwide for international motorsports, where drivers are assessed a level, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, based on a range of factors: achievement, ability, professional or otherwise, and age.
Yep.
And Alex was indeed in 2024 a bronze ranked driver. He will be a silver driver in 2025. Aha, you say. And this season goes across both years. For the Asia Le Mans Series, you retain your 2024 ranking for the full season. So we will remain a bronze for this season. There's a range of drivers through this field that transition will affect as well. But you're right, absolutely impressive. But they've been dominant in GT, and a big part of that sits at the feet of Alex and the approach that he's made with pure racing.
But just some of the things he was picking up there, and the differences between the GT car and the P car, and how he couldn't really use the curbs in the same way as he could use a GT car. And I was watching that actually just yesterday when I was looking at an onboard lap that on board the 24 Nielsen car, the Databricks car with it had Nicky Katzberg on board, and it looked very aggressive over the curbs, and I'm sure that Alex Malikin was there seeing himself just firsthand how much he could use the curbs and how much he couldn't under race conditions, full fuel, having to manage the tyres, having to manage everything around you, and then being in and around his competitors and racing hard, and with that dirty air and where it places you on the track, which is all these things you have to sort of build into your knowledge base to be able to exist out there on track and race hard and be competitive. And we're about to go green again. Safety car in this lap.
We're about to get away again, and this time it's going to be Harry King trying to soak up a whole new experience for himself. Learn this car, learn, as you heard beautifully explained by Alex Malikin, a completely different discipline. It's a very different challenge from a Porsche Cup car or indeed a GT3 car, but soaking up the pressure from a fellow who's been very impressive so far in his LMP2 debut, Jeremy Clark. But the pair of them are going to have to soak up a lot of pressure from behind, from at least two and probably more very quick pro drivers behind LMP2. And away we go. Harry King gets the hammer down.
And it's going to be about how they work their way through this turn 15 here. Jeremy is going to be under a huge amount of pressure here from Rivera. Rivera's got a nice run, and he's going to right in his wheel tracks, and he's going to be by him by the time they get to the brakes into turn 1. And if I was Jeremy, I would just be smart here and don't look to race these guys too hard. And I think that's just going to drift out a little bit here, but they're all coming through nicely. You just got to find your space here. Jeremy giving the DKR car plenty of room there.
Not enough room for the DKR car to get by. He's got Vlad Lomko behind and actually putting Jan van Uter under pressure for that position. So Justin trying to tiptoe through it. It's left the DKR car exposed to that attack, and he's finally got by. This time Vlad Lomko trying to get at the inside of Jeremy, and he's not managed to do that.
And he's lost a position. Also, Matt Bell round the outside into turn 5. Matt extremely experienced and very quick in P2 cars on board the Nielsen Databricks car. So he has now got himself up another position and right onto the back of the Proton car.
And the two APR cars now with pro drivers aboard. Ollie Caldwell is aboard the 20 car, but it's a 25 car. Valerio Ingella aboard that car, a protege of Mocacciocci and Giancarlo Fisichella, if you will. And the RD Limited car in the middle of this, because James Allen's aboard that.
Yep.
And there's a man who's quick in a P2 car. This is going to get fast and furious very, very quickly. Well, you want entertainment? Here we go. It's a sack full. Santa's sacks. Someone's been good this Christmas because, look, it's all the GT3 cars in the world.
Yeah, you'd ever want.
Absolutely.
They're all squabbling over the same bit of tarmac. Here's the Mercedes AMG with, is that the one of the... Oh, was that the Manti car behind there?
Yes, indeed. Harry King getting away here, but Alessio Rivera has now cleared that little group. And this is going to be an interesting couple of laps to see how this one pans out.
Jeremy Clark there is just being swallowed up there by a couple of the other P2 entries. And, yeah, that's James Allen just getting by, using all that experience to get things switched on and going as quickly as he possibly can in the RD Limited car.
And he's right on the rear of the second of, or rather the first of the APR cars as well. What can James Allen do about this? Ex-driver for APR, maybe a little bit of needle here involved, but the RD Limited squad looking to claim headlines. Here comes the train of GT cars.
Yeah, as they're coming down into turn one, at the advantage, the EBM car, we've got the Optimum, the P3, and then we've got the Bartone there, car about behind 2Cs with the Manti car all in position. Back to the P2 leading gaggle here. Well, this is third, fourth and fifth in P2. Switching back to GT here at turn one. There's plenty of action up and down the field.
Groups of 8-9 cars squabbling through. Car 77, meanwhile, we were getting a drive-through penalty for a pit lane infringement.
Is that the 77 there, just going into turn four?
That is the Optimum Motorsport, Morgan Tilbrook. We did see that was under investigation earlier, but that's the car running in sixth at the moment. So that's going to drop them back down. They'll serve that penalty under full green flag conditions. And sadly for them, that, of course, means with the field so close after a safety car, it's going to cost them dearly. Harry King, fastest lap of the race as we get into the pro laps, but that's good stuff from him. Early on in his stints.
The Corsa car and the car guy, Kessel car, they're squabbling over the tarmac into turn 9. That's the fight for third place here.
It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment for the Ferraris. Kessel Racing 74 from AF Corsa, the second Kessel 1 car, this car guy car and the 28 AF Corsa car. Some friendly rivalry between these two squads.
Yeah, they're just very, very close here to the minimum time limit in GT. That rolls over with an hour and 30 completed in the race, so we're just 4 minutes away from that.
Yeah, could be trouble ahead, by the way, for the GT leading car, because Dustin Blattner is under review for a pit lane infringement. Oh, that's going to be a tough one to take for the Kessel Racing car. Fought his way to the front. Harry King, another fastest lap of the race, takes a second off his previous mark. So he's getting dialed into this.
He is, he really is, and it looks like he's just stepping away. What, 4.6 seconds up the road?
He is, and whilst Alessio Rivera is upping the ante, he's a second off that pace at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like that car is extremely well dialed in.
But remember, all sorts of things at play here. Harry King, he's got the pace. We know he's got the pace. Has to make this car last.
Yeah.
Has to make the tyres last. Has to make everything just come back at the optimum level to hand it over to the next driver. And remember, Alex Malikin has got to get back in that car at some point.
Yeah, it's going to be... Yeah, you've certainly got to use your resources wisely here, and we know tyre degradation is a big thing here on all of these cars, and P2 in particular. The fronts seem to be quite the problem. A number of teams were talking of having issues with both left front and right front, which is unusual here at this clockwise direction track. Yeah. We've got all of these GT cars together, a right old gaggle, all behind the EBM Vantage.
Well, that's the 2Cs car leading that gaggle. This is the battle for 6th. When I say there's a battle for 6th, it's a battle for 6th that goes down to about 14th. And they're all within about 2 seconds. Jan Vanuta here, soaking up the pressure from the 22 car behind of Vlad Lomko. Matt Bell is with that pair.
Yep.
And Matt looking to get onto terms with Lomko. Second place in the European Le Mans Series this season, Lomko, with Inter-Europol competition. That's one of the great things about this winter series with the Asian Le Mans Series. And that's one of the climax cars are almost off to the outside. in trying to get onto terms, has gathered it back up.
Did extremely well there to keep it on the black stuff. He was right on the ragged edge. He gathered it up, and he's still in the queue. They're all up, but the 2C's cars made it past the Vantage, and it's now going to be, that's the Manti, number 10, I believe, that's looking to pick its way past the EBM car.
That's the 91
excuse me.
car, 92 car, sorry. That is still Ryan Hardwick, by the bronze driver ahead aboard that car.
Yeah, they've got another 2 minutes to go before they're up with their minimum time.
Yep. So any kind of intervention now. Alexander Mitchell looking ripped there, Alex.
He's looking pretty happy with himself, actually.
Just look at me.
The Vantage is having wheel banging there with the Mercedes AMG.
Indeed.
Yeah. That won't really work, not with the Mercedes, I wouldn't say.
Yeah.
Those things are like tanks.
A bit like hitting a cliff with a hammer, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, 92 car is there in front, and the Vantage is hanging on, trying to get it done. I've got the feeling that it's this part of the track it's okay on. It's when it gets into the slightly higher speed corners that it starts to struggle.
Yeah, Earl Bamber Motorsports car. They've got a base here at Sepang. They're operating not just this car, but also the Prime Auto Group Lamborghini. My apologies, Prime Speed Sports is the name of the team. Let's get that one right, Graham.
Contact there.
That was a bit of elbows.
Yeah, it was from the Porsche 21 car collection car. Definitely getting the elbows out. Trying to go around the outside at turn 5. That's bold, brave. And is it going to pay off?
And still side by side, this pair.
Wow.
And still elbows out.
My word, that is
again.
Fantastic driving. A little bit of contact, but they gave each other just enough room. Coming down into 7, it really pinches off there. Oh, I've gone wide. I think that's
the same car. That's its third, fourth time off track.
Yeah. Well, the Climax car.
Down they come. About just 14 wide into that turn.
Number 27 just getting bumped out the way into turn 9. Yes, it is all elbows out, and people are taking some liberties here as they come through turn 10, turn 11.
We'll tell you, by the way, as we watch this, Harry King still pulling away from Alessio Rivera. That is impressive. 5.5 seconds.
It is. I just want him to sort of like rein it in a little bit. I just don't want him to burn the tyres off of the number 91 car. It's It's going to be hard on tyre degradation.
You do have that kind of impression that there's a part of Alessio Rivera's kicking into. That's just what I wanted him to do. Here they come, down towards turn 15. The recovering. Oh, that was way too late.
Oh boy, yeah, from the 43 into Europol car, just got in way too deep into turn 15.
That's Antares Albin taken out.
Oh, zero luck again.
Happened to him last year here, and he's going to give me that rueful look when I see him in the paddock later. What do I have to do to not get hit by another car?
Oh, boy, that's really tough.
That was not the best of moves, I'm afraid, but way too late from the 43.
Yeah, he's on board the 43 at the moment.
That is Steve Brooks.
Oh, Steve.
Yeah, he'll know.
As they're coming down on the brakes, just got a little bit too late, and he was so late on the brakes.
He's also the big damage to Mercedes as well.
Yeah.
He brushed that on the way by. He's ripped the front bodywork from that one and then hit the Porsche. So that's 3 cars in trouble.
Watching it on board now with the number 10, I believe we are. No, this is the Climax car, but yeah, just left the brakes way too late.
We're going to have another virtual safety car, and it's not surprising. There's a lot of damage, a lot of debris.
Yeah, that's going to take some fixing as well. It's not. Steve Brooks is just looking at the damage.
Yes, experienced historic racer Steve Brooks, but not done a lot in contemporary racing. I think this may well be his LMP3 debut. That's the end of his LMP3 debut.
Another virtual safety car. As we get everybody down from racing speed.
There's a degree of people learning the capabilities of the machine.
Oh.
I feel particularly sorry for Antares Al there, because he was absolutely blameless there, collected by the Ligier as it came by. Also concerned, though, about the damage to the AMG. Now, with a bit of luck, that's bodywork only, but it was pretty big damage to the front of that car. Ripped the front bodywork from the car as it came through.
Antares will be cursing his luck.
Yeah.
Going to have some pretty significant damage on that left side. Hopefully the car can get back into...
Well, it's right by pit in.
It's a good spot.
And it's the Montai crew, Nicky Rader and the crew, well versed in racing Porsches around the world nowadays. Team that, of course, came from an Nürburgring. Here we go again.
So he was pulling out to pass the Porsche and the Optimum car, but he just left the braking way too late. He's got the rears locked, and he got into the front of the Mercedes and then into the side of the 911 Porsche GT3, and game over, I think, pretty much for everybody involved. Let's see what the Mercedes AMG ends up like, but it is, it's a tough one, a rough one. And there was a 16 getting...
That was a little earlier.
Yeah. It's very, very hot here for certain drivers out on track. We're just hearing that from Dave Anderson down in the pit lane, that some of the drivers are really struggling out there with this heat here we've got today in Sepang.
So Harry King leads the race under the virtual safety car. Pit lane is open at the moment, but we're so close to the previous virtual safety car, it may well be, unless we're into driver time opportunities here.
This is what I would say. It's going to be an opportunity.
Toledo, that's exactly what we're going to get into.
Driver changes now in the GT class. All of the bronze drivers have done their minimum drive time, so they'll be looking to get them out and get the silver driver in.
So in the case of the cars that have not started anything other than their bronze driver, the pace is going to be upped from here.
Yeah.
It has been a multiple interruption race so far, and not a lot of rhythm here. We've seen some good racing, but not enough so far.
Yeah, and there's the Winward car, I believe.
The 81?
Yep.
That is Solikov, isn't it?
Yep.
So it's still Dustin Blattner leading the race in GT.
Not heard any more on that investigation for Dustin.
No, but then again, they've had quite a lot on their plate.
They've been looking at other things, I would say.
Both Optimum McLarens on pit lane.
EVM car also having a full service.
The car has been out there in the thick of the battle.
It has.
Somewhat medieval, that battle. I think if there's a battle axe in the glove compartment, that might have come into play as well, one way or the other.
Marshall's doing fine work. Still waiting to see that sweeping technique again.
Yes, indeed. It'll be a Christmas competition, I think, here at Sepang amongst the Marshall's Club to see if they can build a GT3 car from the bits they've collected.
Yeah, there's tyres, bodywork.
An awful lot of contact here.
Short fuel. 22 is away. Just about crept out of the pit box there.
Yes, indeed.
Right in front of the Databricks car. I think it was a Nielsen car, yeah.
It was.
Yeah, so there we go. Is that Lomco? Just leaving in the 22,
so
and then still being Matt Bell.
Pure Racing opted not to pit there.
Old stall from the 50. Yeah, Jeremy Clark just trying to get himself away.
And neither did the 30 car. Now, where are they on track at the moment?
77 leaving the box, the Optimum car. And we think that this is one of the teams that's struggling with cooling inside the car.
Well, we'll let David Allison tell us the story of Morgan Tilbrook once Morgan's had a chance to recover, but there's an even more extreme story for Morgan, we believe. We'll wait to hear from that with David down on pit lane later. The Pure Racing lead have not pitted in this cycle at this point.
No, they haven't.
And neither has James Allen in the RD Limited car. All the other LMP2 cars have pitted for a third time.
See how this plays out, and this can go a number of different ways, and just depending on what else happens in the race, how many more other virtual safety car periods there are, that will just sort of work out one way or another. So people are looking to sort of roll the dice here.
Oh, by the way, the flip side, we talked about the interrupted part of the start of the race. Now that wasn't working in the favour of the 50 car, because Patrick Berners, their silver driver, was not able to use pace to get away. Well, under these conditions, with the bronze driver Jeremy Clark aboard, he may well be down in 10th place, but he's not losing places, not losing time to the cars ahead.
No.
So at the moment, this swings back in their favour. Olivier Plas still to come. Olivier, we didn't see much of Olivier in the last 12 months of racing. We've missed him, but a man with And there is Anterasau, and that is end of days, I'm afraid, for this race. Let's hope that car can be fixed for tomorrow. Lovely guy, Anterasau.
Yeah, he'll be absolutely cursing his luck.
Yeah.
It's been another rough one. And completely blameless in that.
Yeah.
And he'll just be assessing the damage, looking at it, and just sort of trying to understand, okay, what is it that we're going to need to get fixed on this, and how late a night are the Manthey crew going to have in getting this all back together. Seeing at the front there, just the bottom end of the pit lane, the Kessel.
Both the Kessel cars
are in pit lane, and they'll be doing driver changes. So that will be Ben Tuck on board the 74 now, and I believe who will be going into Masson into the number 57 car.
Two very talented young drivers indeed.
Yeah.
British driver Ben Tuck, French Masson, and a big future ahead, I predict, for both of those. Probably more immediately Masson, who's had Toyota's eyes and Lexus eyes all over him. Would not be at all surprised to see him in a very high-profile effort. This is the 91 car. Pit lane is still open, so no real loss for them there.
No. But some very interesting and good news with Ben about to come along, so that's very exciting for him, and he'll be in a number of different programs for 2025, which is fantastic.
Excellent stuff. This driver ranking system, it's one of those systems that giveth and taketh away.
Yeah, it does.
It does mean that there are all sorts of... Oh, that's not what you want.
As Harry's got caught right up behind the Winward car, and I'm not entirely sure what is happening here.
It's rolling back into the...
Somebody is in the wrong spot. Oh, this is
costing them.
So painful to watch.
And the Winward car can't get in because... Is the other Winward car in the box? No, he can't get to the box.
I'm not sure
I think Harry is overshot.
Yes.
The Pure Racing box is behind.
He is. He's overshot, and I'm not sure how he's going to get out of this. And this is one of the things when you're in a new team, in a new pit lane, and you're trying to understand, okay, how can I get to where I'm at? And he's being instructed by the team of where to go. But I'm not...
Is he not quite overshot? That's a perspective issue, isn't it?
Maybe it is.
It is a perspective issue.
Oh, excuse us. But they had to come in on the 45, and now they've been strained out.
That's cost him a lot of time.
Yeah, that's super unlucky. Very, very unfortunate. Let's just see how this plays out. The Winward car driver's got out, walking away now. Harry's away and out back into pit lane, but he will have lost a significant amount of time.
Well, I bet the heart rate went up there. That's just keep it all on the island, emotionally, physically, mentally.
Well, it's just back to virtual safety car speed again, and just making sure that you don't click off that button. And yeah, here's the crew down at Pure Racing, and they'll be shaking their heads just with their luck, you know, and how that just played out. It was super unlucky.
So it's TF Sport handling this car for the Asian Le Mans Series. It won't be handling the car, by the way, in Europe, simply because of the way the entries have worked this year. There was not an entry available. Yeah, shakes the head for the senior members of the crew for that.
Yeah, that's really tough.
It'll be CLX, the new identity for what was previously known as Cool Racing, handling the Pure Racing effort in the European Le Mans Series. But Tom Ferrier and his crew will be keen to show their level best for the Asian Series here for Alex Malikin.
Yeah, we're going to see the safety car back out on track shortly.
We'll pick up the 83 car now, which will be our new race leader.
Yeah, so we're back to sort of racing speed, but under the safety car. So we're seeing a lot of cars going almost at full racing speed. They're all trying to catch up to the front of the pack.
Well, that has dropped Harry King from 1st to 10th.
Yeah, and there's the brains trust at Pure Racing and TF Sport. They'll be working through the numbers trying to understand, okay, where does that put us? And they're most probably a little bit more frustrated than they were about 5-10 minutes ago.
Indeed, and unfortunately for Harry King, the bigger issue, other than the 10th place from first place with that pit stop, is that it's principally a full pro group of cars ahead of him now.
Yeah, it's going to be far harder for him to carve through the field than if he had, say, started the car against all of the bronze drivers, or if he had been in this position of Patrick Byrne, then I think that Harry could have really cut loose and built a nice big lead. But unfortunately, he's going to be learning and working his way maybe up through the field a little bit, but he's going to have to understand what it's like to race and compete, nose to tail with other P2 cars and pick his points and make those high percentage moves. And it's a big learning process, but he's certainly shown the speed. There's no doubt in that he's got that.
But he won't be feeling this, and neither will the team, but it's a great opportunity to actually learn something different in an LMP2 car. The difference in challenge from fending off a factory driver, a championship winning driver, a reigning championship winning driver in Alessio Rivera, to now trying to catch him with other cars in between, and with lots and lots of other teams not wanting to let him by.
Yeah. Lots of drivers there with lots of experience, lots of speed, and also a good understanding of this racetrack.
Absolutely, and these cars.
Yeah.
This is the other thing. It is that having the confidence in what's underneath you. What will it do in extremis?
But that's all part of racing, isn't it? And you have to be put in these positions to sort of see how you react, see how you perform. And much like a lot of these silver ranked drivers who are going to be coming in to this series in different machines, in different cars, different teams, that it's sometimes you've got to just be experiencing it and thrown in there and just seeing how you deal with it and how you react, and that's all part of racing.
So under the safety car, Alessio Rivera leads the motor race in the AF Corsa number 83 car. Our reigning champions in the European Le Mans Series LMP2 Pro-Am lead this race from Vlad Lomko, the second placed driver in the standings in the Pro class in LMP2 in the European Le Mans Series, switches to Proton competition here in the 22 car. Matt Bell for Nielsen Racing, both team and driver, previous champions here in the Asian Le Mans Series. 24 car sits a fine third, ahead of Piotr van Uitert, a multiple runner-up in the European Le Mans Series LMP2 class and a previous champion LMP3, with D-Car Engineering, themselves previous champions here in Asia. James Allen for RD Limited, debuting team, veteran. Do feel a bit weird calling James Allen a veteran driver, but huge experience from James and huge pace from him with RD Limited. They fought their way back up to 5th place before we get to Jonas Reed, race winner this past season in the European Le Mans Series for Proton competition. The family team, owned by his father and his uncle. The number 11 car sits in 6th, ahead of the two Algarve Pro Racing cars. AF Corsa's number 50 with Jeremy Clark, brand new talent in bronze for a brand new effort, the 50 car for AF Corsa. And then Pure Racing with Harry King, another LMP2 debutant, but a known talent in one make and GT racing. That car, after real misfortune on pit lane, couldn't get to the pit stall, has gone from the lead of the race to 10th. In LMP3, it is a lead at the moment for Graf Racing. Alexander Pikantsov, reigning champion in LMP3, leads the race here. Stefan Lemeret, late addition for the Ultimate team, the number 35 car. He sits second after taking pole position. Ian Aguilera, LMP3, debutant in the Asian Le Mans Series from RLRM Sports. RLRM Sports are European Le Mans Series LMP3 champions. They sit third from High Class Racing, Mark Patterson. Really brave effort here from what is going to be a two-driver team in 30 plus degrees of air temperature, 50 plus degrees of track temperature, and Mark Patterson, 72 years old and still at the wheel of that car. Then we get to GT, and this what started as a 25 car field. It's the 28 AF Corsa Ferrari, 296 GT3 leading the race in the hands of Max Wiese, a double Asia Le Mans Series champion in years past. From Anthony Bartone in the Get Speed number 9 car, the Mercedes AMG. Then Ben Tuck at the wheel of the number 74 Kessel racing car that led the race until just a few moments ago. And Blackthorn's Aston Martin having a fine run here. Claude Beauvais at the wheel, and they've just cycled through there on the way this has actually all panned out. The number 19 car running fourth, with the car guy Kessel Run number 57, the highlighter yellow car, Ferrari in the hands of Esteban Masson. He sits in 5th place.
I mean, it is intriguing how this is all going to get going again, with all the classes just so finely poised, and we're not even halfway through this race. And we just got the cars that have taken the pass around.
Yep.
Drivers trying to get back up to the back of the pack. Now, this is always a bit of a tricky period because you've been driving around behind the safety car, and then your team go, OK, right, catch up to the back of the pack. And you start to slip and slide, and you start to sort of dance around on the track, and you're like, wow, this is tricky to get this tyre going again. And it's, it might take a few corners, and you have to just tippy-toe a little bit before everything really starts switching on again. But it can be another point where you can get caught out. You're seeing a lot of the P2 cars here trying to keep that tyre going, and in that window you're seeing more professional drivers on track now, and they're working those tyres as hard as they possibly can, trying to keep that energy in them to make sure that when they go back to green, that they're somewhat in the window, and they can start racing as hard and as fast as they can immediately.
So 10 LMP2 cars started this race. 10 are still in it, and they are, of course, all nose to tail. Francois Perrodo in the... So we saw the issues on pit lane for the Pure Racing car, with Harry King struggling to get to his pit stall. David Addison has caught up with team principal of TF Sport, handling that effort. Down with David in pit lane.
Tom Ferrier, with as few expletives as possible, can you talk me through that pit stop?
I mean, I wasn't in the pit lane. It was hard to see exactly what happened, but it looked like the Mercedes was carrying some damage under the VSC. Yeah, we were unfortunately all boxed at the same time, and for some reason it looked like it didn't make its box properly and completely obstructed us. So, yeah, frustrating. We lost obviously a lot of time and a lot of positions.
We were trying to work out from the pictures whether Harry had overshot slightly or whether it was the perspective. What can you tell us?
I think we were expecting the Mercedes to come under our car controller and make it to their box, and he was going to follow them, and he did not make it. So, yeah, once we're tucked up behind him, it's, yeah, we're nowhere to go, unfortunately, and obviously you can't reverse in the pit lane, so you are, yeah, a passenger. So frustrating, but 2 hours to go and a couple of good drivers to go. So yeah, we'll see.
All right. So do you walk away and swear at the Mercedes? Do you walk away and say, Harry, next time do this, or do you just shrug and say, well, we've got 2.5 hours to go, anything can happen?
Well, I think the latter, really. We'll do some swearing later, but yeah, I think let's see where we get to first, and yeah, we'll look at it after the race and see if there's anything we could have done different. But I'm pretty sure that wasn't Harry's fault. So yeah, a shame, he was going so well.
The positive, great first stint by Alex.
Brilliant first stint by Alex. Yeah, it's it's very different racing a P2 car from a GT car, and yeah, he did everything that's asked of him, and I'm sure there'll be plenty more to come.
Tom, thanks. I'll let you go and stick pins in the model of the Mercedes. A frustrated Tom Ferrier, but there's still a long way to go, chaps.
Absolutely, and Tom, as always, he's very straightforward, and he's great with his analysis, and very much sort of like, look, we're still in the race. There's still a long way to go, still over 2 hours, and then we can analyse it all later. Whatever happened, in that pit lane incident with the Mercedes, but he recognises that he's still got a lot of talent to go through this car, and also the way that this multi-class racing here in the Asia Le Mans Series can so easily turn. You can look like really, really in control of things, and then it just starts to go another path.
Good to get a chance to speak to Tom on camera there, and a good moment to reflect on what a job he's done with TF Sports over the last few years. Sports car racing has given him a shop window to show what they've got in terms of race preparation, strategy, etc., and the way in which he's cultivated his customer base. And here we are, stepping with that team with the Corvette programme in the FI World Endurance Championship with LMP2. We're going to be bringing a Corvette as well for the European Le Mans Series for the first time in the C8 era.
Whenever you go into the garage, you've got a great feeling of how that team works and functions. Tom's a great guy, very personable, very friendly, very warm, and that's reflected in his team and in the group of people that he works with and employs. But he's very straightforward, and it's almost sort of easy for him to sort of think how it needs to be and how it needs to work, and he's so straightforward with his approach that I think sometimes he still stands there and wonders why people aren't doing it in the same way, but he sees it in such a clear way, which is one of the reasons why he's been so successful.
It was impressive as well to see. We visited the garage a little earlier today, and if you're used to watching the kind of factory level LMP1 efforts,
I made you a cup of tea, remember?
I was just about to refer to that.
Just going to write that down. And that's
when you've got that kind of prefabricated solution busting drawer of stuff at Audi, much the same in the way they prepare the tea and coffee. It's all exactly where you wanted it to be.
Yeah, I did find that. You didn't do so much, I seem to remember.
Well, I like to see myself in a more management function.
Overseeing. Don't do that. Do this.
Safety car is in this lap. Didn't stir enough. Unbelievable. We'll get it sorted next time.
Scoring me down on my tea making already.
Platinum while he was driving, definitely a silver on the tea making front.
I thought I was going to get a bronze there.
No, we'll get it sorted.
We're about to go back racing here, and this is going to be Mr. Rovera, who's going to be taking the green flag here with the whole pack right up behind him, and it's like he's still got the cork in the bottle.
Matt Bell taking a look to see whether they can get alongside when we go green here.
Trying to get a run here on Lomco to come down across the line. And Matt is right in his wheel tracks. Lomco is trying to defend left and right. And plenty of moves there. And Matt's going to go to the outside. And he's going to try and make it work around the outside. But he just checks up and he's coming back to the inside using his experience there. But is Lomco going to give it up? And Matt's just going to hang out around the outside. He's got it done. Nice move there by Matt Bell in the Nielsen Databricks car. Excellent work.
Yeah, in the background, by the way, rapid overtake by Harry King and Jeremy Clark, the remaining bronze driver out there, back up to 9th for the previous race leader, now getting on to terms with the pair of Algarve Pro cars.
They've been glued together throughout the whole race, haven't they? The 20 and the 25.
Well, it's Ollie Caldwell, who's had a couple of years' experience in these P2 cars. That is a good test for Harry King's pace at this stage.
Definitely.
Now, what can Matt Bell do about Alessio Rivera? He's going to be up for this fight, isn't he?
He certainly is, and it seems like the Nielsen Databricks car has actually really come into the race here. They've been working hard on it throughout the whole weekend. Got a new technical director there in Gary Davis.
That's the Aston Martin up the inside of the 21 car collection car. Now it's a battle between the 92 Monti Porsche and the Blackthorn Aston Martin. That's the battle for 7th place. It's all action again.
Yeah, the EBM car did go very wide, but he's trying to get up the inside of the AF Corsa 296. I'm not sure he's going to get it done. There's the Blackthorn car. Well, it's a number of cars squabbling over position here. The Kessel car, the AF Corsa car, the car guy. And we've just got to see just a little bit further up there, Bartone car, the Mercedes AMG. And it is really this restart. The AF Corsa car goes up the inside into turn 14, makes that move stick. Nicely done. Really got that car switched, the tyre switched back on again.
Yes, Riccardo Agostini aboard the number 51 car makes the move.
And Matt Bell's managed to get away from Lomco. And he's really trying to get on terms with Rivera, but Rivera is holding his own.
He is indeed. Now we've got James Allen closing in on Vlad Lomco into the pits for a couple of the LMP3 cars. This will be with fuel time on their minds.
And this is Ben Tuck right in the wheel tracks of the Corsa car, looking to make the move, coming down into turn 1 around the outside.
Does it before the apex? Can he get
it done? I think he is. Nicely done. Yeah, fantastic move there by Ben Tuck.
Yeah, the traction well in there off the apex of turn 1. Looked as if it almost had washed away, but he'd got enough momentum to get it through the turn.
Taking the lead.
There you go.
Fantastic stuff.
74 leads again from the 28, 51 and 9 and the 57. It is, though, going to be a drive-through penalty for that car, the 74 car. So Ben Tuck serving the penalty that was imposed, I think, from a mistake from Justin Blattner earlier. It was Blattner that was under investigation. So that will see the 74 car down pit lane shortly. Has to take that within 3 laps.
Yeah, that's a shame, great shame for the 74, but still plenty of time here, still 2 hours to go. Just a pit lane speed limit infringement.
But here they come through again, this tightly packed GT class.
Turns 7 and 8 here on the Sepang track does create a bit of a bottleneck, and you've got AMGs all over the place.
Yeah, 2Cs on Get Speed, on Montai, on Winwood, on Car Collection. Iron Dame's getting involved there as well.
Oh, sending it up the inside. That's the Mantai car, just making the move on the Get Speed AMG. Nicely done.
Ricky Pera, that was.
Yeah, had a lot of confidence there in the rear of the car as he was just sending it in. He just lifted his foot off the brake and sent it into the apex. As the Mercedes, the Bartone Get Speed car is dropping back. It doesn't seem to be that happy at this restart. We've got the P3 cars, the RLR car just going around the outside there. Is that of the Graf car?
That is for the lead. That is Alexander Bekantsov losing the lead to young Ian Aguilera, Mexican driver, and takes the lead on his LMP3 international debut.
No relation to Christina?
No.
Okay.
No. I have heard him trying to belt out a tune. It's not pretty.
Very wide line on the brakes there into turn 1 for the RLR car, but now back to the action in GT. Optimum with the EBM Vantage. Just walking him across the track there.
Yeah, battle of the Brits, isn't it? This one.
A little bit rude, but they're all okay.
Meantime, battle of the Ferraris, 28 and 51. In fact, these are the two AF Corsa Ferraris that remain in contention with the problems earlier on for the 82. That car back in the race, by the way, but laps down after the puncture for Jolly Samani.
Yeah. 51. Agostini.
No relation.
No.
Ben Tuck from Max Visa now in this 28 car, up into second place. Riccardo Agostini, Esteban Masson. It is back to a 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Ferraris, and then the Mercedes AMGs get involved. Here comes Alessio Rivera. Matt Bell dropping back a bit.
Yeah, Rivera is sort of making his escape here. He's about 3 seconds up on Matt Bell.
But Matt's not dropped Vlad Lomko, and Vlad Lomko has not dropped James Allen. The one movement there is Jean Vanutet seems to be struggling to stay with this top 4.
Yeah, I think that they just Matt mostly got in his mind, okay, tyre life, manage the tyres, really look after what he's got underneath him. They might be driving to a fuel number as well. God, the GT pack is still battling away. We've got the Mercedes AMG up the inside there, trying to lean on the Optimum car side by side.
Well, right there is an advert for GT3 racing, isn't it? It's 4 very, very different cars in a battle. Aston Martin, Mercedes AMG, McLaren and Porsche. Front, mid and rear engine cars in the same battle.
Proton car drifting off the corner, getting the rears all lit up. And as they come down this back straight here into turn 15, there comes the Optimum car looking left and then looking right as they come down into the brake zone. The Mercedes is right on its nose, and the Proton car's trying to come back up the inside of the Optimum car, but gets his nose chopped off.
Fastest lap of the GT race so far, a 2:04.5 for Ricky Agostini.
Yep.
That car chasing Ben Tuck hard. 2.5 seconds is the gap in GT. Switch focuses to LMP3. David Addison is busy on pit lane, and he's got our pole sitter, Stefan Lemerek, with him right now.
It was a really impressive opening stint, a really impressive qualifying effort as well by Stefan Lemerek. It was a long first stint as well. Talk me through it.
Yes, but we have been very lucky to have so many safety cars, because I was not ready for such a long stint, because Amato Ferrari called me last week, and for me the season was over and I was just enjoying parties. So I was not too much ready, but it's okay. It's okay with the safety cars, of course. It was not so hard, and I'm happy. I did what I expected. I knew Bekantsov was going to be aggressive, and I said, okay, I will let him go and follow him during the stints. I have very good teammates. We have a very good car, so I am confident for the end of the race. I didn't have to fight with Bekantsov, because I think my teammates will be able to take the lead afterwards. So no problem. We are very happy.
And it's the first time you've driven a prototype for, what, 15 seasons?
15 years, yes. I only did one race in prototype in Formula Le Mans 15 years ago in Spa, but it's completely different. But here, it's my first race with a closed prototype with a roof. And it's horrible here in Sepang without airco. We are the only category without airco, and the heat is terrible. So It's inhuman, really. So I'm happy that there were so many safety cars.
I'll let you sit down and get some water. Stefan, well done. Thank you.
Well, Stefan,
party, Stefan. It's ruined, it's cramped his style, hasn't it? Well, the Formula Le Mans cars, you remember from the American Le Mans series, the LMPC cars.
Yeah.
They were a big favourite of yours, I'm sure.
I absolutely loved them, particularly at restarts. They were amazing machines. The fact he's only ever done one prototype race before in his whole career, and he just comes here, just jumps in, and he just makes it look so easy.
Puts it on pole.
Yeah.
Twice.
Yeah.
Absolutely excellent stuff. Side by side, car guy coming back on the 28 car?
Yeah.
So this is now the battle for second place, because whilst Max Wiese dealt with the challenge of the 51 car, Ricky Agostini goes back ahead of him, but Esteban Masson now with that car, because Ben Tucker's been down pit lane. That was what I was trying to work my way through.
Yes.
That's a mark of just how damaging that's going to be, because the cars were so together post safety car. That drive-through penalty for pit lane speeding drops the lead car down to, checks notes, 17th.
Good grief. Yep, that's a tough break. That really is for the Kessel Racing 74 car. But like I say, just under 2 hours to go, so plenty of racing. There'll be another safety car period, I'm sure.
Along in a moment.
Yes.
Romain Dumas.
Yeah.
With Tristan Vautier, we'll see aboard the RD Limited car. Currently running third place, and James Allen trying to put Matt Bell under pressure, but James Allen ahead of Vlad Lonko now.
James is put in the fastest first sector, purple first sector, so it looks like that RD Limited car is in the window and James is delivering.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the plan is, as I say, for Romain Dumas. The big problem for a team coming into LMP2 at the moment is everywhere's full.
Yep.
Trying to get an entry for these cars, everywhere's full.
Big lunge
what's
there.
that? Just that's about Masson.
Huge lunge, and it actually looked like the AF course car gave him some room there, because he could see him coming, and they just gave enough racing room to each other, so no contact. Good to see, and they live to fight another lap, and Masson is sizing him up, trying to find a way around.
Good run behind, by the way, from Parker Thompson. Previous is Lexus.
Who's through the gravel?
The P2 cars off.
Yeah, that's the DKR car. May well be.
That looks to me like an Algarve Pro car.
Okay. And I believe that was a turn 7, turn 8?
Turn 11.
Or was it? Sorry. Oh, yes. As we're watching the two Ferrari 296s coming up, with an Iron Lynx car in the middle of turn 3, getting a little bit of a wiggle on. There's some creative lines as they come up into turn 4. They're all squabbling to try and find the right line on the brakes, moving around, using all of the curb there on the exit. They've managed to get themselves all sorted out as they come into turn 5, turn 6. And usually you just got to follow one another, and that's a late move there from the Climax car, I believe that is, that's looking to get around.
It was Jan van Uter, DKR. That's off. Now, did he jump or was he pushed? Question that will be answered, I'm sure, later. Harry King, by the way, has made his way up to 7th now. He's passed Jeremy Clark, we saw. Jan van Uter drops back with that incident. Jonas Reed also behind Harry King, and he's still with Ollie Caldwell. That is a good yardstick for Harry King.
Yeah, he's done a good job. Really, really solid, really strong restart. Keeping the wheels on it, keeping it all going in the right direction. You can just see those two Ferrari 296s coming off of turn 14, the way that they both sort of got on the power, and then the car squatted and then squirmed off the corner. And Masson is looking to line him up again. Is he going to go to the outside and switch back? He had to think about it, and he's trying to go.
I think he was trying to play a dummy there.
Yeah, he's coming back up the inside on that curb there. On the inside, he's going to now be a drag race and side draft.
I think he's got him.
I'm not sure he has. It's going to be a side draft all the way down here into turn 1, and it's going to be last of the late breakers as they come down here into turn 1. Masson is going very, very wide. He's gone very late on the brakes, and is he going to be able to get the rotation done? I think he is, and he's going to be on the inside for turn 2. He's got the move done. Nicely executed. And he just an extra little bit of road there he needed to use right at the exit of 3. But yeah, you could see him working. And you have to sometimes, to get the pass done, you've got to start 2, 3, 4 corners earlier to work your way through it.
And a beautiful example of him doing exactly that, wasn't it? It's almost trying to sell the dummy, trying to force the other driver to go to the apex to take the line he wanted through that final turn. That didn't work, so he went for plan B.
Yeah, he did. And it worked extremely well. So we've got a big battle here between Matt Bell and James Allen. And they're just working their way up through into turn 4. This should be very interesting how this plays out on pit lane.
Two feisty guys in LMP2 cars, and this could be a really good battle. Pit lane was the Graf car, Alexander Bekantsov. I think he's been in since the start of the race.
Yeah, James is about half a second quicker in that RD car than the 24 Nielsen, and Matt will be using all of his experience here to hold on to this position here in second place. It's a strong run by Nielsen Databricks, but there Romain Dumas is going to be, seeing what we can get, what James can actually get out of the potential here for RD Limited. Well, through the gravel here, is that turn 11 again?
That's the 27. That is the 27 McLaren, and aboard that car at the moment is Tom Aiken.
Yeah, that's a big gravel trap to go through. Oh, is that
that's the race leader trying to get by. That is Ben Tuck, isn't it? Ben Tuck trying to deal with Ben Tuck coming back, coming into the traffic now. Alessio Rivera.
Yeah, he went extremely wide there, Alessio Rivera, and it just meant that he'd have a ton of pickup there on his tyres. We've got Matt Bell there with James Allen, and he's trying to run that tighter line, and Matt's going to have his mirrors full now, and he's going to be on full defence coming down into turn 1. James looking to sneaking up the inside, but he knows he's going to get that covered off by that GT car there, and there's not enough room really to get the move done. James is just be eyeing him up. He's going to be looking here. It's like this. You're all the time trying to assess where your strengths, but also where your weaknesses are, and where the weaknesses are of your competitor. And James is looking. Okay, I've got a pounce here. I've got an opportunity here. Going to use the traffic as a pick.
Exactly that. It's the traffic that could be the factor. Which way do you go? And he's going around the outside.
Around the outside, and is he going to be able to make that move stick? And I think he is.
That was a great move. That was a great move from James Allen.
Very strong move, and he's then already got one car in between him and Matt. Matt's just got to be a little bit careful there to make sure that he doesn't get too wide and offline and picking up rubbish. And James did a nice job there.
Watching, by the way, as we came through that little group, and spotted Ben Tuck. Already made 3 places up since that drive-through penalty, the 74 car that led the race until that penalty had to be served by Ben.
Yeah, exactly. So it's at this point where you've just been passed, and you're thinking, God, he's got by me, and you're then cursing your luck because he's managed to get a couple of cars at certain points and managed to make that traffic work. And it's going to be being able to just stop, just reset, focus, go again.
So, whilst this battle is going on, David Addison has been busy. He's found Antares Au on pit lane.
Now, we know how good Antares Au is. He's given a mega bit of kit, a Manthey Porsche, and it's just not been your race, has it?
It's unfortunate. Racing, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Sometimes you accept accountability for things you mess up. At other points, I don't think we could have done anything wrong. The boys at Manthey did everything to give us a solid car. We had some mistakes early on for qualifying, but really we corrected ourselves and came up with a car that was very raceable. So it's very regrettable that we came to this conclusion. I'm just hoping we can recover what's left of the car behind us. I think I owe the mechanics more than just beers after this.
How bad was the damage? What's it done?
To the untrained eye, it doesn't seem too bad. But for someone who's familiar with Porsches, I don't think the manufacturers could be happy to hear it. I feel like our car's made of tofu. The moment you do something to it, you'll probably need some very major repairs. And in this particular case, I am fearing the worst because it really looks like just a door and some suspension damage, but I fear it's a chassis.
fingers crossed for tomorrow. Now, look, there are Porsches and there are Manthey Porsches. It must have been a great car to drive while it was behaving healthily.
There's half of a Porsche and half of a Manthey Porsche, so how you do the math, I don't know right now.
Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow in what you've now, I think, called the Tofu Porsche. Good luck tomorrow.
Fingers crossed. Thank you, David.
Thanks, Antares. There you go, guys. It's got a new name. The Tofu Porsche. It's going to run and run, that one.
Oh, dear. Yes, indeed. 26 Breton racing car. Is that bodywork, or is that the number panel that's wrapped up in front of the driver's eye line, pretty much? There's not a lot of visibility in those cars at the best of time, and that's not going to be helping. Yeah, Antares kept his cool and kept his temper there, and we can be grateful for that. But I'm not sure I'd have been quite so forgiving in those circumstances.
No.
Second year on the run here, it has been the unwitting victim of someone else's accidents.
Brutal. On board in the climax, number 2, coming through 14, up into 15. You could see through that previous series of corners the way that the car was moving around. And that's what you're going to have to get used to as a driver here. Late in a stint, you can really see the car moving and dancing about, getting on the throttle there, coming off of 15. You can really also see that camber working against the drivers, and that's what's so tricky on that last corner. You're also seeing that ultimate 35 car coming off of turn 14, just drifting off the corner. Nicely done, but that does get the tyre temperature up and does work away on that tyre life.
Was it
doing a nice job here. 4.5 seconds up on the RLR James Dayson.
Was it the 16 car that was the one that struggled to get into the pits stall that meant that Harry King was delayed? Because if that's the case, that is the incident that explains the message I've just seen on screen, which is that Sergei Stolyarov is under investigation for impeding.
Yeah, it may well be, actually. So Alessio Rivera here is going on his merry way. He's about 4.6 seconds up on James Allen. Be interested to see if James can start making some inroads into that.
He is making inroads, although some of that will be with traffic, because that gap was close to 6 seconds with the battle between James and Matt Bell. So James Allen, at the moment, the RD Limited car, this would be quite some result, wouldn't it, on their debut in LMP2. That is a championship-winning car this season, leading the race, the 83, with a multiple championship-winning driver and Porsche, puts a penny in the Ferrari square box. Ferrari factory driver Alessio Rivera being caught by a debuting team, RD Limited, and James Allen at the wheel. Tristan Vautier still to come in that car. Mathieu Vazevière still to come in the AF Corsa car. Lots of chapters still to be written, and an hour and 45 minutes of running still to go before the end of, remember, what is the first of 2 4-hour races this weekend here at Sepang.
You've got Nicky Katzberg to go in the Nielsen 24 car. So that's going to be, again, another gun driver to jump in and keep that car towards the front of the field.
So traffic here, 3 GT cars, as through comes the recovering Confidentiert, yet to have explained the reason for the off a little earlier for Job. Looking a little further up the field, Harry King still behind the 2 Algarve Pro cars. So as we predicted, Ollie Caldwell is proving to be a good yardstick for the progress of Harry King there, but he's with them. After dropping from 1st to 10th, Harry is, 15 seconds off the lead.
Yeah.
So he's actually, if anything, gained a bit of time to the leader through that period of time.
Yeah.
Because it was, in time terms, a longer gap.
He's got to get past those 2 Algarve Pro cars who just seem to have just been welded together the whole race. Which
they do, both in the hands of both the bronze drivers at the start. They both started, Michael Jensen and Krytelin Tudis, and now in the hands of Valerio Rincella, new addition to the squad, and Ollie Caldwell was one of the squad for the European Le Mans Series this year, the silver drivers.
Yeah, I'm just watching here. This is Jeremy Clark here in the AF Course car, and he has done a great job. He's some 20-30 seconds back on Alessio Rivera, which for a bronze driver
against a platinum,
exactly, he's doing extremely well. But it seems that the strategy that this car with AF Course has chosen that it's not quite worked out for them today. But, you know, they're still on the lead lap. They're still there in the fight, and it's an hour and 42 minutes still to go. Plenty of racing still to come. Let's see how this all unwinds and develops. GT battle here. This is 4th, 5th and 6th. Coming through turn 15. He's just seeing the Mercedes just trying to get on the throttle there, just moving, squirming on the power.
Just seen something pop up here. An incident involving car 82. That is the Charlie Samani AF Corsa car, and car 89, which is the Aston Martin, the EBM Aston Martin, at turn 15, well over an hour ago, under review.
Well, the incident there with the one that took Anterisau out?
No, different incident. Confirmed, by the way, the 16 car was the car that impeded the Harry King Pure Racing car. So it appeared to be that incident on pit lane that's under investigation. So we've got wheel-to-wheel stuff.
Breton Racing and High Class battling away here, and this is for third and 4th.
Yeah, Dan Scott de Pola and Anders Fjordbach.
So Mark Patterson has done his stint.
Did he do his time in one?
I think he might have.
Good grief.
Ironman stint.
I would struggle to sit on a lawn chair in this for 2 hours. Let alone in an LMP2 car.
Dear, oh dear.
72 years old. You're not real, Mark Patterson. Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Extraordinary effort.
I know there's a lot of friends and family of Mark listening, both back in the United States and in South Africa. It's delightful to have him back. I will at some point during this weekend tell an extraordinary story that I happened across sitting next to a good friend of Mark's on a plane a couple of years ago, about a story about Mark that deserves a wider audience. Lovely guy, and great to have him back in international sports car racing, as he pushes to be the oldest man ever to race a prototype at Le Mans.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
Good for him. Fantastic stuff.
Big drift through the corner there from the Optimum McLaren.
Yeah, they're racing hard. So that's Sarah Bovey and Tom Aiken racing very, very hard as they're coming down into 15 here. Aiken looking to make a move on the brakes, and he sends it in. Oh, that's really late. Really, and the Get Speed are going to take advantage of that, and Sarah got really shortchanged on that one.
Yeah, Sarah will have said something unladylike into the helmet there, I'm sure.
Yeah, that was a rough move. But fortunately, she was smart, and she didn't. She avoided the contact, which protects the car, looks after it, and yeah, a bit of a lunge.
Anders Fjordbach makes that move.
He was trying to do that the lap before, and he finally makes it stick.
Yep, so Dan Scott-Shapola, I think at the moment, has had to give best. The race leader overall is behind this pair. And James Allen has caught him. That gap is under 2 seconds now. It was 5.
James Allen is working his magic in the P2 car again.
He
has a deft touch, really, a very particular style that seems to suit this P2 car. And whichever one he's in, he's doing a good job, and it's coming towards the front and winning races.
Worth saying that pace as well has thoroughly gapped Matt Belly, who was battling with, 5 laps ago?
Yeah.
So he's got great pace at this point. Whatever magic Roman Dumas and his crew have poured into that car, it's working.
Yeah. I know Matt, talking with him earlier on in the weekend, he was saying that their long run pace was going to be something that they were a little concerned about, and they were having to work on, because tyre life was proving to be quite a big challenge for them, and they were having a lot of front tyre wear. That was very, very loose off of that turn 4 there for
the P3 car, but that was good news for James Allen, because that meant he wasn't having to battle too hard to get by the LMP3 car.
Absolutely,
that's given him a great run through, and it's actually under 1.2 seconds. That's given him half a second in that battle.
Yeah, James Allen is doing a great job here and hunting him down. He's very consistent with his lap times and delivering the performance, and he's also very confident in the car, James is. You can just sort of tell that where he's placing the car, how he's driving it is unflustered.
Yep.
And it's very, very deliberate with his flow and his sort of, he's going from one point to the next, and he's really hitting his marks. And he's also smart and sharp with his decisions in traffic as well.
3 cars, 3 big makes, Ferrari, Porsche, Mercedes AMG.
Yeah, the Ferrari didn't look so comfortable on the rear there. It looks like this AF course car is going to get swallowed up here.
I am watching, by the way, the progress of that Kessel Racing car that's had great pace throughout. Ben Tuck is grazing the top 10 again now, back up into 11th place and all over the back end of the number 2 Climax Racing AMG to get back into the top 10 after dropping all the way down to 17th with a drive-through penalty. Don't count that car out.
No, it's a long way to go. He's doing a fine job. Long run pace was good.
30 car, James Allen. Worth saying, by the way, LMP2 is the premier class here in the Asia Le Mans series, but make no mistake, an awful lot of the young pros and the older pros for that matter looking to use this as a shop window for the astounding growth of top class sports car racing. Side by side, Job van Uitert making a recovery and going by Jonas, or in fact being passed by Jonas Reed there.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Now what's happened there?
What happened? Very close on the way in, and maybe Job van Uitert just got a little bit deep.
Yeah, I think he's got the quicker car. Let's have a look here.
Jonas Reed just...
he was going by him and then couldn't get the car into the turn, could he?
Just got in a little bit too deep and then got in all the marbles, and then, you know, they've got to clean the tyres up again.
So I guess the point to go back to with the RD Limited drive here from James Allen is, yes, it's about the Asia Le Mans series. Yes, it's about trying to get RD Limited to Le Mans, because this is their only shot at doing it at the moment, because they've not been accepted in the European Le Mans series. But from James Allen's point of view as a professional driver, it's a great big calling card as the 81 tries the outside. To anybody interested in talent in hypercar, this is what I can do against a Ferrari factory driver.
Yep, and here he is, almost in his wheel tracks.
Under a second now.
Yep.
It's game on.
And it's this point now as a driver, you just start to get into that dirty air, and it starts to get that a little bit harder just to make those moves and just close up just that little bit more. Front just starts to wash out a little bit. The tyre temperatures start to creep up a little bit, and you start to just, that tyre wear, it's harder to manage that. And if he's working to driving to a fuel number, you know, and maybe that's one of the things that Alessio Rivera is working to is a fuel number, so that they can just stretch that stint. And that's maybe one of the things that's worked in James Allen's favour, is that he's not fuel saving and he could be just closing him down.
Well, here we go.
Matt Bell at the front of this queue. I think the long run pace for the Nielsen car is just starting to hurt Matt a little bit here.
It's got quite the queue behind him, and it's a growing queue. So Matt Bell with Vlad Lomko in the second of the Proton cars, then the two Algarve Pro cars still together. Are you sure they're not going to tow bar between those two, because it's ridiculously close?
Yeah.
Harry King closing in this traffic. And Jonas Reed and Job van Uitert not that far behind either. So it's going to be quite the battle of the next few laps.
Yeah, Harry was making great progress. Then he's sort of, Matt's just run wide there. And that could be the problem that he was talking about earlier on in the weekend. They were getting a lot of right front tyre wear, and he might have just absolutely reached the peak of that. And that could be the reason for him just shooting wide there at that point at turn 5 into 6. I was going to get dive bomb here by
Ollie Caldwell.
Yeah, Caldwell there to get it done. Matt's going to be on the radio right now, just talking to the team about what he's dealing with, and what he's trying to manage here.
Yeah, he's clearly not in a Orica that is responding to every input right now. He's not got the car underneath him he needs to attack. Mathieu Vazevière starts to suit up.
Yeah, it's getting into that window, isn't it, now of, okay, we're going to make those last driver change and just get the closing drivers in.
So 3-car train, Matt Bell now fending off Harry King. He's going to try and go up the inside. He's been able to see ahead of him that Matt is slightly hobbled here.
Yeah, I think Matt's going pit lane.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I think that he knows what he's got going on. and he doesn't want to risk the car anymore, because I think that he knows that another lap or maybe two, it could be a puncher.
Lomco also on pit lane, so that shuffles the Algarve Pro cars into podium position. 25 into third place, so it is Alessio Rivera from James Allen. That gap half a second, then the better part of 20 seconds back to Valerio Rinicella in the 25 Algarve Pro car, with Ollie Caldwell right behind. Pure Racing's Harry King right behind them, and now back up into fifth place.
Romain Dumas there at the front of his pit box with a kind of a bit of a wry smile on his face, just sort of going, ha ha ha, my plan is working.
Yeah.
So maybe he knows something that we don't.
It's going to be really interesting to see his growth into this team management side in sports cars. He's managed all sorts of programs and projects before.
James is looking to work, and I think he's got to get the inside. He has got him up the inside there.
Brilliantly done.
Wow, great move. Also just going to get a bit pinched off here by the Optimum. No, he's got it done. And like we've seen through the previous part of the race, James Allen has been clinical with his passing, with his traffic management, car management, tyre management. He's done a fantastic job in this RD Limited car. He just needs to bring it home now.
Great stuff from him.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see one or both these cars heading towards pit lane in the next lap or so. We know Matt Vex is ready to go.
Yeah, here we go.
Tristan Vautier is ready to go.
Yeah, get final instructions there from Romain Dumas.
Critical part of this race. It's not this lap. One more lap, and I think we're going to see both these cars down pit lane. So one more lap to battle away, but it looks to me as if Alessio Rivera has got no response now.
No, but I'm wondering if Rivera has actually been fuel saving the whole time, run into a fuel number, and he didn't want to break that trend and that pattern, and so he's like, okay, all right, I'll race you, but not like mega hard.
Yeah,
he knows there's still an hour and 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, 90 minutes to go, and it's how far can they stretch the tank of fuel.
A little bit of a wink there from Romain. He's looks quite calm.
Yes, indeed.
Getting under control.
Another driver that's been part of sports car racing, I have to say, for my entire career, some 20, 25 years.
He's not that old.
He's that old.
He's not that old.
He really is.
Because you're 78?
Shush. I'll have to punish you on there. Side by side, the two Porsches, 21 and the 85. But no,
sorry, Trudy.
For everything.
Yes.
Yeah, but Yannick Medler there, side by side with the Iron Dames, but that is a car that's a lap down.
Yeah, no, I think that is the Databricks car there. Has come out of the box, and who's on board now? Is that Nicky Katzberg?
Yeah.
Now on board. He must have done his stop. And James Allen, I think, is going to now be coming to the box this lap.
Critical point for Nicky Katzberg, because that is going to ruin his hair.
Going to be gutted. There's all those fans, and his hair in particular. Oh dear, oh dear.
So, still battling. I think that is Anders Fjordbach going second. It is. Fjordbach goes to second past James Dayton in LMP3. So the two-man crew is working wonders here.
The Ironman stint from Patterson, and Fjordbach's now up to second spot. Third spot.
That would be quite an astonishing result.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting confused. There's second spot, excuse me.
So 28 and 81.
These guys have been going at this for about the last 5 laps.
Max Visa and Gabriele Piana, two fierce racers.
Yeah.
And behind them, Ricky Perra is catching them. Parker Thompson not too much further back.
Well, Ricky Perra's just been sitting there watching them, stalking them for about the last 5 laps, just waiting for one of them to hit the other, but it's not really worked. So he's just okay. Am I going to have to do this myself? So yeah, got the race leader up behind them.
By the way, that's next lap for James Allen and Alessio Rivera. 4.4 seconds clear now, James Allen.
Wow, and James has still not come in the box. Continues to circulate.
So is he doing this with a fuel save?
Cool. Now, it looks like he's been a bit of a magician today, but I'm not sure he's that much of a magician.
Harry King is on pit lane meanwhile.
So it looks like the 30 car RD Limited are going to be boxing this lap, and Vautier is going to be taking up the driving duties.
Yeah, Tristan Vautier very good indeed at the wheel of a prototype. So much talent here this weekend.
I think we counted up, was it 15 factory drivers here in the Asian Le Mans Series?
Yes, indeed.
Multiple championship and race winners.
Championship and race winning drivers and teams all the way down the order, and it's been the story in the Asian Le Mans Series for a number of seasons now, as it has been the European Le Mans Series. You know, the WC gets most of the headlines, and deservedly so, the last couple of seasons, but if you're missing racing 6 times a year here, in comes James Allen now in Asia and in Europe, you're missing a treat. It is a great period of time to watch sports car racing.
That's one of the stints of the race right there from James Allen.
Wasn't it just?
Yeah, fantastic stint.
Alessi Rivera follows him down pit lane, 7.5 seconds back.
Yeah.
So Tristan Vautier climbs aboard there. Mathieu Vazevier, it will be.
Teroff was spotted right there in the 83 car.
For those unfamiliar with the Asian Le Mans Series, and in particular the learned friend, sports car racing legend Oliver Gavin, he does love a tear-off.
It's amazing though when you get a tear-off.
Is it like it goes into HD?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I didn't have to say it.
No.
You know it.
Yeah.
Extraordinary. Every driver loves a tear-off.
Ollie Caldwell also in from 3rd place, John Venuta 4th, Jonas Reed 5th, and Jeremy Clark in from 6th position, and a great stint from Jeremy Clark, bronze driver against the cream of the crop in terms of the pro drivers and the silver drivers out there, and he's stuck with he comes into pit lane less than a minute down.
Significant tip of the hat to him, to Jeremy Clark. He's done a fine job.
And by the way, he's done that through the longest green flag period we've had in the race.
Wow, yeah. So mark your cards there. I think that he is going to be, when he gets up and out against other bronze drivers, he is going to be right at the very front.
An absolute weapon. Yeah. really is. 129 on pit lane from RD Limited, 127 for the well-drilled AF Corsa squad.
It did look a strong stop there from AF Corsa.
They did claw back a couple of seconds, but it's still going to be about 5 seconds to the good from this debuting P2 team.
Yeah, there's a lot of backslapping there at RD Limited. Roman knows. He's seen enough of this. He knows when they're in the hunt. Impressive.
So we're under an hour and a half left of this 4 hours of Sepang, and after sustained green flag running, let's take a look at the action so far. 30 degrees plus heat and way hotter in the cars on track, and we went racing. It was Giorgio Roda trying to fend off the attack from Alex Malikian in the white pure racing car. Patrick Byrne in the teal coloured car. It would be, though, threaded the needle, sustained the pressure, got to the apex of turn 2 before the rest and tried to get away, but it wouldn't quite work that way. Further back in the pack, there was dramas, though, both in LMP3, the 2 Inter-Europol cars going together, the 2 Proton competition run cars too, part of a number of little brushes and tussles that delayed a good proportion of the GT field as they made their way past the stricken pair of Ligiers. Claudio Schiavone in the 60 Proton Porsche struggled away from the line. Fred Pordat had a bit of a half rotation at turn 15. He would get that car back. In fact, that car now leads the race. Further issues here, and this was the end of the race for the Absolute Racing 23 Ferrari after a brush with the car guy 296. It was this secondary impact, though, from the 43 into Europol car. You can see the damage there for that car as the 21 car spins around in the background. That would be the end of the race for the Absolute car with a burst radiator. 21 car recovered to the track. Excellent broom technique there. But perhaps debris played a part in a major blowout for the number 82 car of Charlie Samani, AF Corsa car. The remains of the Michelin pushed to the side of the track, and that delayed the 82. In the background, the aftermath of the clash between the number 87 Origine Porsche and the 34 Inter-Europol car. Both cars out on the spot after a heavy impact between the two. And it was a further drama involving an Inter-Europol car. 34 again collects both the 16 AMG, but then heavily and terminally for both it and the Ligier, the number 10 Montai Porsche Van Terrassau. serious damage to the rear of that car. And yes, Steve Brooks stalks away. The 16 car coming into pit lane for attention, trying to get to its pit stall, couldn't get there, is under investigation for this moment, impeding the then race leading Harry King in the Pure Racing Orica, who could not get to his pit stall. Side by side in LMP3 between Graf Racing and going to the lead, Ian Aguilera for RLRM Sport. It's been pretty much a Ferrari day in GT for much of the day, with AF Corsa, Car Guy and Kessel Racing contesting the positions that have counted to this point, with the Winward Racing AMGs in contention too. And then we got into the current part of the race. Alessia Rivera being caught and eventually passed by a rampant James Ellen in the RD Limited. RD for Romain Dumas, the debuting team in LMP2. That's where they stand as we come into the final hour and 20 minutes of the race. That is the overall order. 61 laps now. RD Limited lead AF Corsa by 3.3 seconds. The 25 Algarve Pro car in that fight. Proton Competition's number 22 ahead of the Pure Racing number 91 after that delay in the pits. 51 AF Corsa Ferrari leads the Car Guy 57, and then the 28 AF Corsa after a delay for the Kessel Racing 74. But that car's recovering up the field. Ultimates 35 Ligier has got a big lead in LMP3 at the moment. Rubens Valens at the wheel of the car ahead of the high-class racing car of Anders Fjordback. A two-crew effort with 72-year-old Mark Patterson doing a proper Ironman stint to set this up for Anders Fjordback to attack the remainder of the race. Graf Racing sit third.
Tristan Vautier, he is nicely in the lead of the race, about 3 seconds up the road from Mathieu Vaxivière, and he seems like he's doing a very strong, nice job. So I think we're going to be going down into the pits to have an interview with Romain Dumas. So David is down there in the pit box with him as we speak. So over to you, David.
Romain, that last pit stop was a good one. You all look very satisfied. Race is going well.
Well, so far, yes, we can say like that. We knew we are a very fast car, but yes, the start of the race was a little bit tricky. But what I'm very proud is our first cup ever. We were the fastest of all the field. So you know, my guys are coming from everywhere, but it looked like they are a little bit fast. And after the driver, James made a perfect stint. I mean, the car is very, very fast, and James was amazing. Now we are with a big guy on the front, so let's see what will happen.
And the race has calmed down a bit. That first stint, we had many interruptions. Now there's a rhythm.
Well, for sure, with the bronze driver at the start, it was some action. I mean, we knew about it. We have to avoid mistake. So far, everything is running. So let's continue, but very proud of the guy. For a lot of these guys, it's the first race ever. So I think they don't realize what they are doing.
And what about you? Are you enjoying life as a team principal?
Well, what I like, you know, I am a racer. So what I like is when we fight on the front and we have chance to race. In any race, when we do Dakar, it's the same. Pikes Peak is the same. They are all customers somewhere, somehow. But what I like is to perform. I will prefer to drive definitely. But at the end of the day, you know, when you are here, and, you know, for all my guys is where I'm the most excited, and also for my drivers. So, you know, end of the day, I enjoy when we are in the front. If not, I don't see the point to race.
Hopefully you'll still be in front in an hour and 20 minutes. Good luck.
We will see. You know, they are not amateur. So we are starting. So we have some excuse, but we are not here to have excuse.
Sure. Well done, Romain.
History will look back at Romain Dumas very favourably indeed. Race winner at the Le Mans 24 Hours for two different makes, Audi and Porsche. Race winner at Spa 24 Hours in extraordinary circumstances in the early part of this century. Pikes Peak, Rally, and now a team owner and team principal. What dramas lie ahead? 57 on pit lane. Car Guy from the lead of the race at the moment, Esteban Masson. And that cycles for the first time in quite a while, the LMP3 leader ahead of the GT leader.
Yeah, 57, they're going to be pretty happy there at Car Guy and Kessel for how this car has run through the race. It has been strong. It's been at the front for most of it.
He's come out the pits in the lead.
Yeah.
Now that was a drive-through penalty, I think, for the 57. He drove through pits. That's a 25-second run in the pits.
Wow.
So didn't see why they got that penalty.
Yeah, when we were doing the highlights there. But back to Romain. Romain has really, you can see the fighting spirit and his racer at heart and what he's really trying to achieve with this team. And it's pretty extraordinary that he's got this group of people together, and it seems like it's, like you're saying, pulling them from different...
The first race for some of these personnel.
You know, it's not that he's got like a group of really finely drilled, and you know, he's sort of saying there, you know, I'm not sure that not everybody doesn't recognise exactly what they're doing here. You know, the quality of the field and how they're performing.
I think that's exactly it. They don't know the scale of the achievement, I think is what he was basically saying here.
It's not that they don't know what they're doing.
No, absolutely. It's not like he's kicked in the door at United Autosports or WRT and just poached people. Hearing from David on pit lane, some dramas for the Lamborghini.
42, they've had a troubled race.
They have indeed.
Week, in fact.
Smoke of some description, maybe a conflagration of small conflagration, maybe the fire extinguisher knocked off, but either way, further troubles for the New Zealand entered car, looked after by Urbanda Motorsports.
Pit lane there is that Ricardo Pera coming into the pits?
It is Ricardo Pera coming into the pits. Esteban Masson, it would be good to understand what happened there for Masson, but he's taken a drive-through penalty, but he's retained the lead in doing that, which is some going, but he may very well owe us a stop pretty shortly.
Yeah, I think that there's a number of the GT cars that are now going to be coming down pit lane, and just seeing also that Ben Tuck has
up to second
place. I mean, it's extraordinary.
Remarkable run back from him. That's a great run. We were talking a little earlier about James Allen and one of the stints of the race. Well, I think that's Ben Tuck putting his business card down and saying, there you go, boss.
Yeah, just there we are. Yeah, getting the job done. Absolutely fantastic work there by Ben.
Yeah, all three classes represented in that little group there. Two LMP2 cars battling away. The 22 for Proton competition ahead of Nicky Katzberg and the Nielsen Racing car. Battle for sixth at the moment there. The Graf Racing Ligier behind in third place in LMP3, and a pair of the Porsches battling away too. It's the 60 and the 21 in that little group.
So is it Jonas Reed just getting past Nicky Katzberg?
No.
Sorry. No.
It's
just Tom Dillman and Nicky Katzberg going round the outside of Tom Dillman into turn 5. That's not something you see regularly.
Not really, no. Tom Dillman, a very, very capable driver. Nicky Katzberg is a previous champion in the Asia Le Mans Series, but in a GT car.
Yeah.
And it's not very often you will get drivers in contemporary racing that can put this kind... that can put in this kind of performance in both contemporary GT and LMP2 machinery. Hearing more detail, by the way, from David Addison on pit lane. It was a small fire for the Lamborghini, but all is well. They managed to put that small fire out. The scrutineers have had a quick look at the car and let the car go. So the Huracan is back into competition after some dramas on pit lane for the New Zealand squad. So off the road there, that is a P3 car.
Is that at turn 11 again?
Is that the Breton car?
Does seem to be.
It's a 26 car.
Yeah, an area where a lot of cars do go off. People are coming through 10, and they're trying to get the car slowed up and stopped for turn 11, and it just doesn't want to.
That's cost that car.
No, it's not. It's at. Oh, no, it is turn 11. Excuse me.
Yep, that's cost that car third place to the RLRM Sport car, now in the hands of James Dayson, fulfilling his bronze time. He puts the RLR car back up to third place.
Yeah, we're watching the AF course car coming down into, with the Jonas Reed, I think they're in the Proton, just trying to come up the inside. Oh, jeez.
That
as
was
very close as it can possibly be.
Yeah.
To being, I'm sure Christian had his hand over his eyes there.
The only person who would have looked at that with glee was the Orica parts guy in the paddock, because both those cars, of course, supported by Orica here. Good grief. That was so close.
That was extremely And Jonas was trying to get it stopped. God, this is close. Up the inside, and he leaves it in the of course, Ferrari's just been missed there by the Broton.
David telling us pit lane that the 42 car had been released. It's got the black and orange flag, so that's a mechanical warning flag for that car's got to pit for whatever attention is deemed necessary. My guess is
it's the race leader that was nearly taken out there in GT.
Did the 42 car's internal fire extinguisher play a part in that, and do they need to replace it?
Excuse me, my timing and scoring here seems to be rather
that's fine.
Up the Swanee here.
50 car we're looking at here. Olivier Plat now at the wheel of that car, the flame-haired Frenchman, delighted to be back in top-class sports car racing. Previous multiple factory efforts for him, and looking to pull that car back up the order. He's trying to close down on Jonas Ried. His 10th place, but pulling the car back into contention. And yet again, multi-car battle in GT behind, as it's been all the way through this afternoon's entertainment.
Yep.
Still Carguy lead the race. Pentuck is 15 seconds back from Esteban Masson.
Yeah.
And ironically, both those cars last time down pit lane were drive-through penalties, and they lead the race.
Yeah, they do. And so I'm just waiting to sort of see how this strategy plays out. I think they're just trying to get to the 65 minutes, and that is the maximum drive time, isn't it? So we've got another 6 minutes to go, and you'll be seeing both of those cars coming down the pit lane.
But beyond that, how far can they go on that fuel? Can they make it home from there? There you go.
Easily.
So it's a critical 6 minutes.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And they'll be sitting pretty with this in this position. The yellow flags, I think, just waving there here at turn 4. Somebody gone off. There's yellow flags. Yeah, the light boards are flashing there. Was that something else? The yellow light boards are flashing. I'm not sure.
We've got nothing on the timing screens.
No. And
so Carter 42 must pit and repair the rear end of the Lamborghini.
I think actually the light boards are flashing with car with 42 on it.
That's it. It is. I can see it there. It's not a red light or an orange light. It's the orange. It's the orange flag. It's the meatball flag.
Meatball flag.
Claudio Schiavone there. Massive enthusiast.
Yeah, didn't have a great start to the race. They were going backwards, weren't they, at one point, or certainly in contact?
Well, that was the two cars came together, didn't they, in avoidance of the two Inter-Europol cars. Yeah. Not heavy contact, but it did seem
it certainly wasn't his fault. It was just
no, absolutely not.
You know, nasty scenario for him.
That car running 8th at the moment, which says at the moment Claudio Schiavone is at the wheel of that car. Well, he most certainly is not.
No. Yeah, I think we might have a few little glitches here in the timing.
Here comes the 42 car.
They've had a very troubled week so far.
So 42 comes onto pit lane and hands to John O'Lester, one of the other drivers aboard this car this afternoon. Previous Asia Le Mans Series winner. There is the...
Yeah, it's a lot of damage, it seems, to the back of that car in terms of dust, and maybe they've had a fire extinguisher go off underneath the engine cover, engine bay. They're trying to just secure all this technology, highly tuned machines, fine advanced engineering, and they're still using duct tape.
The scrutineers, pit lane observers, race control will have seen something on that car that they think is a risk.
Yeah,
it's actually very unusual to see mechanical warning flag.
Yeah, it is, and I'm not sure it's just for this piece here that they're just trying to secure back onto the car. I'd say it's most probably for something else. Maybe it's venting fluid or something of other that was going to have an effect on the racing surface.
So if it's been shedding bits of carbon fibre, that would be
enough. Yeah, also it would, but it's yeah.
So RD Limited's number 30 Orica leads the motor race in the hands of Tristan Vautier. He's now 8.7 seconds ahead of Mathieu Vazevier in the 83 of Corsica has been chased and caught by Malte Jakobsen in the 25 Algarve Pro car. That car is coming into contention. Fourth and recovering too, almost 5 seconds back, Louis Delatraz. Winner last time here, wasn't he?
Yes.
In that rain-affected race, side by side here.
Oh, there's that Jonas Reed there.
Jonas
with,
Reed, Olivier Plat,
yeah,
going by Jonas.
Yeah, he did it around the outside.
He did. Good move there from the Frenchman. Does it feel strange to say the French veteran, but he is that now. He's been at the top of his game for, what, a decade and a half?
Yeah.
And still
stalwart, and he factory driver for Ford, for Nissan, Mazda.
For Mazda.
Yeah.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda been in the LMP1 days at the start of the FR1 Endurance Championship for Peugeot. The infamous test at Sebring when the programme was pulled before most of the drivers had even arrived.
Yeah, you see the 51 car on the brakes there into turn one. It's almost like he hit the brake and instantly applied the opposite lock.
Yes.
The ABS is working super hard on those rear tyres on the Ferrari 296. I think might be getting towards the end of their life.
2 minutes to get to that 65-minute point here, Ollie, for the driver time.
Yeah, it is. And that everybody's going to be eagle-eyed on that and where they're at on the track and when can they get in and how can they get that driver change done, the fuel.
And where are they on fuel? That's the point. And it's going to be then a matter of discipline on pit lane. Make no mistakes. Don't mess it up in traffic.
Yeah, taking just about the right amount of fuel on board. It'll be a time stop because I think that they can go in this Ferrari. I think they can go about for an hour and 20 minutes on the tank size.
So if you're watching this race and thinking, well, this is all settled down, there's nothing going to happen now for the next 66 minutes, you've never watched a sports car race before, because it's never like that. I think, honestly, I think I call about 50 races a year, something like that, and I can honestly tell you, I think I've had to apologise that didn't happen maybe once in 2024. I mean, the most extraordinary things can happen, and often do. And very often here in the Asian Le Mans series.
Yeah, it is. It's great racing, multi-class, and it's such great tracks like here at Sepang.
And it's a real cocktail, isn't it? It's a cocktail of the teams that you know, are so well drilled.
Yeah.
And understand the race rules and regulations, which are fiercely complicated, and those that may be just a little bit quicker but don't.
Yeah.
And the last 20 minutes get caught with a drive-through penalty, and all of a sudden it's all up in the air again.
Oh, you just saw their example of multi-class racing. They're on board with the Climax car, and the P2 car just appears in the brake zone, dives down the inside, gets through turn 9, and he's gone. Yeah. That's how quickly they catch you and then pass you, and then they're gone, and they're just up the road. And that's the difference in performance in between a GT car, the Climax 14 car, and I think that was the APR car going by.
Yeah.
And it's extraordinary. You're the whole time, as a driver in a GT car, having to watch your mirrors, watch your screen there that you might have on board, the camera out the back, and then also getting some help from the team, trying to give you a heads up that there is a faster P2 car closing you down. The lead is coming, or is this guy in second, third, fourth, and you all the time just got to, because you've got to manage yourself on the track and always keep yourself out of trouble and protect your car, because it's ferocious out there and it's dog eat dog at times, and you've just got to have your wits about you in every single area of the racetrack.
Fast and furious stuff. These LMP2 cars still pushing on. All 10 still in the race, and all 10 separated, by the way, by 65 seconds after almost 3 hours of racing, albeit interrupted by a number of safety car periods in the earlier part of this race. But we had quite a long period now of green flag racing, and yes, I did say that out loud.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
Malte Jakobsen has been the man on the move in terms of timing, but at the moment, Mathieu Vazevier holding that gap.
Yeah, just going to see here what Molt can do. I mean, he really has been one of the stars in P2 over the last number of years. and he's, been rewarded with a Peugeot contract.
Yeah, he steps up to the full factory squad.
Extraordinary. And he's such a nice guy as well. I mean, you just saw him for breakfast this morning. And he's
annoyingly nice at times.
He's always so polite, well presented, always got time.
Yeah, polite, well presented. It's always cheerful. I blame the parents. Here with his mum.
It's lovely to see her here.
Lovely family. His brother comes along to the races as well. He's very keen, I gather, very able handball player.
Right.
Side by side.
So is this the 2C's car here and the AF Course 51 down into turn 1, and who's on board the 2C's?
That is Parker Thompson still.
Okay.
They're
wheel to wheel. The AF Course car was trying to come back, and they just shows you there. Great illustration. The rotation of the 296, the way it could just carve the apex just faster than the Mercedes AMG. It just got that spot back. Really great illustration.
Ben Tuck on pit lane from second position. We are an hour and just under 3 minutes left from this race. This will be the final stop of the race for anybody stopping now in GT3.
Yeah.
And then it gets serious again.
Great stint there by Ben Tuck. I'm sure everybody at Kessel will be very happy with that, and they are right in contention here for a possible 1-2.
Yeah, Tristan Vautier holding a 9-second gap on Mathieu Vazevière.
Yeah, it's been pretty static. It's been in and around that spot. It's not that he's pulling away or Mathieu is able to sort of make a dent on it. The person I'm interested to sort of see if he can get by Mathieu Vazevière is Malte Jakobsen, and if he can get by and then start his attack on Vautier.
Well, Vautier, has been a force in North American racing in particular. Has joined the European Le Mans Series for part season this year in LMP2, so he's had plenty of opportunity to get his head around an Oreca 07 again. Mathieu Vazevière, well, he's a known force in this. Malte Jakobsen has been the coming man for quite some time. Louis Delatraz, the reigning European champion in the LMS, and he's just 3 seconds behind Malte Jakobsen. That's just the top four. Alex Quinn, young silver-ranked driver, making his way through, and he's not out this either. Nicky Katzberg pushing on. Tom Dillman.
Just been lunged there by Lawrence Hur. And just at turn 9, and that all started back at turn 6. Tom got all crossed up as he turned back into turn 6, gave Lawrence Hur a bit of an opportunity, and he towed up behind him, and then Lawrence just lunged him down the inside into 9 and got the deal done.
From the lead, 57 on pit lane as well. So this is the critical moments. This is where the discipline on pit lane comes in. This is why I love sports car racing.
Yeah.
Because it's not just about the drivers, it's about the ability of the team on pit lane and the strategy that they can employ from the pit wall.
Yeah, I know that everybody down there at Kessel will be watching on, whether it's Jimmy or Gian Maria, or whether it's Tiziana or Diego engineering there. We all looking on to see how that stop goes and to see if they can get the car back out in the lead. Great group down at Kessel.
Opportunistic move we saw there, wasn't it, from Lawrence Hur?
Got it done, though.
We did. I mean, that's the kind of guy, by the way, that if you ever sit next to him at the cinema, don't leave your popcorn to the side, because you could see exactly what he would do there. Any opportunity. Still got that damage to the front of that 57 car.
Yeah, it is.
Hasn't held them back much, though.
No. And, 57, who's going to be taking that over? That would be, Daniel Serra.
That's not going to get slower, is it?
I wouldn't say so.
No.
I did have a chat with him just before the start of the race, and he was sort of like, well, not sure how we're going to go, and, it's tricky here, and tyre wear's so high, and...
Well, they were at a fine season in the European Le Mans Series this year.
So close, weren't they? 2 points, was it, at the end?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Kimura-san, after win at Mugello, the first time we've been to that fabulous circuit.
Beautiful.
And bumped into him at the restaurant post-race, and what a happy chappy he was. And if Kimura-san, if you're listening and watching either live or post-race, congratulations for your daughter's wedding. That's why Kimura-san is not here this weekend. His friend Jita-san standing in as the bronze racer, and what a force he's been bringing this car guy effort all over the world, in the WEC, in the LMS, and here in the Asian Le Mans Series. It's great to see the highlighter yellow colours.
Yeah, they're going to be a very strong force in this championship throughout, I'm sure of that. Watching Nico Menzel and Davide Rigon go at it here. And there's two excellent drivers, great names within the sport.
Yeah, 92 car from Montai on pit lane from second. That's Ricky Perra, and that will be handing over that car.
So he just came in from the lead, didn't he?
He did. 51 car has cycled through to the lead. So we've got all sorts of storylines.
The Proton gun up the inside there. That was very opportunistic. He just rolled his foot off the brake and just lunged it in there. But he didn't make the move stick. And have we got the RD car coming up behind them?
That is, I think that is Rivera.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Vaxivière, rather.
Yeah, Vaxivière, yeah, picking his way through.
No, I'm wrong. It was the RD. You were completely correct.
It was that silver piece on the back.
Yes.
And Vautier's just got to be careful here, because this is one of those moments where you're trying to pick through a group that's squabbling, and you just got to try and make sure that you get through there cleanly and don't get your car caught up in their race.
Easy with the quicker cornering speed of the P2 to misjudge the rate at which they were taking it.
12's gone in there, really deep, too deep. And is this the 74 Kessel car racing against the 2Cs?
Yep.
And is that...
That's a real world positional race, isn't it? At the moment, that is for 8th position.
Ben Barnicoat on top of the in the 2Cs car, and he's making life pretty difficult there for... Who's on board?
Dennis Marshall.
Dennis Marshall, yeah.
And the pair of them right with Fran Rueda in the 27 Optimum car.
Yeah, I think that they're going to be making Fran's life pretty tricky.
And Jogunon.
And we just got through. Is he going to be able to get him done around the outside? Yes, I think he will, into turn 5.
Let's go take a look back as we get into the final hour of this 4-hour race as to the story so far here at Sepang. Started in blazing sunshine. Giorgio Roda fending off the attention of, well, just about everybody in LMP2. Alex Malikin looking for a way by left or right. Patrick Byrne, the silver rank driver of the 50 car, looking for a way through the middle. Alexander Matchell looking to the outside, but it was Patrick Byrne that guessed right, got through safely and powered away. But behind there was trouble with a clash between the two Inter-Europol cars. That caused all sorts of minor dings and dangs with the GTs. Everybody through pretty much without major damage, although Claudio Schiavone would take time to find a gear. Fred Pordad, a quick turnaround in the RD Limited car, but that would not hold that team back. This, though, was the first retirement, not because of that clash between the 57 car and the Absolute Racing 23 Ferrari, but because of what's about to happen. This, with the impact from the 43 car already involved in the earlier tussle, but taking the Ferrari out. Off for Hash Patel. But that car would be recovered from car collection. And perhaps after hitting some debris, big blowout for Charlie Samani that would cost the 82 Ferrari from AF Corse dear. Trouble in the background there. The Origine Porsche, the GT World Challenge Asia Championship winner, after a clash with the 34 from Inter-Europol. Inter-Europol, a really rotten day for them today. Both those cars pretty much out on the spot. And there was further drama for Inter-Europol. Steve Brooks misjudged the final turn, inflicted damage first on the number 16 AMG and then terminal damage on the number 10 Montai Porsche. The Racing Bakers had not a great day in Malaysia today. And that's what that felt like to one of the young teammates of Steve Brooks. Trouble here, the 16 car involved in that incident couldn't get to its pit stall, and neither could Harry King. Came in from the lead, and that would drop them 10 places down the order. Side by side, this is Ian Aguilera taking the lead in LMP3 from Graf Racing. And all sorts of battles and tussles. It's the two AF Corse Ferraris tussling for podium positions. And AF Corse and Car Guy also getting into it as well. It's amongst a group of cars that have been in the mix all the way through. Esteban Masson taking the lead of the race. Great battle between Alessio Rivera and a storming run from James Allen that would eventually claim the lead for the RD Limited Orica. Their debut not only in the Asia Le Mans Series but in LMP2. The Australian driver, a known force, but went into the battle to the lead, pulled away and handed Tristan Vautier an advantage that he's so far not looked like giving up in the lead of this race with under an hour to go. Good pit stop from the AF Corsa team, closed the gap a little, but Mathieu Vazivière has not been able to close the gap much more than that. RD Limited lead in Sepang, and it was fist bumps and backslaps all round for Romain Dumas. This is the order. 76 laps. RD Limited lead by almost 6 seconds. Algapro Racing's car in the hands of Melter Jacobsen falling back a little now and into the clutches of Louis Delatraz in fourth. Ultimate's the number 35 car on pit lane right now from the lead in LMP3. AF Corsa's 51 car leading Daniel Serra and the car guy 57 in an all-Ferrari battle at the moment, 1-2 in GT. And all the way down the order, there have been battles galore, particularly in the GT class, where it's been pack racing, 2, 3, 5, 8, 12 cars at a time, giving us some racing to savour.
Absolutely, yeah, it's been extraordinary racing today. It's really got going in this second half of the 4 hours of Sepang. We're just seeing here with in the P2 class, we're just seeing Louis Delatraz.
That's Melter Jacobsen falling into the clutches of him.
Yeah,
looks to me like Melter is struggling a little with that car. He's dropped back from, what is that, a couple of seconds back from Mathieu Vazivière.
Yeah, and Delatraz has just now got him fully in his sights. I think Louis is on full kill here, certainly with the bad luck that they had in pit lane. Louis is looking to make up for that little bit of bad luck and work his magic along with the fine pit work and strategy there from Pure Racing and TF Sport to get themselves back in a podium position here.
Well, this is two hypercar drivers going head-to-head. Ahead of them is another in Mathieu Vazivière.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, Delatraz coming down into turn 1 here. He's going to be looking at how can I be getting past Molt? How can I, where his weaknesses, where can I be making to put that move on him? Is he going to be able to use that Lamborghini as a bit of a pick? I don't think he's quite close enough yet. But they were making some progress on Vazivière, but they've just lost a little bit of time again, and it seems like it's yo-yoing a little bit, but Mathieu is gaining on Tristan Vautier just gradually. So I think we're going to head back down into the pit lane with David, and he's got Matt Bell with him, who's been in the 24 Nielsen Databricks car. Over to you, David.
Matt, it's been an interesting stint for you, and it's been a tough race.
It always is in Sepang. A great race so far. Yeah, we were able to go forward at the start of the stint. Managed to have some good restarts. So it was, had some good fun battles out there. Managed to work my way up, I think, from 5th or 6th to second place, running high in second place. That was nice. And a good showing from the team. Some great pit stop work from the team, as always, here at Nielsen. And then, just towards the end of my second stint, we're not sure if something's gone wrong or we hit some debris or something, but there was a sudden shift in balance of the car, and then we've started to struggle with a couple of things a little bit. And Nicky's reported similar feeling so far, so we're not quite sure, because obviously we were feeling quite buoyant at one point and feeling that our result was going to come our way. So we'll just try and hang on, get through the rest of this race. It's been quite eventful so far. So it's far from done yet, and then see how we finish up.
You've got another race tomorrow, but you don't exactly have a lot of mileage before the race tomorrow morning to try and analyse the problem.
Yeah, we've got a great group of people here at Nielsen. There's a lot of new people come into the team since the end of European Le Mans Series, and I think we're all really happy with everybody that's working together. And
trust that they'll be able to delve into everything and figure out so we can make some improvements for tomorrow.
So the plan now is just get to the end, get some points.
No, I mean, we're always racing. We're not giving up. We're not just circulating out there. We're always pushing, So absolutely never go up. We don't seem to quite have the pace at the moment, but this race is far from done.
Thanks, Matt.
Always very bullish there from Matt. He's a constant fighter, always looking to sort of march up the order if possible, and certainly not going to be giving in. No. They've clearly got some things that they need to get dialed in a little bit more there on that Nielsen 24 car, but and maybe they have got some damage and got something that's just gone slightly awry on the car. On analysis, on set down, they'll be able to pick out what that is. But a great group of people there, led by Mark Scaife and Sven. To really get that group of guys together, and with new technical direction of Gary Davis, I think that they're in good order.
And again, we've said it before, whilst you and I have been talking about this format down through the last few years, the opportunity is there to learn the lessons or to pull back some of the kind of problems tomorrow. They've got another go at this 4-hour format tomorrow. Just a lap ago, by the way, Louis Delatraz ran wide just there in the background, turn 14.
I think he was just testing to see if the grass had more grip than the tarmac, and I think he knows.
Do you know what? He lost no time at all in doing it.
That's his genius.
Here we go. Tristan Vautier leads the race, 4.5 seconds ahead of Mathieu Vazevière. This pair, Melter Jacobsen and Louis Delatraz, a further 12 seconds back at the moment. They've been struggling a little bit through traffic, and there's still more traffic to deal with, and that's the high-class racing car of Anders Fjordbach, who is catching the ultimate car for the lead of this race.
Yep.
That would be some result.
It would. We've got another stop to go here with these P2 cars, so we know that they are. There's going to be more action, more strategy, more pit activity, and you just never really know when that's going to be done and how it's going to be done, and whether these teams are going to execute or whether there's going to be another little bobble. But that's the part and the beauty of sports car racing, with multi-class racing and fuel stops and tyre changes, and is somebody going to be able to go through without having to stop, without having to change again any tyres, and it's all those sorts of things you have to throw into the mix to see if, okay, where's everybody at?
In the early part of the 2024 FI World Endurance Championship, and after stellar opening race at Qatar, Laurens van Toor used somebody's internet criticism against them by saying, yes, it's not bad for what had been described as past his best Estra, second best Fantor, an 8-year-old Andre Lotterer. They went on to win the World Championship. Well, we could well be in a situation at the moment where Anders Fjordbach and 72-year-old Mark Patterson could win LMP3 here. On a day where stamina really counted, that could be one of the results of the season. What we're watching with that pair is pretty extraordinary.
Yep, it is. I'm just watching Louis Delatraz there coming through turn 15, and he was very high and wide. I thought he was actually coming down the pit lane. But
Matthew Jacobsen has.
Yes. Yeah, he is coming down pit lane. And, I think Louis was just struggling a little bit there, being in the wheel tracks and all the dirty air that Molt was creating, and it looks to me like that pure racing car is got a little bit of understeer, and it was only being made worse by being in behind Molt. On pit lane,
Tom
stopped in the
Dillman
box,
also on pit lane in the 22 car.
Another tear off.
There you go.
Brilliant.
But he's got young guys, he shouldn't need one. Who else have we got there? It's Algarve Pro Racing's 25. Also Nicky Katzberg in the Nielsen Racing car on pit lane, the 24. So we're getting into that phase now where we're seeing the final routine pit stops for all of these LMP2 cars.
Yeah.
Fuel going aboard.
Yeah. 44 minutes to go. Is Molt going to be able to make it?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's going to be tight.
It is going to be a bit of a fuel save. They pulled the trigger pretty early there.
They did indeed. So 3 of our 10 cars on, and 2 and soon to be 3 cars off pit lane for their final stints. Vautier looking very strong at this point. RD Limited have played this beautifully, and I have to say, massive kudos to James Allen for that stint.
Yeah, I mean, he's made the difference.
Race-winning stint.
Absolutely. And Tristan's just been sat at the front, being smart, managing it, you know, not doing anything flash, but he doesn't need to. He just needs to just manage the gap, listen to Romain and the engineers, and just keep ticking the laps off, and get the car to this next stop, and that'll be the next milestone they're looking to sort of get to, and another point to tick off. And then once they get back out on track, then another fuel load, how the car then feels, and then just keep clicking off the laps, stick to your rhythm, stick to your routine, and just keep working the traffic, being smart, high percentage moves, no big risks, and you'll be sitting pretty at the end.
Another gaggle of GT cars.
Well, there we go. Here's Gounon and Rigon,
yeah,
fighting for 8th and 9th here, and Sepang, absolutely extraordinary.
Here comes Louis Delatraz for that car's final pit stop, as does the race leader. RD Limited down the pit lane now. Mathieu Vazivière for the moment to the lead.
You saw the driver helper there just come in and pop the door open, came in with a drink there for Louis Delatraz. I think they opt to not have a drinks bottle on board, saving for weight, and they can then just give the drinks bottle to Louis so that he can take on some fluids there while the car's being fueled, and that's all completely within the rules and the regulations. But it's just one way of them saving that little bit of weight and not carrying that drinks bottle around. Here's all of the guys from Pure Racing and TF just watching on quite nervously. It's always at that last stop that everybody's like, just need the car to start and the car to pull away.
We've seen enough so far today from that squad to know we've got 5 more races beyond this in this Asia Le Mans series. They are going to be a force.
Oh, always were going to be a force. They've, you know, that's one of the things about when you get a TF Sport entry in P2. You know, it's got a great group of guys, smart. Tom just runs that team so well. It's sort of like a given that it will be.
It's almost
super
like he
strong.
knows what he's doing.
Yeah, someone did say that.
Yeah. GT though has been a highlight today. Some elbows out stuff throughout this.
I think it was a bit ferocious at the start. I think that everybody was just trying to sort of get their head back in racing, and people just kept sort of driving into one another and doing rather silly things. Here's 83
from the lead.
Road. Yeah.
Yep, it's 83, race leader on pit road, as is Alex Quinn from second place on this pit cycle. We're still waiting for the DCAR engineering car, Lawrence Hur. That will be the final car of the lead group to stop, and then it will be about where are we with something like 35 to 40 minutes remaining.
Some teams are going, so 83's got tyres to go on here.
Well,
and let's see, they don't look like they're brand new though. They don't look like, I think that they might be only maybe quali tyres.
Quite possibly. Here comes the DKR car in the background.
The RD car, or is that, sorry, is that Databricks?
That's the RD car coming by pit lane now to retake the lead. So Tristan Vautier, this is the gap. The gap is, right now, Tristan Vautier is in the first turn. Back out on track comes Mathieu Vazivière. That lead has gone up.
Yeah, it has, for sure.
But that is because he's taken tyres and the other car didn't.
Yes. So
also out to 20 car, and Malte Jakobsen is. So let's. We've just seen Louis Delatraz make the final stop. David Addison in the blazing heat, like Lawrence of Arabia.
He's loving it.
He is loving it. Is down with Harry King at Pure Racing.
Tell you that it's not quite as hot, only because I'm in a garage. It's not as hot. Harry King is busy trying to look at me and look more importantly at a timing screen. This might be the one that got away this race.
I think you could say that. Trying to think of a polite way to put this terminology, but I think we got done over in the pits on my first stop. I pulled a nice big gap during my first stint. I was really feeling comfortable, but yeah, that Mercedes in front that blocked our pit box really cost us about 20 seconds, and yeah, that's probably what we needed to win the race. However, yeah, great job by Alex initially, and obviously Louis doing a fantastic job right now. The crews managed to get us a jump in the pits, and we're sitting comfortably in third place, so there's no better person to bring it home than Louis.
And your stint wasn't too shabby. Really good lap times, and you wouldn't think you were new to prototype racing.
Well, that was always the expectation. That's always my plan. I think it was a pretty faultless job from my side. Couldn't have done a lot more different. I certainly learned a lot. Every lap that I did was into the complete unknown. So yeah, I'm pretty proud of myself, but like I say, it would be nice to win on debut.
There are 5 more rounds. At least you get points out of today, fingers crossed.
Say one more time. I can't quite hear.
I was going to say that you get points for today. There are 5 more races to come, so you know it's 1 race of 6. Championship's not over.
Yeah, but it's not good enough, David. You know me. Yeah, we're here to win, but 3rd place will take it if we do succeed with that. But tomorrow should be a better outcome.
Well done, Harry. Thank you.
I don't think their day's done yet. I think there's the storyline still to be written here.
Absolutely, and it's certainly the feedback there with Harry. You know, you can see how ferociously competitive he is, and he's like, you know, this is what we're here to do. We're here to compete. We're here to win, and we're not settling for anything other than that. You know.
No, Addison, that's not good enough. He was saying there.
Yeah, absolutely, that's what he was saying. David needs to get a bit of a tune-up, and so.
I think, in fairness, that was a hit from the rear. That was the Ferrari on the back of the AMG coming through turn 2.
Davide Rigon, I think, on Jules Gounon. So they might be having a bit of a chat after the race here. No love lost between these two as they're fighting backwards and forwards coming into turn 4. Davide is certainly letting Jules know that he is there. And this is going to run and run. These guys have been at this for a while now. And they've also caught Ben Barnicoat in the 2Cs Mercedes. But yeah, just getting back to Harry King, you know, he has had one of the performances of the race.
Yes.
And in his stint there was really, really special. He did a great job. And you know, he can be proud of what he's done. You know, I know that he was a bit unsure of how things were going to go, but he certainly has definitely ticked that box. But when you're in this position of driving and racing and competing in a new class and a new car, you know, like you said, you're learning everything so much. And you're just, every lap is just sort of, you're just harvesting that data, you're just harvesting that experience and just building and building and building on that. And then you go away and then come back here tomorrow. And that's the beauty of this, the way this format works, is that you can just put that all into practice tomorrow. You don't have to wait till next week. It's like it is the very next day that you can put that all into practice, and that is the fantastic beauty of this format that we've got here in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Well, the things I've loved observing in my time in motorsport has been the psychology of the racing driver. And it's a fascination to me about how he will process his buzz from the performance on track with the bitter disappointment I am on pit lane.
Yeah.
But the one thing I guess he could console himself with is that's not going to happen again. It just isn't.
No, that's true. But you can also see almost the parallel between the analysis that Alex Malikin had to his stint and what happened, and then you see Harry King there. And he, you know, almost clinical in the analysis of like, no, this is what we expect, and this is what we are going to do, and this is what we're going to learn from, and this is how we're going to move it forward. It's that sort of eyes forward, very clinical approach of these are the boxes that we've ticked, and these are the ones we've left unticked, and that's what we're going to execute on tomorrow.
It works brilliantly well when you're a professional racing driver, far less well when you're a father of a teenager. Infinitely less well, I can say with bitter experience. Tristan Vautier leads the race, 18 seconds now clear, and increasingly clear of Mathieu Vazevier. Louis Delatraz still in touch there, 5 seconds back. Melter Jacobsen not making the progress he was, 4.4 seconds back now from Delatraz. And Alex Quinn 3 seconds back from there. Just looking where the ebb and flow is coming here.
I'm waiting to see when those tyres kick in with Mathieu Vazevier, because that's the gamble that they've taken there at AF Course. That them taking those tyres is going to be the difference between him being able to finish second or actually win the race.
Yeah, under investigation, by the way, Lawrence Hurt for pit lane speeding. That is DCAR Engineering. They're running in 6th and with quite a big gap to Alex Quinn.
Yeah, usually when that's flagged up, that usually means that you are you've been pinged.
Yeah, but crucially, the gap to Nicky Katzberg behind could mean that Nielsen Racing pick up something here from that. In the classes, it is still the 51 car for Cedric Spirazzulli, who is leading in the 51 car. I think that car owes us a stop. I think that car is out of sequence.
I think it is as well.
Car guys, Daniel Serra is second, but with two LMP3 cars between, and right now Anders Fjordbach is not really, he is catching but not quickly enough. And Matteo Quintarelli still fierce battles here.
Yeah.
This is that Ben Barnicoat? It is, isn't it?
It is Ben Barnicoat, and it's Gounon and Davide Rigon, and these three are glued together, and you know, absolute talent on the screen here.
Isn't it just?
Three factory drivers, and they are going at it super hard, and Gounon's looking to go up the inside here, but Ben Barnicoat's smart to that move.
Laser focus there, was he?
Some of the best guys on the planet in these race cars. It's pretty impressive to see them working there. I mean, just actually before I think we went to the highlights, I think it was at the top of the hour, I watched Ben Barnicoat go into turn 5. He got really wide, and he got the thing all crossed up, and he managed to gather it up. And he's managed to get back online, get the thing all cleaned up, and he's then back at it. And okay, maybe the 2C's car isn't the fastest the car underneath him today, but he is an absolute pro, gathering it all together and still keeping his car in the race and fighting Gounon super hard. And he's going to make Gounon work really hard for this position.
There are three completely world-class drivers in these cars, and what a treat to have them.
So
in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Sorensen in the 89 car, I believe.
It is Brendan Leach in that car. And he's under pressure from Richard Leitz, 2015 FI World Endurance GT World Champion. The first season that the FI World Endurance Championship awarded an actual FI World Championship to their GT Pro drivers.
Richard just trying to run that tight line there, really hugging that curve, but just in the way that the camber of the road works, he just sort of slung the rear of the car around, and he couldn't get the purchase and the drive off, and he's got to sit down for another straight behind the Aston Martin Vantage, and it certainly looks quick on the straight as that Aston Martin, but Richard's going to try and go around the outside high and wide, and not quite able to do that. When you get that wide out there, you start picking up all of the debris and pick up, and it's whether Richard can now get the drive off here and get the job done coming up into turn 4.
Needs to get it done because he's being caught at the moment by Dennis Marshall behind in that Kessel Racing car again that's pogoed up and down the order throughout the afternoon. So the epic run earlier in the race from Ben Stark. Dennis has not had quite the pace or quite the impact with his pace that Ben had, but he's right there in the mix here.
He is. He's just got to try and latch himself onto the back of this. I think that is
him, just with the P3 cars around him.
Oh, that's the Corsa car.
Oh, you're right, it is.
That's the Corsa car. That's who's on board with that. Of course.
That's apologies. There is the Kessel car.
Yep. Sorry, it's Davide Rigon in that the Corsa car. Yeah.
Richard Leitz side by side with Aston Martin. Think he's got it done here, though.
He has got it done, but has he just dropped it on the way out, and he's going to get back up the inside? Do you see what he just dropped? The right rear off the exit curb there, and then he couldn't get the purchase on the power, threw it into 11, dropped it, and then Brendan Leach got back through and up the inside. Richard Leach is going to be furious with himself for that, but I think that he's a smart cookie. But it's whether Dennis Marshall is now going to be able to get the run on the pair of them as they come down into turn 15.
And he's got a good run.
He has. He really has. Richard's driving him all the way to the grass. And it's whether Dennis can actually now make a move here up the inside.
I think Richard's made a mistake here.
I think he may have, but that wide line works out for Richard, and all of a sudden, maybe he should have been doing that all race.
Wow.
He's just fantastic traction there in the Porsche. But here comes Dennis down the inside. He's going to be in the pit lane.
I think he's got him. It's three wide. What an extraordinary mixture of lines, mixture of speed.
It's just got a bit too deep, but poor Richard's just giving him a bit of a tag. What a great Great racing.
Fantastic stuff from all three races. I'm not going to say it was completely clean, but it wasn't that bad.
No.
But Dennis Marshall, what a double move there. Great move from Richard Leitz. He could barely believe, I think, where the Ferrari was there.
Yeah, I know. That was an extraordinary move. Great racing as it come down here into turn one. He looks like Dennis just overcooked a little bit, but Rich is trying to come back up the inside, but he just tags the back of the Ferrari. But is then Brendan Leach going to get back up the inside of Richard Leach? No, he's not. They all just give one another just enough room. But Richard's not giving up here. He's still on the back of Dennis Marshall, and I think that he thinks that he's got enough pace here to get back in front of that Ferrari, that Kessel Ferrari 296, and I think he's having a look up the inside there, switching one way then the other. I think that Manthey Porsche has got that little bit more pace here, and it's whether Richard just can get the tyres back underneath him.
I did once have a quick rummage through the desk at Manthey Racing and did find the instruction book for Richard Leitz. There is no chapter for giving up.
Just had it deleted. Yeah, they're creating their lap time in different ways. Richard is just leaning on.
Aggressive.
He's just leaning on him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very literally.
It's pretty extraordinary how hard he's leaning on him there.
But by the way, this battle is allowing that group we were looking at earlier, led by Ben Barnicoat, to catch this group. So that was 8 seconds behind. The gap now to that group, led by Ben Barnicoat, is 5 seconds.
Right. See, if I was Richard, I'd have been running that wider line around turn 15 because it looked like it worked an absolute
astonishing, wasn't it?
last time.
It looked like it was going off.
I know, but he just hooked up and went. And I think Richard feels that he's got
the quicker car.
Yeah,
yep.
certainly across the apexes, it looks like he has. But Dennis is just placing the car in the right spots, and then maybe just got a little bit more straight line speed than the Porsche, but only just a tiny bit. And they're just playing this game of cat and mouse at the moment. You can almost sort of see Dennis is just mirroring everything that Richard does, but the two of them are trying to eke their way away from the Mercedes AMG that's behind, and they've managed to sort of break free. And it's now what's going to happen in these last sort of 26 minutes here, and who's got the tyre underneath them.
And this, by the way, is not a battle for a podium position, it's for fourth.
Yeah, good points though.
Yeah, very good points.
Good points.
Just looking at what's going on, they are catching Elias Sepang in the Climax Racing car for third.
Is he only, 6 seconds up the road, is he?
Yes, something like that.
Yeah.
They catch him about a second a lap, and we've still got 26 minutes to go, so there's time for that to happen.
Yeah, Diego will be feeding that information back to Dennis. Diego, the engineer at Kessel, he's super focused, great guy, super racer, and he's got an eye for a great sort of strategy and a great sort of setup, and he'll be talking that through with Dennis and feeding back that information to make sure he's completely across it all. As a driver, you really want that sort of information, so you know where you're at. You know where you're at with. You can see where you're at with Richard, but you need to know where you're at with that car that you're chasing that's just up the road.
I'm pretty certain this is going to be a battle for a significant podium position.
I think
we've got two cars ahead that do need to pit.
Do you think the Climax car does?
I think it does, and I think the AF Corsa car does as well.
Now, let's see.
They both pitted 3 times, but bear in mind the cycle of pit stops through those safety cars. I don't think they've pitted in this cycle.
I think the Climax car for sure, but I don't know. Not absolutely 100%, but we're just going to see how things play out over the next 25 minutes here.
We're into the last 25 minutes and 7 seconds. We know what happens in the next 25 minutes. Anything. 10, 11 seconds to good. Tristan Vautier looking increasingly secure for RD Limited here with 25 minutes to go. Mathieu Vaxivière sits second, and he is pulling away from Louis Delatraz.
Well, Mathieu Vaxivière, when I looked last, he was 18 seconds back, and now he's 11. So,
you think he's catching?
I think that gamble that AF Corse have taken.
Full course yellow. Now, what's that all about?
Wow. Who has gone off where? Turn 14. Turn 14, there's something happening.
We have no car stopped. Unless it's the
totally
30.
left at turn 14.
Is it the 30?
The 30?
30 car appears to be stopped somewhere.
That is the RD Limited car.
That has stopped on our tracker. That is...
There's a Marshall on the track.
So it may just be a timing glitch because we've come into a full course yellow. My apologies. It is that. It's because the tracker is expecting the car at the end of this sequence, this sector. So I think it may just be a fair amount of debris at turn 14, 15. There has been more than a few brushes there.
Between turn 14 and 15, they're totally left. So
we've just seen a Marshall on track picking up some carbon fibre.
This will play into the hands of RD Limited. It's going to give less time for Mathieu Vaxivière to work away and make gains.
Debris on track confirmed, by the way.
This also may help the other cars that are really tight on fuel. You know, that 51 in AF course and also the Climax number 2.
We will be removing full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Here we go.
3.
We'll watch this get back to green flag racing. Ricard leads. There's a move from Dennis Marshall to...
Yeah, and I think Rich is going to get it. Rich is going to get that move done. He's going to... Oh, he just got in a bit too deep, and he's just run wide. And is he going to be able to get that great drive back? And here we go, that wide line that Richard has used in the past. It's just not quite able to get it done. And there's the Kessel car just stretching its legs.
I'm going to refer back, by the way, because I know lots of viewers are keen to find out what happens about various things we can't understand. And one of the things we couldn't explain earlier was why it was that Esteban Masson ran down pit lane and we hadn't seen a penalty.
Yeah.
And with thanks to Jasmine Muller at Kessel Racing, that was to reset the driver time.
Oh, wow. OK.
65 minutes maximum stint.
Richard Leeds here is still filling Dennis's mirrors. And he just seems to have the run through and off, but then can't quite make it stick for the next corner.
This is going to go right to the end of this pair.
It is. These two are going to be banging wheels all the way to the flag, I feel. It's one of the battles of the race.
Just looking behind and seeing where we are with the other chasing pack. I think the pace of these two is...
So that's
Lawrence Hurt. That's the one we were predicting a little earlier. That under investigation tends to be a pretty clear-cut thing. That will give Nicky Katzberg and Nielsen Racing that position.
So Dennis has just got to be smart here. I think that he's got Richard pretty much under control as long as he doesn't run too wide or do anything too crazy. He's just got to be keeping it, hitting his marks and being smart with his placement.
What's happened here? This is Anders Fjord back with one of the
20,
APR cars. There's a contact here? I don't think so. I think it was just forced. That's the RLR car.
Yeah, testing to see if the grass had more grip than the tarmac. No, it's another one. I thought it tested out. And is that... That's Marshall has managed to get away
and
a little bit.
Cars between him now.
Yeah, he has. And is that going to strike the end of Richard's attempts to wrestle that position back?
I'm going to check that manual again. No, giving up is not a chapter.
Just leafing through it.
No, there's nothing there under GIV. No.
Yeah. Well,
what a servant he has been to this sport. He has been astonishing.
And a lovely guy.
He is a lovely guy. Great, dry sense of humour. One of only 2 racing drivers in a long and irritating career that I've had that's ever punched me.
In the face?
No, the stomach.
Oh.
I deserved it.
OK. You must be... Well, I won't say anymore.
You weren't the other, by the way. So 2 punches to the stomach and 1 grab to the throat. But that's not a bad record in 25 years. But
I'm surprised it's that few.
I know you are. I can see.
So's Trudy.
Yes, that's pretty much everybody. But Dennis Marshall, I think, has got away here.
He has, but Breton Racing Car is the P3 car.
Oh, there is the race leader.
Yeah, that's not going to help Dennis Marshall there. And when you're in this sort of position where you're just trying to tick the laps down, and a P car comes up the inside of you like that really does throw you off your rhythm.
Well, he had to be quick, Tristan Vautier, because you're absolutely right. Coming into and out of, as that's the 51 car, that's the leader. That's the leader. And I think he was on his way into the pit lane.
He was coming in pretty hot then.
I think he was coming into the pits. He's on pit lane now.
Wow.
So that has ruined the 51 car's run here.
You were right. Okay, I will write that down. You were right.
That's
okay,
one this season. The point I was going to make is the gap, you said, was 18 seconds and down to 11. It's now 5.2.
Yeah, I mean, this could be the masterstroke here from AF Course. We have got another 18 minutes to go, and Tristan is going to be under pressure.
And here is our new race leader, or returning race leader, Car Guy.
Yeah.
Already taken a race win in the European Le Mans Series this season. And is this going to be a race win in the Asian Series?
Daniel Serra chatting with him earlier, and he was like, oh, the tyres, this is going to be difficult, I'm pretty sure he's going to be pretty happy right now with his position. Only got just 18 minutes to go. He's got a nice 14-second lead. Very experienced, very fast, good team under him. He's just got to be ticking off the laps now, being smart with it. But
that was
great to see.
Fuel-only stop, by the way, the 50. I think he was coming in and lost it coming into the pits.
I agree.
40 seconds on pit lane. They're back out and running.
Yeah,
Would have helped his tyres, mind you.
No, and I'm not sure where he's going to be when this all shakes out. When everything updates, because he had a run through the gravel.
Yep.
And then he had a run down pit lane.
He did.
He had to stop in pit lane.
So just waiting till he clears. I think he's still second, you know.
Yeah, but we're just now seeing live the gap between first and second in P2. And
5 seconds.
It is coming down all the time.
Alex Quinn, by the way, had been chasing hard on Milton Jakobsen. That has dropped away again now. And actually the gap that's coming down is Nicky Katzberg. It is nearly 20 seconds, and we're running out of time for that. But it was 2 seconds quicker than the car ahead of him 2 laps ago. Another second taken this time. So that's one to keep an eye on. Meantime, by the way, in LMP3, the closing of the gap for Anders Fjordbach had stalled, but is now coming back down again quickly. So 7 seconds for the lead between Matteo Quintarelli, who's leading in the Ultimate car, the 35 car, and Anders Fjordbach in the high-class racing number 49. Graf Racing third, by the way, with Danielle Frost.
Just chipping away at here, Mathieu Vaxivière. It's just not quite enough in that last lap. But I think he's going to be within striking distance here. It's only going to take a little bit of traffic for Tristan Vautier, and then it's going to be...
Spirizuli, by the way,
game on.
Is second place. He did, despite that, retain second place. So whatever, of course, were done with their strategy, boy, did that work.
Yeah, that's a bit of magic right there.
That is an astounding bit of magic. And Elias Sepang, and we think possibly still owes a stop, because he's only stopped 3 times, and I'm pretty certain that car stopped 2 times early, so it should need fuel. It's the Climax Racing car sitting third. We're waiting to see whether or not Dennis Marshall is actually in a real world third or fourth.
Yeah, we still...
This is looking on screen now at the high-class racing car. Oh, that we moved away. That looked like an inevitability of a brush between the 2 cars.
So we're still working through the manual of Richard Leitz, and yes,
not given up, has he?
Definitely hasn't. No,
I'll just put down "I told you so" there. Tick that box.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's 1 more.
keeping score as to who's right and who's wrong through this season, but he is back.
Oh, well in front. But yes, Dennis Marshall is still under pressure there from Richard Leeds, and he is just dogged in his trying to chase him down. And they got the Bartone number 9 Get Speed car in their wheel tracks, but I believe they are a lap down. Fab Schiller on board.
Indeed. He's been there pretty much the last half an hour, so there's nothing wrong with the pace of that car. It's not fallen right for them.
No.
Richie Leach, though, it's not giving this up.
No.
Richie, by the way, is B4 in the Porsche Motorsports vending machine of excellence. Sits next to Thomas Preining.
Pretty good, I would say. Right up there. And yeah, Richard is still...
Fab Schiller's having a go here.
Yeah, Fab just needs to just pump the brake. Don't get involved. Just let these guys race and compete.
Yeah.
And drive around just behind.
He has, in terms of where he is against his next nearest opposition, he's not going to catch the car ahead of him for position, so you're absolutely right. And don't get involved in this.
Oh, Fab, don't do that. No, just let him race. He needs to be the team needs to be on the radio here, just telling him, look, don't mess up this battle that's in front of you.
Matt Vaxivière, by the way, it's 5 seconds now, but running out of time. 13 minutes to go. Vautier, Vaxivière, Delatraz 27 seconds back now, with Jakobsen 7 seconds back from that.
I think that Mathieu Vaxivière's battle and assault to try and chase down Tristan, I think it's stalled out.
I think so.
It's sort of got to that 5 second mark, and it seems like he's just run out of juice.
The one that's not fallen out of juice, by the way, is Anders Fjordbach, because that is still coming down 6 seconds now, and took a further second out last time around. That's on current schedule. If he can maintain the pace, that is going to be a battle in the last couple of laps of the race for the win.
That is going to be extraordinary. If they can pull that off, I mean, that
astounding.
Is just extraordinary.
Well,
one of the drives of the race.
Well, as an example of just how good a run that's been, Danielle Frost is running third in the car that won this race last year. The other two drivers are the reigning champions, Alexander Bekantsov and James Winslow, and they're 53 seconds behind the two-driver squad.
Yeah, it's pretty extraordinary they've been able to do that. It really is. Fab Schiller just behind Richard Leeds there, all the way up the straight from 14 to 15, flashing his lights, weaving around.
Two-car Elias Sepanan has indeed pitted, so Kessel Racing do cycle back into a real-world third place.
Yeah, Dennis Marshall. Oh, and here's Fab Schiller coming up the inside of Richard. Richard giving him the room, and is that the end of his battle and chance of a third place?
Well, the only other option here is allow the AMG to go and let him draw you up there with him if he's struggling to actually close the gap.
Absolutely.
But that's all he's got left at this stage, I think.
It is. It really is. And, you know, maybe Richard's just sitting there going, OK, this is points, thinking about bigger picture, championship. Let's just tick this one off. Bag the points.
Yeah. Looking for where other positional changes might be possible in the next 11 minutes. That's what we've got left on the clock from this 4-hour race.
Tristan Vautier there, just absolutely wall of death it right around the outside of turn 14. So that is not over. Down to 4.2 seconds. It only takes a little mistake like that, and all of a sudden gives extra impetus back to the 83. And Mathieu Vaxivière just gets a sniff of it, and then all of a sudden he's absolutely bang on him.
It keeps nibbling away, 3/4 second here, half a second there, and we get down to the final lap and we've got traffic. Then you've got something.
It's only going to take one bit of traffic here, and if he gets across a big gaggle of cars, you know, if Tristan does, then he is going to be, you know, really into the clutches of Matthew.
Number 11 car here, Matthias Besch. A quiet race for the number 11. In the mix at the start of the race with
unusual for him, isn't he? He's usually quite punchy.
He's usually very punchy indeed, but he's just not been in a position where he can attack anything worthwhile at this stage. Under 6 seconds now, the gap in LMP3 for the lead.
It's under 4 seconds for Mathieu in the 83 AF course.
Are we going to get to another ridiculous position where we've got 2 battles for the lead on the final lap?
Could well be.
Again.
He's just taken another massive chunk out of it. He's another 6-7 tenths. And here is Tristan is in traffic now. And this could be the point that we have all been
He's just
building
lost
up
another
to.
second.
It's, yeah, it is going to be very, very close here. 9 minutes to go. There's some sort of 4 to 5 laps. And can Mathieu just make it through this Gagler car's Iron Dames? He's just sent up the inside of the Lamborghini there. And he's certainly not lost that much time. And he's going to be down underneath the 3 seconds, nearly 2 seconds.
The reason we're looking at, by the way, Matthias Besch is because he's catching Vazevier on the road.
He is.
Could that be a factor?
Yeah, is he going to be another one to just get in the way or get in the middle of a battle? And this battle is for the lead.
Yes, 1.6 seconds. He's losing time hand over fist here to the chasing car. So it's Tristan Vautier in the debuting RD Limited number 30 car. Romain Dumas' new LMP2 effort with 8 minutes to go, being caught by previous race leader Mathieu Vazevier in the AF Corsa number 83 car, the reigning European LMP2 Pro-Am champions.
Yeah, and it's all going to come down to this last 4 laps, I believe. We're going to have maybe 5. Just depends on how the clock ticks over, but he's trying to keep it neat and tidy, Tristan, but he's got another Aston Martin Vantage in front of him. He's going to have to go round the outside of that, get pushed off slightly offline, and that's going to cost him a little bit more time. And Mathieu is just going to be able to get through and past the Aston Martin into 7, and he's under a second.
There's almost a degree of inevitability, isn't it? While we're watching this, by the way, we should, and as Fjord back, under 3.5 seconds now back from the lead in LMP3. These 2 gaps closing.
Yeah. It's been an absolute masterstroke here by AF Course to give Mathieu the opportunity to fight and get on terms here with Tristan, and it's going to be all down to when he gets up on him, can he make that move stick? And has Tristan got anything in the armoury to fight him, or is it going to be he's just going to be hung out to dry and just nothing to fight him with?
Struggling for grip through the corner and trying to get the traction in, the tyres just weren't responding.
No, there's a little bit of resignation on the face there of James Allen and a little bit of Romain Dumas there. They kind of can sort of read the tea leaves and see, yeah, what's going to happen here. Mathieu was just in a little bit deep there, but we've seen that in the past. The high and wide line there in 15 really can work out for these P2 cars.
It's about where you get the traction in, isn't it? And that you could see both those turns, Vautier struggling to get the power down, and that's not a challenge at the moment that Mathieu Vazevier has got.
Yeah, well, it's going to be down to these last couple of... It seems that Mathieu has that bit of extra speed up and to and through the apex, but then it's on the power and the power down, and Romain knows he's got a real battle here, real battle on his hands. And I mean, if it was me and I was to be looking at my driver order, I mean, I'm pretty sure that he'll be thinking, if I got the guy that's standing next to me here in the pit box in the car, would he be able to get this done?
6 minutes. We'll keep an eye on this one. I'm just going to take a quick look at where things are in GT, because it is boiling up nicely. Daniel Serra well away in the lead here. Cedric Spirazzulli is in second place, not under immediate pressure from Dennis Marshall, but Marshall has got Leeds still with him, under 2 seconds back. Rigon 2 seconds back. Gounon 2 seconds back.
Oh, Vazevier here is right on him, and it's going to be how he can pick his way through this traffic. He's had to go just slightly wide there, and it's how these two now get the car stopped. If Tristan can get it stopped, Mathieu can't quite get it stopped. Traction off of 14. It's a drag race now down to 15, and who is going to come out? And we've gone through turn 15 onto that sort of 3 laps to go.
It could happen in turn 1 and 2 here, depending on the traction out of this final turn. They're entering turn 15 now to start lap number 100.
And they're both scrambling for grip here. I think Mathieu has got just a tick more, but there's not much more in the tank for his tyres. And Tristan, I think he's basically on the cords. I think the way that car's moving around, and he's having to be so gentle and so ginger with the controls. It's all about how slow you are with your hands and your feet, and how you direct the car into the corner, how you load it in, how you show the car the corner. And you don't want to overslide, you don't want to just brush off any more of that rubber for performance. And Tristan's just got to try and nurse it. If he can pull this off, this will be an exceptional win for him and RD Limited.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go. So time is running out to get it done. Other things that could change here. Nicky Katzberg is catching Alex Quinn for 5th place. Nielsen Racing against the 20 Algar Pro car. It's still not done in GT for the final podium position. Ricard Leeds, 0.3 of a second back from Dennis Marshall.
It's so ridiculous. Yeah, legend, Richard Leeds. What a guy.
What a fighty little feisty thing he is.
Yeah.
Just wonderful stuff. Still making his way through the traffic more convincingly than the RD Limited car is, but not quite close enough yet.
No, and I think
3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Vaxivier has just got within that window, and it's just creating just that aero unload. Oh, and that was nicely done. But you see, as Vaxivier just got on the throttle there, rear just started to drift away from me. Couldn't quite get the purchase off the corner. And he's just been gapped again by Tristan. And it's...
He's running out of opportunities to do it. This is the problem. So the point here is he's got the pace. He's not got the opportunity.
No.
And he needs the right opportunity that's as low risk as it possibly can be.
Yeah.
Because it may be the only opportunity he gets.
Yep. You have to just take that opportunity, boom, deliver, execute.
He's no closer this time than he was last time around.
No, Mathieu is... he's gone in deep, and that's going to hurt him. He's wide, high and wide. Just needs to just be smart and deliver the car to the apex.
We'll keep watching it. It's under a second still, the gap. It is a second, the gap for the lead in LMP3. For the final podium position in GT, Ricard Leeds is half a second back. He's a quarter of a second back from Dennis Marshall, but definitely Rigon is a second back from him.
It is absolutely extraordinary battles, up and down.
Great stuff.
Yeah. Sepang 4 hours has really delivered here. What a finish.
Well, it was a tricky old start to this race. They struggled to get rhythm into this race. All of a sudden, Vazivier's gathered himself, and all of a sudden, this looks like a more...
Tristan had a big wobble as he came off of turn 8, and he's now just got to get it up the inside of the car collection car, and importantly, he's got that car in between him and Mathieu.
It's going to be this lap and one more.
It is. And Matthew's just got the wrong side of that Porsche, couldn't quite get it done, and he gapped him. Tristan's gapped him. And is this going to be enough? Is this going to be enough to get it done? But is there more traffic up the road? There's 3 cars that he's got to get by.
At this point, you pity the poor TV director. Where do you look? There's battles in every class for significant positions.
Exactly. And
there, by the way, that is the battle for LMP3 ahead of them. That is the lead battle.
Wow.
So they've got the lead battle for P1 and P2 and P3 overlapping now. And it's going to happen on the last lap. In both these classes, it's going to happen or it's not. There's our leader in both classes crossing the line. There's a second place in both classes on the line.
Extraordinary finish here. But I think Tristan's got just enough of a gap here. And Matthew's just got in there a little bit deep again.
And ironically,
he has to check it up, and he can't quite get the drive on to turn 2.
That was the ultimate car, just losing the rear end of the car. 2 AF Corsa Run prototypes side by side.
Yeah, I just think that's just a little bit too much of an ask here for Mathieu. If Tristan keeps it all together, he's disciplined, hits his marks, I think Mathieu's not going to be able to get this done. Tristan has delivered a really exceptional race.
That is a properly controlled drive. He looked like there was no chance he was going to
5 laps ago, I thought he was cut.
And off in the background, one of the 2 P3 cars. Which of the two was that?
Oh, it's going to be nail-biting. It's not over. It's not over.
I think it was the lead car that went off in LMP3.
No way. Wow. The ultimate car.
I think it was.
Oh, this is super, super close. Is Tristan just tightened up inside the car? Matthews right there on him. It's going to come down to these last two corners.
Income of the final turn. Income of the final turn.
Oh, he's just losing the rear. He's got up the inside. All the way to the inside. He's got it done, and he's drifted Tristan really wide. It lent on him super, super hard there. Used all his experience. Is Tristan going to be able to come back up on him, get a run off and through and into turn 15? Oh, it's going to be super close. I think Tristan is going to send it. Who is going to get this done?
It's gone wide. It's gone wide.
Unbelievable.
He's gone wide. He's got off the track. It's going to happen over the line. Unbelievable finish. Unbelievable stuff. RD Limited win at Sepang on the team's debut in LMP2. Amazing stuff. The lead changes twice in the final two turns of a 4-hour race.
Unbelievable finish.
Staggering stuff. Tristan Vautier brings it home after a stellar run from RD Limited.
Oh, wow, what a race. What a performance by those two guys.
Francois Perrault, he smiles away. He'll know what that means. He'll be disappointed, but he can't be in those
absolute carnage down there at RD Limited. The boarding's gone everywhere. They're just absolute people everywhere. High fives, hugging. Crazy scenes.
We're waiting for the third place car to come home. It'll be a while. It will be Louis Delatraz, the pure racing car. It is Ultimate. It was the high-class racing car that ran off the course. So Ultimate take the win. The 35 car, Matteo Quintarelli fends off Anders Fjord back at the end of the race. High-class racing, a staggering result for them. We wait for the results in GT to come home. That should be Car Guy. And here they come, the number 57 car. Confirmed, by the way, Pure Racing have completed the race in third position. What an amazing finish.
Extraordinary performance.
We're not done yet. Because Manthey EMA still with the Kessel car for the third place. Car Guy coming around the final turn now, and it will be Daniel Serra to bring home the 57 car. Uchida, that's the 22 car, staggering over the line. Masson and Daniel Serra, a deserved win for Car Guy and Kessel Racing.
The extraordinary, fantastic performance there by car 57.
Graf Racing complete the podium in LMP3. We're waiting for the second and third place cars to come by. It will be under 20 seconds. It looks like it's going to be an AF Corsa car run car on the podium in every class. Cedric Spirazzulli is going to bring the car home. He does. And who is going to be third? Is it going to be Dennis Marshall? It is. Oh, both Kessel cars on the podium.
Extraordinary. So close. Well, Tristan, what a job. Absolutely fantastic run to the flag there. He had nothing left. Absolutely nothing left. He drove the tyres off that Orica 07. That is a fantastic performance by him and the whole driver crew and all those guys in the RD pit box.
To give you an idea how close it was for that final position in the GT class, the three cars that were contesting third place separated by 1.2 seconds at the flag.
Wow.
That team deserved that win. That was a cracking run from them from the very start.
Yep.
So, let's look back at this. Tristan Vautier brings it home for RD Limited. Trev Bordad spun that car in the early part of the race and was almost last overall. He fought back. Then one of the stints of the race on pace from James Allen, and another of the stints of the race on defensive driving from Tristan Vautier. Those last two corners, quite staggering.
It was.
49 here from High Class Racing, under Fjordback. He will be disappointed to finish second.
But, I mean, what a Iron Man performance there.
Combined age
and him.
Combined age of well over 100, most of it from Mark Patterson.
Wow. You say it like that.
Love you, Mark.
Yeah.
But that, Mark, I mean, I don't know what physical state Mark's in at this point, but that's an amazing finish from them. But not taking away from Ultimate, and Stefan Lemeret aboard that car, putting the car on pole position. having been called by Amato Ferrari whilst he was on his way to a Christmas party, or several Christmas parties.
Or 3 or 4.
Indeed. The 35 car, Matteo Cantarelli it was who brought the car home. The Benz Valens from Hungary also aboard that car, but Car Guy bringing the GT win here. And you know what, guys? We get to do the whole thing again tomorrow.
Fantastic. What a finish. Absolutely, what a finish.
Fair to say, a frustrating start to that 4-hour race. The first hour and a half pretty interrupted. But beyond that, racing of high quality in all 3 classes.
Yep.
Great stuff.
Really fantastic to see that finish and the way that unfolded, particularly for the P2 class and RD and AF course. I thought AF course had really pulled a masterstroke with that final stop, putting the tyres on. Matthew was just hunting him down and really picking his points, and it looked like RD were dead in the water, but they managed, Tristan just about managed to find some life in the tyres from somewhere and keep it. And that last 2 corners, extraordinary performance.
Wonderful stuff.
Oh, yes.
You can't believe that, can he? Absolutely mega stuff.
Really fantastic.
From both teams involved in that, because it was clean and it was brilliant racing. Great push from Mathieu Vassifierre, great defence from Tristan Vautier, and those last 2 corners deserve to be on anybody's highlights reel from 2024.
Oh, it's extraordinary, and Romain must be extremely proud of what he's put together here. Group of guys who are absolute fighters, and he's clearly got a very fast car. Great to see 57 and Kessel Racing Car Guy coming in and taking that first place in GT. Daniel Serra bringing the car home to a pretty comfortable victory in the end. All the action in GT though was for that 3rd place. I mean, extraordinary. I mean, Richard Lees just putting Dennis Marshall under so much pressure.
Absolutely. Grabbing a bundle of points as well for Montoya made Richard Leeds, and great stuff from him. My apologies, by the way, I was wrong. It wasn't 3 cars for 4th place, for 3rd place rather away, separated by 1.2 seconds. It was 4.
Okay.
Dennis Marshall, Richard Leeds, David Irigon and Jules Gounon. 1.3 seconds between the 2. And what a sporting stuff, by the way, there from
it's always great to see.
They've enjoyed it.
Yeah, this interaction here between team owners and drivers, and how that sort of all plays out. You sit there and you instantly start to debrief on what's happened over the last 30 minutes, the last hour, the last 4 hours. You're always sort of talking, you instantly start swapping stories about which tyre you had on when and where you were passing and that move that you did and how it worked out and this traffic and all of those stories that you start instantly replaying. And it's just that's so special about racing, that you can share that instantly with your crew and your competitors. It's really special.
You know, at many levels, racing is like this. Sports car racing particularly special because it's a bit more of a team effort.
Yeah.
And particularly in this series where it is all Pro-Am. Every single one of these teams. Fred Pordad there on the right-hand side. This is the biggest race of his life.
It is. Well, it's certainly one of the victories of all of these guys have ever had in their careers. You know, that will be remembered by all of them.
Because of the nature it was done.
Absolutely, but it's a brand new team into this championship. You know, it's first race for them.
You know, who's to say what happens next here for RD Limited? They have no other programme with this car. Could this be their route to the Le Mans 24 Hours?
It's possible.
Well, let's go down after an extraordinary end to the 4 hours of Sepang. No doubt Enlightened RD Limited are going to be with David Addison.
We have the 3 drivers here, and we've got to start, Tristan, with you. What a heroic last stint that was.
Thank you. Yeah, hats off to the team. To be honest, it's their first race. Some of the mechanics had never done a pit stop in LMP2 or in road course racing. And they had the fastest times, I think, pretty much every stop in pit lane. So, you know, Fred did his job, kept the car on the lead lap. We caught some breaks with the safety cars. James, I don't know, some second stint, so I got to give it to him because he gave me the car in the lead, which made it much easier. The first stint felt not kind of easy, but I was kind of trying to save the tires, so it felt like there was some in the back, but then the second one was all out, and the last lap, I just couldn't break inside in that corner. I knew that I didn't have the grip to then get a decent exit, so he sent it, and then it was a great battle. It was fair. that's a good way to win a race. I think we'll remember that one for a long time. So thanks to Fred for having James and I on the car. Thanks to the team for, again, an awesome jump. First race for them. And, yeah, it's a good way to kick off the season.
James, great drive by you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, it felt quite good. I mean, we knew from the start that the deck was going to be bad, so it was really all about looking after the tyres as much as we could. And, yeah, just the second safety car came out, which put us in a good spot to just start chipping away at anyone we could. Thanks to Brice for the strategy calls that put me in 5th position, which gave me a good boost to sort of finish the job. And, of course, thanks to Tristan for that heroic drive at the end. Like you said, it was just amazing.
Fred, what a day.
What a day. Unforced error by me early on, and then just put my head down and tried to get us back to where we started. And I knew that if I gave these guys the car in good shape in one piece, they'd do something with it. But that was amazing. And hats off to the team. Romain and Brice are incredible, as is the rest of the team. Antoine, couldn't be happier for the guys. It's amazing for them on their first outing. So very happy.
Well done, guys. We'll see you on the podium in a few minutes. Well done.
What a great race from all of them. Let's take a look back at an extraordinary 4 hours of Sepang, led away as the lights went out by Giorgio Roda in the Proton competition car, with a gaggle of 4 cars in contention for the lead coming into the first turn. Patrick Byrne in the teal-covered 50 car from AF Corsa it would be, that picked his way through from 3rd to 2nd to 1st by turn 2, but behind it was a clash between the 2 cars who went to Europol, the pink car and the yellow and green car. Lots of tussles behind, lots of little bits of niggly damage as well. It would be the start of a tale of woe, I'm afraid, for the 2 Ligiers from the Polish Bakers, normally faultless in LMP3. Claudio Schiavone getting away after a short delay. It was another issue here for the 34 car, clashing with first the 16 Climax AMG and then the 10 Montai car, putting Antarasau, luckless, blameless Antarasau, out of the race. Steve Brooks just having an awful moment into turn 15. It was that damaged 16 car struggling to get into its pit box that delayed the 91 car. Did that cost them the win today? Certainly cost them around 20 seconds, with Harry King coming in from the lead and leaving at the back of the LMP2 field. Battle in LMP3 for the lead at that point. RLRM Sport going ahead of Graf Racing, and cracking battles throughout in GT, all the way up and down the field, very often featuring the AF Corsa and the Kessel Ferraris, including the 57 from Car Guy. And then into a final battle for the lead, with the 83 car from AF Corsa, the 30 car for the debuting RD Limited squad. James Allen taking the car to the lead in a fantastic tussle, and driving away at that stage came in, and this debuting squad, as Tristan Vautier took over for the final stint. First pit stops today for some of these guys, ceding just a second or so in that final pit stop to retain the lead and set up what would be one of the finishes of the season. 51 AF Corsa car heading into the pits for its final pit stop, tumbling through the gravel, losing the lead in the final stages. This was, though, the final couple of turns. Turn 14, it looked all over Mathieu Vazevière, but under pressure from Tristan Vautier, took it wide in turn 15, and the most astonishing finish I've seen in the Asia Le Mans series. RD Limited, Romain Dumas' new team, take the win in the first round of 2024-25. Maximum points, maximum effort, maximum entertainment, fabulous stuff here in Malaysia. Romain Dumas celebrating with his young team. Car Guy bring home a famous win for that team as the 22 Proton car staggered over the line. The Kessel Racing Run car takes the first win of the season in what was an amazingly close GT race. Congratulations to Romain Dumas from Francois Perraudot, a sporting gesture.
Oh, fantastic to see. Amazing, amazing finish. Wonderful to see that.
There is the overall classification, 103 laps it was. 0.055 of a second was the gap, but that was not the story of those last two corners. It was the lead changing and changing again in the final two corners of the race. RD Limited take the win from AF Corsa, and Pure Racing on their debut in LMP2 come home third place. Two debuting LMP2 teams on the podium. Ultimate in a fantastic finish as well in LMP3 come home ahead of High Class Racing, a heroic two-driver effort from the Danish team. Graf Racing complete the podium, and Car Guy, AF Corsa and Kessel Racing complete an all-Ferrari podium in GT in a race that featured incidents, accident, drama and some really, really good racing, Ollie Gavin.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. All the way to the very end there. Even that finish in GT, we were watching Dennis Marshall, Richard Leeds, Davide Rigon, Jules Gounon, all battling it out for that third place in GT. But brilliant for the Kessel team, getting two cars on the podium. Super proud of those guys. Fantastic team. Really great result for all of those involved.
There's going to be some faces of disappointment, I'm sure, coming in out of this podium, but for the most part, elation there. Louis Delatraz, he'll be disappointed, I think, that it couldn't have been slightly better.
Yeah.
He's had better days than this, but he didn't quite have the opportunity to fight at the end. We were busy looking at...
that incident in the pit lane definitely had a huge effect on the race. Harry King there did a brilliant job. In fact, all three of those guys have done a great job.
They're going to be part of this, no doubt about it. Yeah. They're going to be a force this season.
Clearly they are. They'll go away, they'll think about what's happened, look at it all, and then they'll just come back stronger tomorrow, and they'll make some fine-tuning on certain pieces.
What we've seen is we've got a season ahead of us that one team is not going to dominate.
No.
That's the best part about this. And chatting away there with some of the guys behind this organisation, Stefan Rattel to the right-hand side, Fred Leckian, the CEO of LMEM, Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO.
They must be extremely happy with what they've just seen. I mean, what a race.
Yes,
what
absolutely.
What an advert for the Asian Le Mans Series, multi-class racing.
Come and do this.
Yeah.
Come and do this in this place, this fantastic track, in this beautiful country. And we're about to see the first of the podiums and for the overall. It is the number 91 crew, Louis Delatraz, Harry King and Alex Malikin. And third place. They are probably going to be the most disappointed people out there. Will felt they could have done better. Matt Lexavier, Alessio Rivera and Francois Perodo. Francois typically sporting with the 91 crew, so the 83 crew it was.
Left nothing on the table in 83.
Absolutely nothing at all. Great stuff.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
Limited, your winning team.
This time though, Romain Dumas brings out the leading crew, the winning crew here. Romain Dumas.
I believe that could be engineer lead strategist there with Romain Dumas.
Well, he's going to want to celebrate that, isn't he? What a moment. Fred Bourdin, Tristan Vautier, James Allen.
James Allen did a phenomenal job in the middle of the race there.
Isn't it a joy to see a driver attack a race?
Yep.
Isn't it a joy to see, and that's exactly what he did.
There's always a particular key point in the race that just turns it in your favour, and that's what James did. He managed to just deliver a car to Tristan that had that bit of gap, enabled them.
So congratulations to
Luis Alves brings out to celebrate the win from the French team. A very proud Romain Dumas. And quite right too. It's sort of, how did you gather yourself from this to go and do it again?
Yeah.
It's you know the effort, the emotion involved in this.
But the adrenaline is pumping, and it won't subside until well after the race on Sunday. You know, everybody's primed for this. They're here now. They're fully engaged. and that competitive spirit that every single team has. They're just going to be wanting to either repeat what they've just done in RD Limited, or if you're AF course, or if you're pure racing, you can be like, right,
they're motivated
right,
now.
Yes, now we know what we can do to make this better. We're going to execute this a little bit better, or that's not going to happen again. That little bit of bad luck, whatever it might well be, there'll be a different spin on it tomorrow. But that's what's so brilliant about this format. Well, just come back and do it all again.
Great stuff. History made. Brand new team in sports car racing. They have competed in other events, hill climb, and obviously this is the core team. The Romain Dumas took the Pikes Peak, but this is a wholly different challenge. And to come and do this for the first time, so far from home, with a young and inexperienced crew, amazing results.
Dumas also knows that all the corks were still in all those bottles, so he knew he had time to get off the podium before he was going to get absolutely hosed.
Wants the moment, not the shower.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. So well done, RD Limited. That's the overall podium. 2 podiums still to come, of course, in the classes, and no less worthy the results there too. That is the number 30 car, brand new Orica chassis for Romain Dumas and his proud new team.
I think I could see Tristan sort of shaking his head inside the car going, how did we manage to do that?
25 points, and that's the most important part of this result. This is a 6-race season, and they've got out the traps racing. RD Limited, AF Corsa, Pure Racing, Algarve Pro, Nielsen Racing, and the second Algarve Pro car, the top 6. And it is Fred Pordad, James Allen and Tristan Vautier that top the points in the Drivers' Trophy as well. Cracking stuff. Thoroughly enjoyed that, and that last hour or so of racing was just absolutely sparkling.
It certainly was, and a little bit ominously for those guys, all the competitors. Well, I think we are going to be going for a interview.
Let's go down before we get to the podium with David Ellison. He's with Stefan Lemeret, the pole sitter and winner on a stellar weekend for the Ultimate Team.
Stefan, for a late call-up, that was quite a race.
Quite a race, yes. We were under pressure at the end, and Matteo Quintarelli did a great job. He managed it perfectly for a young guy like him. I'm really proud of him, and proud of Bense, and proud of Ultimate and AF Corse. It's a great day. I think it's my best victory in my career after 30 years of racing. So yeah, I don't realize yet because I was called one week ago. So it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm so happy.
An amazing day. Well done.
There are some that look at pro racing and look down at it. That's what it means. It's passion.
Yeah.
30 years he's been racing. Today's his best day.
That's amazing, isn't it?
And that is an astounding result for Stefan Lemeret. Graf Racing, that's his Alexander Bekantsov, Danielle Frost and James Winslow. There are the dynamic duo, the Batman and Robin of LMP3.
The Iron Men of P3.
Unbelievable. Anders Fjordbach and Mark Patterson. But it is indeed Stefan Lemeret with Matteo Quintarelli. And what a good finish to that race. Fended off the highly experienced Anders Fjordbach and Ben Svelint from Hungary. So we're going to hear, I think, is it going to be the French or the Italian national anthem? I'm not sure the entry is under. It is going to be the French national anthem again.
So for Ultimate,
I'm going to have to check, but I think that means that Amata Ferrari has completed the set.
Okay.
I think that means that AF Corsa have won races in every applicable ACO class. Hypercar, LMP2, LMP3, GTE Pro, GTE AM, and LMGT3.
Wow. That's crazy.
There you go. Correctly proud man. Our colleagues from Total Energies handing out the trophies here. Good moment, actually, by the way, to mention that is now the fully sustainable Total Excellium 100 racing fuel made from wine waste, or the waste of wine making, and by waste I mean the stuff that otherwise would just be bulldozed back into the ground.
Yeah, extraordinary.
And that's fueled your entertainment this afternoon. That's proper technology at play.
Yeah, it is.
Mark
Fantastic.
Patterson, you're a proper hero. 72 years old and coming back to sports car racing, and almost took the win here.
Yep. But he was so smart at the start of the race.
Yep.
You know, just keeping it clean, staying out of trouble,
yep.
using all of that experience, not getting drawn into silly fights or battles or wheel banging.
I did say I'd tell a story about Mark. I'll tell it tomorrow. Because it deserves repeating about the character of the man. That was a great race in the LMP3.
It was.
And particularly at the end there. And as I say, congratulations to young Matteo Quintarelli. Great to hear Stefan Lemeret reflect on that performance, soaking up the pressure from the much more experienced driver. And Anders Fjordback, by the way, on the back of a full season of LMP3 racing coming to this. Ultimate take the 26 points because, of course, they set pole position as well. So 8 points clear from High Class Racing, Graf Racing, Breton Racing and RLRM Sport. A bad day, though, for Inter-Europol.
Yeah, that was tough.
Ben Velins, Matteo Quintarelli and Stefan Lemeret it is that lead the championship after round one. Round two comes tomorrow. It's great to be able to say that.
Not long to wait.
Well, that's two classes down. Now to the production cars, the GT3 cars. And David Addison is going to be down with Car Guy on the pit apron below the podium.
Daniel Serra, what a last amazing stint in a fantastic battle.
Yeah, it was like a virtual battle, let's say. I knew the gap. My engineer was giving me the gap for the 51. And I knew that in some point I have just to manage because the tire degradation here is so big, so difficult to drive in the end. So I was just taking care of the car. And again, Esteban and our new teammate did an amazing job. So I'm super happy, and now it's time to celebrate and think about tomorrow.
Fantastic, well done.
Dustin Blackmer, Ben Tuck and Dennis Marshall to step forward for third place.
And we hear David Addison calling the podium as well. The 74 crew, Kessel Racing, Dustin Blackmer, great run from him, Ben Tuck and Dennis Marshall, all three of those drivers, pretty heroic stuff from them today.
A brilliant run by all three of these guys, all performed exceptionally well.
They did.
Left nothing on the table. You know, faultless, really. There was that little snafu with the pit lane speed limit. But apart from that, I mean, if that's the only thing, it's pretty easy to fix.
It's Ricardo Estini, Castaña Toledo and Cedric Saberazzulli who take second place, but it is the win to the Car Guy trio. Esteban Masson, Daniel Serra at the end.
This will be a big day for Kessel.
Indeed it will.
Huge day to get
and
first and third.
Hidayat Chida, what a great day for him, in as a super sub.
Call it the sub. Yeah.
Great stuff.
Yeah. As you may there.
So congratulations to our drivers.
It is, and the Japanese national anthem we hear. It is the Asian Le Mans Series, and it's great to hear an Asian national anthem as part of the podium celebrations. Representative from Michelin, our tyre suppliers, and they've served us well here this afternoon in some challenging conditions at times.
I think Hajime there, team manager from Car Guy, I think he may well have been streaming the podium there back to Kimura-san back in Japan. I'm just guessing, but I mean he was holding the camera out.
We should expect Keshi Kimura, who is of course the Car Guy, is not here and racing this weekend because it is his daughter's wedding, and when you want to go get married somewhere special, you have to book ahead, and guess what date that venue is booked for. We look forward to seeing you, sir, in the UAE in February. But these guys get another chance to do you proud tomorrow again. Great race in GT, up and down the order, and it was battling packs, wasn't it, throughout?
Oh, just brilliant. And you see the class that were just competing and racing over third place.
Yeah,
the list of drivers.
Well, but, at the end of the day, the question is, it's all Ferrari. Is there an issue that needs to be dealt with across the field? But we saw the AMGs involved in there, we saw the McLarens involved in there, we saw the Porsches involved in there, and there were lots of problems for lots of teams, many of which were not of their own making.
No.
Today could be very different. The other thing we've learned about the Asian Le Mans Series GT class, Ollie, is these three very different circuits. We've seen wildly different form books for the different makes of GT3 cars.
Absolutely, yep. And you have to just be taking that into account, when if there's going to be any adjustments made, they have to be sitting there looking at, okay, what is the setup of the very next track?
It is Car Guy that topped the points with 25, AF Corsa with 18, Kessel Racing with 15, Montai EMA, the Porsche with 12, then another AF Corsa car, then the first of the MGs, the 81 Winward car, the 60 Porsche from Proton, and then the 2Cs AMG. But Daniel Serra, Esteban Masson and Uday Uchida lead the points going into tomorrow and to race 2 of the Asian Le Mans, Asian Le Mans Series. 1 of 6 done. Second one tomorrow, Ollie. You've got to be putting 4 hours aside to actually come back and look at this one tomorrow and see whether or not the cars will fall off again.
Oh, extraordinary race there, Graham. It really was. It was just action-packed.
2 halves. The first half of this race, it was all over the place. It was almost irritating that we could get to the stage where there's no rhythm to it. But the second half of the race somehow pulled itself together and produced one of the great finishes in sports car racing.
Extraordinary last few laps there with Tristan Vautier, Mathieu Vaxivière battling it out on tyres that were almost done in all of their performance, and they were hanging on and they're trying to get through the traffic, and those last couple of corners I think will be a huge highlight for the Asia Le Mans Series through this 2024-25 season. I think that was some of the best racing I've ever seen in P2.
A win on the debut from any team is pretty special. From a team run by a world champion and a Le Mans winner, that's particularly special. You could see that all over Romain Dumas' face.
Oh, you saw the way that they celebrated in there, all the boarding being knocked down and people just jumping everywhere, hugging.
When it's your team, it's special. When it's something you've built, it's special.
Huge.
Quick word for LMP3, because there's the storylines there with Stefan Lemeret, a late addition to that. What I think is going to be an extraordinary record completed by AF Corsa
and Ultimate.
And Ultimate. But then the chase from that 2-man crew in adversity right to the end there. And then we get to the story in GT with this extraordinary field, another extraordinary race, and battles up and down the field, and nobody giving up until the checkered flag went.
Absolutely. It was extraordinary, whether you're a Richard Leitz or a Gounon or a Davide Rigon or Dennis Marshall, who ultimately came through for that third place. But you have to look to the front of that pack, and it was Car Guy, Daniel Serra really coming through with that fantastic delivery of the victory. And you've got to sort of say, take your hat off and go, well, Kessel have had an extraordinary day here in Sepang, first and third, 2 cars on the podium. You could not have asked for really any more, so super happy with that for those guys.
And guess what? We get to go up the wooden hill and then back down again, and we get to do it all again tomorrow with pretty much, we hope, all the same players. There's 1 or 2 cars that clearly the teams have got quite a lot of work to do. We heard a little earlier from Antares Hour about some doubts about the number 10 Montai car, but we'll have a goodly field of teams that know now what the scale of the challenge is going to be.
Absolutely, you can go up and down any of the classes and look, and there'll be a ton of people who go, right, okay, we know now what we need to do for tomorrow's race. Well, we know where we're going to be. We know what we're going to be doing with our strategy. We know how the weather conditions are going to be. We know how the long run pace is. We know what we need to just adjust on the car, which dials and knobs to turn to get the car just that tiny bit more in the window. But all of a sudden, it brings way more people into contention. And isn't that amazing? That's fantastic.
And we saw teams that lost good results to one small error. You're talking about Pure Racing. You're talking about the Castle Racing car that finished third, could have won this race without
the
one
drive-through.
running. This could be turned on its head tomorrow, and it could be turned on its head again in Dubai and again on its head in Abu Dhabi in February when we come back after Christmas. Do not miss round 2 tomorrow. It's Sunday. What else are you doing? Come on. 4 hours with me, Graham Goodwin, with him, Oliver Gavin, and downstairs, what a stellar job, by the way, from David Allison.
Fantastic addition. Brilliant to have him. Great analysis.
Great for the Asia Le Mans Series to invest in young talent and help along these youngsters. For
fine questions as well,
weren't they just?
Absolutely. I wonder how he's getting on down in the heat, because it's been quite chilly here in the air conditioning.
I feel like I need a jumper.
Yeah.
It has been a cracking afternoon of sports car racing. It has been a topsy-turvy 4 hours at Sepang. It was a bit of a yellow flag and safety car fest to start with, but once everybody got their racing head screwed on, there were some fantastic performances to savour there, not least, actually, all 3 drivers for the winning team in very different ways. Fred Pordad, yes, he made that error, but then he got back down to it, climbed back through the order to join the LMP2 pack, stayed on the lead lap to set it up.
A little bit helped by the safety cars, but
yes.
you know.
Yep, but then with James Ellen and then that fantastic end from Tristan Vautier. We're going to leave it at that. We're going to go and get a little bit of shut-eye before another 4 hours of action tomorrow for the Asia Le Mans Series. So from the whole TV team, from the whole organising team for the Asia Le Mans Series, from me, Graham Goodwin, from Ollie Gavin and from David Anderson down in pit lane, thanks so much for joining us. Join us tomorrow for round 2.